Hello, guys. I hope you're all doing well. Set my alarm nice and early so I could wake up for this. It is quite chilly, I have to say, but it's good to be here. Hope you all doing well. We got Blind Spot and PJ with me with Ellemnet. How you guys doing?
Good morning, Flat.
Oh, good. Blind Spot just nipped in it at the last second.
Wanted to say happy 2 a.m. So
Is it 2 a.m.?
It's 1:35 a.m. as we speak.
1:35.
Yeah, we
You got
started.
your you got your opener ready? You ready to crush this?
Yeah. Although I didn't make it 6 minutes long like they needed. I only made it that we can get the Globers to understand that the burden of proof is on them. So
Did you figure out who Jim is, or?
Jim, yeah. I've been talking to him on Discord for a bit.
Okay, cool.
It looks to see like he's sounding like he also understands my arguments. I think it's the same Jim that's actually been in my chat a few times.
Oh, cool.
So he knows what's going on. He's going to be talking about thermodynamics as well, getting them to prove things in physics, just like I'm asking. I'm going to go try it more in a more simpler way. But obviously it's just to get them to understand, because how I'm trying to get them is to understand that the burden of proof is on them.
Yeah, that's it. Let's hope Ryan does his job. Is it Ryan?
Ryan, yeah. Ryan's going to be moderating again because unfortunately Kunz is going to be busy studying or something again.
I don't suppose you heard back from Aaron now?
Nope, not even an email from him. So he literally ducked out. Yeah, he bolted.
Nice.
So I decided I will leave that title and thumbnail just like it is. So he can be reminded forever how he challenged me and bolted.
Yeah, I say, especially when he's the one that said you would run, that you would be the one running.
Yeah.
Bulletin and all.
Insane. So I'm just going to say hi to everybody in chat. Thank you for being here. David Zimmerly, good to see you. Paula, thank you for coming. W rocks. David Zimmerly says this will not be a fair debate. I 100% agree. You can't debate reality. You know what I mean? So it won't be fair for the globe. Fireball Ferret, good to see you. Thank you for coming. Detect Goods, hello. Sickness Step, thank you for coming. Into the Break, awesome. Thank you for coming. Into the Break is really good. So shout out to Into the Break. Into the Break sent me a PayPal last night. Just to say thank you. So I want to say thank you to Into the Break for the PayPal. Hey Carl Apple, thank you for coming. Good to see you. Flat Earth Math, good to see you too. Glad you could make it. And then we got Yannick Dazinger as well. Great to see. And Paku Makava, also haven't seen in a long time. Good to see you too. Give them heaps of Flatzoid and Waterworld level Jim. Yeah, definitely. And Jimmy, hello. Just Bill just popped in as well. How you doing, Just Bill?
Me.
Hey, you guys.
What's up, guys?
Good to see you. It looks like everybody is hopping in now. Jeff Gasshead, Timothy Southwick as well.
More of a panel now than you did earlier.
Yeah. You see, you guys telling me I have to switch my day and nights around.
Maybe seeing if Aaron got the wrong time. He did get the wrong one.
I was nice and tired, so I'm happy I just did that hour to sleep though. So it does make a difference for that little sleeping. Oh.
You got a power nap.
Well, you've got people to talk to. I'm going to go make a coffee.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be here. Yeah, I had like a power nap so we can do the stream because it is now 1:37 a.m.
Wow, man.
So last night, because I wasn't going to have a stream last night, but because Aaron Armstrong challenged me to that debate, I decided, okay, I'll have a stream, but I'm only going to have an hour debate then, so I can get some rest in for this. Well, he didn't show up.
No surprise.
Yeah.
Oh, no kidding?
No, he didn't even show up. So we ended up looking at Mitchell from Australia's new video, about through there, and just chatting. It was quite good.
Yeah, you guys were looking at launch train, huh?
Yeah, the 10 Black Swans. Really awesome
Causeway
stuff.
down in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. what is it? They claim Earth curvature at the Lake Pontchartrain, and then also Blackpool, and somewhere else.
Yeah.
I can't remember. But what a ridiculous claim.
Yeah, it's
Flat,
crazy.
baby.
It's always
One side to the
flat.
other.
It has to be flat.
You know, it's interesting though, Flatzoid. Ever since I was a child, I grew up in New Orleans, so I crossed that bridge many, many times. And I remember even in the 80s, they said that they built that bridge in conformity with the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just the programming runs deep.
Yeah, definitely. Richard G also popped in, and Timothy Southwick, if I haven't said hello. It's good to see you guys. David Emily, poor Dell. I agree, poor Dell.
Yeah.
So what's your takes on the rising up Earth, Retroball? Just Bill?
It's not observable. It's not demonstratable. You can't verify it. It's not science. It's just a just so story.
It causes a lot more troubles than the blooming globe does. Really, it would cause a lot more complications than the globe does. I think.
I don't understand. Sometimes I get tired of talking about the Dell and Witsit and all these strange claims that flat earthers are making. It's like they're taking our eye off the ball, really, keeping us fighting with each other.
Sort of, yeah. But the thing is, we can't just leave them. That's the problem. If we just leave them, the people that's coming to this early is going to see the wrong information and either fall into their gullible nonsense, and then when they later find out, yeah, it's just nonsense, then they just leave flat earth out completely. Or you get the people that see it as a big joke that just also, end up becoming just anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, I saw an interview with David Weiss the other day, and he's claiming that electrostatics is it sounds like to me he's claiming that electrostatics is a container for gas pressure. I mean, it's what they want to say, but without saying it.
I think I've kind of heard Witsit
He's
kind of point
talked
to
about
that too.
Yeah. Yeah, they do kind of point to that.
But haven't I had them claiming a physical dome as well as claiming that? That's the thing.
And they've claimed ice wall, and they've claimed... there's so much things they've claimed. They've claimed it's super fluid.
Yeah, that's right. I remember the super fluid. Which I kind of for a little while I could see that it's a possibility, you know what I mean? But it's one of them, I don't know, do I?
Hey, RH, good to see you. Alan Norstrand, good to see you too. Glad you guys can make it. Alan's awake early. Oh, but Alan's back to America. As far as I know. Yeah, he's not in Denmark at the moment. Yeah, flat and flat, flat. I don't want to say globe because there's no competition for the globe, so... It's just flat. Just having fun with the voting. So yeah, I decided let's have a little bit of a pre-show before we start with the debate. And then, obviously, the power's going to go off again at 5 a.m., so... It'll give me 3 hours of debate. More than enough time. Yeah.
Yeah. I do remember David Weiss saying about when he sees the craft up in the sky, like the shuttles up in the sky that was like a speedboat kind of rippling through the water. I remember him saying that.
Yeah.
So I think at that point they were definitely kind of claiming super fluid. Which for a little minute I went along with that.
And I don't know if their intentions are just to try to, I don't know, bro. Are they trying to replace gravity so they can explain it to people better or something,
You see, that's the problem with Witsit's group. They are kind of pushing gravity. So they're trying to replace it, you can say, with this electrostatics. That's why they still claim there's a downward bias and all this nonsense. And that's why they're trying to say, yeah, okay, we don't need a container so they can have electrostatics as their container, because they're just practically globers. They're replacing gravity. Yeah. Then you get Dell's side that agrees, yes, you need the containment, but they don't want to talk about that because that's not really part of their argument. That's just part of their, because that's the MO with the Flat Earth Society. So they say, yeah, we got the containment, but we are moving upwards like the glow in general relativity. So you see, both of them have actual, you could say, both their arguments are glow-based, just with a flat Earth t-shirt on. And that's why we say it's shilling. Because they're literally going out and giving false information about flat Earth and trying to make us look as dumb as possible.
Yeah, that's it.
They're suspect.
They're sus. Look, with Whitsitt, I don't really think he's a shill, though. I think he's just really that dumb that he doesn't understand what he's doing is glow-based. But when it comes to Dal, I think it's really... He is... on purpose being this dishonest.
Yeah, Dell's model can't explain acceleration. Yeah, you're right. He can't.
I just want the ability to divine motivation one day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What would your superpower be? To know one's motive. Yeah. Imagine how easy it would be to be able to read a person's character if you were able to have the power of divining one's motive.
Yeah.
I have to keep on looking to see if they sent the email. Not yet.
Who are you debating?
Mark Reed, Ember. Let's see. Let's quickly go there. Let's go to their modern day debates. Do I have... Oh, what's going on here? Let's go to modern day debates. I'm going to actually share the show for you guys here. There we go. Okay. Modern day debates. There we go. Okay, it's Mark Reed and Ember versus Jim and myself.
Jim, is that Waterworld Jim?
Waterworld Jim, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Error. Why is it not working? Hello? Okay. It doesn't let me talk in their chat. Probably because I got that one open as well. Yeah, but I mean, it can't because, hello, I'm not signed in. Duh.
I can see it. It does say sign in, but
it won't work. And then let me see if Jim has written back to me. Awesome, see you soon. Cool. Because even Jim as well, he said he's going to be talking about, he wants them to prove Newton's third law of motion. Great, I love that. Second law of thermodynamics and the inverse square law of light. Whoop whoop. So he's gonna have an awesome something to share. And me, I was thinking I'm just gonna focus more.
Oh, I think I know Jim. He's on 24/7 a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the same.
Dude,
Jim.
you're in good hands.
Yeah,
he's solid. He's excellent.
But that's because I was wondering who's Jim, and then when I started talking to me, I'm like, oh yeah, I know this guy. He was even been in my chat a few times.
He actually sent me a list, and I was gonna send it to you, Flatzoid, of his kind of 12 proofs, kind of like the 27 questions, except it's kind of like Jim's 12 questions. And the reason it came to mind just now is because you said the inverse square law of light, and that's one of the proofs he always uses, right? So, anyways, yeah, that's cool. I'm excited now. Not that I wasn't excited previously, Flatzoid, of course.
But this is going to be his first actual debate, though, so definitely going to give him some love and share. The guys are awesome. So yeah, he's concentrating more on getting them to explain that. I'm going to be concentrating them to understand the burden of proof is on them.
Yeah, Jim will. He'll allow them to beg the question. He'll beg the question along with them, try to highlight the ridiculousness of it.
Yeah, that's practically what we do as well, to a point.
You're right.
But like I said, I'm going to try and get them to understand that the burden is on them. So they have to go and demonstrate, for instance, gas pressure without containment for us. So it's not our burden to prove that there is containment, because you can only demonstrate it with containment. Or they have to demonstrate to us the Earth is moving. You understand? Stuff like that. So we'll get them to understand the burden is on them and not on us. So that will be the starting point, and I'm hoping to keep them on gas pressure or earth curve, because I love those two together. I think is a deadly combination for the globe, especially because they have no measurements for curve. Yep,
That's right.
Bible says, so Mark, Ember are no shows for the debate you stayed up for. No, Paula, the debate's starting in about 15 minutes. We're only going to get probably about 5 minutes before I get the email to go on. The one that didn't show up was earlier, was Aaron Armstrong. That was about 3 hours ago. He was the one that wanted to debate me earlier. He challenged me and everything, said I'm going to run, all that nonsense. So I said, okay, fine, come. Ended up not coming. Let me stay tired. I think it was probably a global tactic to try and get me to be tired for this debate kind of thing, thinking I'm not going to be clever enough to maybe take a nap. Hey, Charlie Walsh. TB, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. So yeah, it's insane.
Little did they know you're good at napping.
At night, yeah. If I have to, if there's a time that I have to take seriously to nap, I'll take it. You understand? Okay, connection for tonight. Yep, all good. Okay, Ember said he's ready. Mark Reed says he's good. I just didn't see the email from Jim, but he's right. Okay. Silas, hello, good to see you. So
we'll be able to watch it here, right? I don't have to open up modern day debates, right?
No, you can watch it. Yeah, I'm gonna share it. Yeah, and for you guys.
Okay, cool.
And if you guys want to go support me on YouTube, I got my stream. Gonna stream that for there as well.
I'm watching it on Ellemnet on YouTube. Doing the both.
Yeah, guys, do go hit the likes and shares for both the shows though on Ellemnet and on our YouTube and Modern Day Debates YouTube, because I mean that really does help get the wide audience. And I mean, Modern Day Debates gets quite a few people in. I think they get almost like 1,000 people watching at a time, so that's a good thing.
I'll go do that now, actually. MGD8. I am subscribed anyway, so.
And I'm really hoping they're going to talk about refraction at some time. And then I'm going to ask them to demonstrate, why are we able to demonstrate on flat surfaces that refraction causes things to look like it's behind a curve, if they claim it to do the opposite. Hey, Matthew Eastman, good to see you. Because this is the thing we always get from them. No, refraction takes your curve away. But then every demonstration we do shows when you add the refraction, it makes the curve. So yeah, it's just nonsensical. I'll probably just for the fun of it, bring Ozian up and saying, yeah, no, there's no such thing as the horizon Earth curve.
Right.
Okay, it's almost that time. 10 minutes. Yeah, it's logic versus fantasy debate, exactly. Okay, he sent the link. I'm going to go in. Let's see if...
Well, I would wish you luck, but you don't need it.
Well, I feel very appreciative that you guys have come.
I just wish you luck in their chat as well.
So yeah, guys, thanks for coming again. We shall be... I'll probably be a bit quiet on this side, you know what I mean? While we're busy. Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Let me change my background. I don't want the Star Wars background anymore. Let's add a different image. Should I add Yo Flurfs at the back? Yo
Yeah,
Flurfs.
nice.
How's that look? Should I keep the Yo Flurfs, guys, or should I change it?
Yeah, I like that.
Nah, I think that's too busy.
It's too busy.
I like the beach.
This time of the morning could be a beachy one.
I'll keep it like that. Okay.
You're flying.
Okay, we'll just keep it like that and just makes it more exciting. Okay. Let's go join. Zoom. Yes, Mitchell destroyed the globe curvature, guys. Okay, join with computer audio.
I'll be here in a second here.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Hello.
Hey,
Good.
Jim.
Flatzoid, how you doing?
Getting yourself. Hey, Jim, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah, it's good to see you again. It's been a while.
Yeah. At least
now
this
we're
time.
still-
At least this time I'm not on the generator. But I have to warn the power is going off at 5 a.m. so that gives us 3 hours. I hope that's enough time.
I'm sure. You know what? I sometimes let these things go way longer than I should. I'm going to try to get us through the super chats. I cap it off at an hour and a half, and then the super chats are kind of where I like to. It's almost like that's where the real open discussion goes, because the audience kind of pushes it in a direction, and then everybody kind of wants to get their teeth in on it, right? So
Yeah.
I like to let it go a little bit, but I'll try to behave myself tonight.
Hey,
Do it again.
Flatzoid, can you hear me okay, sir?
Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah.
Good, thanks.
Hey, your audio's great, actually. I hope mine's okay.
Oh, yours is great, too.
Yeah, hopefully. Oh, there's Ember. Now we're just waiting for Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Right? Yeah, that's a poor reference.
There we go.
Hey,
There we
Ember.
go.
How's it going?
Howdy, howdy.
Yeah.
Hi, Ember. How are you? I'm Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Good day, Ember. How's it going?
Hey, Ryan. How are you?
I'm hanging out. I'm doing the modern day debate thing, you know.
I
Making music.
see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was trying to get a new song ready earlier, but it's so darn humid here, and it was flooding yesterday in Nova Scotia. So I don't know. I just
Just can't catch a break. Fires and then floods, and next it'll be locusts.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say my my downstairs neighbor is she posted on Facebook when it started. She posted, let's pray for
Hey,
rain,
Brian. Good
right?
to see you, mate.
And I don't post on Facebook very often, but I did
gonna be
joke
an
the other
interesting
day. I saw
debate.
her and I was just like, okay, I think we made the point. Like we can stop the rain any day now, right? Like
Yeah, it's
Stop
like
praying
that
for rain, please.
with snow where I am. People are like, "Oh, I can't wait for snow and snowmen and sledding," and then we get 10 feet.
Oh my god, I heard about that. I'd seen some pictures about. Yeah, that's crazy. Snow at this time of the year.
Well, not this time of year, but like when we get into like December, whatever.
Oh, I was gonna say somebody got snow yesterday with all this
Did
craziness
they?
going on. I've got to look this up because I
Yeah, I'm like,
maybe I'm talking out my butt, but who knows? I was pretty sure. Maybe I saw some Facebook garbage. Snow.
Well, I mean, it could have been like Colorado or something because their altitude. It doesn't even matter what the temperature is; they just get snow.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure. Well, maybe that was some fake news, but that's all fine. No, it's been pretty wild with the rain and with the weather and the fires and whatnot. But no, it seems like it calmed down. I woke up this morning and I looked out. It was like 6:30, and the whole road was just a big river going down.
Oh
Yeah.
boy!
Yeah, I was like, oh, gee, I don't think I'm going to go very far today, am I? And then, of course, there was a big giant sinkhole at the top of my road here. And, of course, where it's flooded, you can't see the sinkhole. So, yeah, cars were getting stuck in that. I think I'm going to message Mark right quick on Discord and say, hey, get your booty in here. you."
Expose an article. What is all this?
I know he
normie talk?
responded to the email. He should be along any
You'll
second
be
now.
surprised. All
Yeah,
the
you think he'd be
debates do
prompt,
start off this way,
bugger.
though. with just
Sorry.
normal talk.
Yeah.
Where are you, Mark? Oh,
Hey,
I-
Kane West.
'cause it's a
Good
shared
to see you.
conversation. Hey, buddy. Just waiting on you.
He's pulling an Amy Newman.
He is.
Fashionably late.
Oh yeah, that's what you call it. Fashionable.
Yeah, yeah. It's all good. We still have 80 seconds.
Ah, that's all right. When
Yeah.
was the last time modern day debate started on time? Right.
Right?
I'll try. I'm gonna say I've been pretty successful in the past, but these last few times, like I did the Thorpes there, and Grace was like 40 minutes late, and they wanted to start, and I was like, no, it's just not on brand for modern day debate to do a 1v2, right? Because it's just not very. It doesn't look fair, and it probably doesn't come across as fair at the end of the day. You know.
Yeah, I know. Speaking of Amy Newman, she's got her and James are taking on Kent Hovind on Donnie's channel sometime next week, I think. And I'm like, I don't know that a 1v2 is really gonna come off very well, you know?
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Hello. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Hey.
I'm Jim, Mark.
Hi, Jim. Pleasure to meet you. Hello,
Nice to meet
Flatzoid.
you.
Hello, Ember.
Howdy.
Friend Ember. Yeah, sorry. I did have my email open. I'm not sure why that didn't come through, but then I saw it when you mentioned it, Ryan. So thanks for giving me a heads up, mate.
It's all good.
No worries at all.
All right, I'm just gonna put my song on, my fancy song for everybody to listen to here.
MDD, the music stream.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's my only plug here. I was just like, I don't really want to use modern day debate to kind of like platform myself. And then I was like, when James was like, "Oh, we need a new theme song," I was like, maybe I will.
I'll take the case. Look, it can be now music day debate. All right, that's what it basically
Yeah.
is.
Everybody misses MTV, so why not?
Do we though?
No, not really.
All right, so the music started. That's good. They can all hear me screaming and all that. All right. So who wants to go first? I've almost got our screens ready.
6 minutes apiece.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm good either way.
Yeah, I'm fine either way.
All right.
Doesn't bother me either.
Nathan, did you want to go first, son? Or did you want to go first, Mark? Sorry.
Little hard to hear you over the music, Ryan.
Oh, you can. Oh, you're listening to the live stream as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you probably want to mute the YouTube there because you'll be able to hear everybody here.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I thought I had YouTube muted, but since it was on a countdown, it didn't show me.
No, I was gonna say I wouldn't subject you to my music just like that. That's a captive audience if I've ever heard one, right? And you debaters have no choice but to listen to me.
Mwah.
Yes, that's right.
Who's Nathan? Is there a Nathan in the call?
No.
Who?
I don't see Nathan.
I thought you said you want to go first, Nathan, and I didn't.
Yeah, he did say Nathan. I thought I heard wrong.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Look, a lot of flat earthers are called Nathan.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was
That's
gonna say
true, that's true.
Nathan was on last time, and James had said that Nathan was going to be on tonight, and my brain, for whatever reason, just went. Nathan.
Understandable. Yeah.
Anyways, Flatzoid, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I don't mind. It's fine.
All right, cool.
But
All right, let me
I think with Jim, are you gonna start it off and then I'll finish it off with you because mine's only gonna be about maybe 4 minutes, not 6 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that's all. That's all good with me, man.
Cool.
A1. All right. Let me just finish this up before everybody starts complaining that they're tired of listening to me. All right, let's transition and I'll start us out, everybody.
All right.
All good.
Boom, ba-da, boom, 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 boom. Hey everybody, tonight Flat Earth is on trial, and to start us out we have Flatzoid, so the floor is all yours, and thanks for being here.
Hey, I hope you're all doing well. Actually, I was gonna do Jim first and me second, but it's fine.
Sure.
Oh, sorry. You can switch if you want.
Yeah.
We just went over this. We just went over this. That's on me. All right, Jim, the floor is all yours.
It is all mine. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, James, for having me on. It's I enjoy my little journey since November 2021, and we'll see what happens tonight. So thanks, Ember, and thanks, Mark, and Flatzoid, and Ryan. Thanks very much. Hey, I'm going to start out a little bit more lighthearted, and then hopefully in the last couple minutes I get a little more serious. But I'm going to show you what the globe establishment, the globers, believe in. This is the most unscientific thing that I've ever witnessed in my entire life. This is so unscientifically silly. It's really unbelievable. It's scientifically impossible. And the fun thing about this thing right here, it's a model. And I don't know if many people know that the science tells us that 4.5 billion years ago, with a B, that some large asteroid or small planet called Theia, Theia, hit this just fine when it was straight up and down and tilted at 23.4 degrees so we could vacation in Florida every year. So thank you, Theia. And it supposedly became part of the moon and maybe absorbed into the earth. So, cool story, bro. Cool story. And so, that is backed up by, quote, science. That is pseudoscience, my friends. And then you get something like this here. And I always enjoy this one. We're supposedly 71% water, right? 71% water. And large bodies of water at rest do not curve. Now, we are told that if I look this way 2 miles and I look this way 2 miles, when I can no longer see the water, it starts to curve. Cool story. Cool story, man. I love cool stories. Now, this is something that I always believed in until recently. Let's say that Mark is on top. Here's the ball. Here's the globe. Here's Mark. Mark is the little scissors. Mark's sitting on top of the ball right here, right? Now, Mark's sitting on top of the ball. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. But Mark is also staying upright on the side of the ball, and Mark is also staying upright on the bottom of the ball. Why? Because gravity pulls everything towards the center of the ball. And, I don't know what to say, guys. I believed it for a long time, but we were told at age 5 it was true. We were told through Universal Studios it was true, and we were told until we found out it wasn't true. So real cool, real cool. And the other fun thing is we have something called a space-time curvature. And space-time curvature is real cool, from May 29th, 1919, when 2 expeditions, one led by Eddington, saw a solar eclipse. Then the boys all got together at the Royal Society on November 6th and said 2 out of 36 pictures are going to change our world forever. And Einstein woke up on November 7th, 1919, the guy who saved the ball going around the Earth. So, going around the sun. So what I did is I went to Walmart and bought a $2 pair of scissors. And right now in front of you on live, I am cutting space-time curvature. You can literally see me cutting through space-time curvature, because space-time curvature is a real thing, right? Because obviously it couldn't be a theory. It has to be real because the boys back in 1919 told us. So it's really cool. I love fairy tales. I really do. Somebody needs to tuck me in at bed at night and read me a bedtime story like Outer Space. Anyway, and then we get something. I'm going to ask. I want Ember and Mark to get real serious with me here for a second. I have a Milky Way candy bar. Now, I haven't eaten the Milky Way candy bar. It's still in there. I may or may not eat it. It's not good for me. But you know what? I want Mark and Ember to tell me if the Milky Way galaxy or the Milky Way candy bar is real. It can't be both. One has to be real and one has to be fake. So I want to know. And then if you say the Milky Way galaxy is real, I want you to prove it tonight for us. I really would. And then, the second law of thermodynamics. Second law of thermodynamics is real simple, guys. All you got to do is open up a Coke can. Coke can, bro. And then I'm not going to drink the whole thing because it's not good for me. But hey, that's good stuff, man. That's good stuff. And then in honor of Mr. Hubble, 1928, and Lorentz in 1892, I have an ever-expanding
1
fly
minute.
swatter to go with my ever-expanding universe. And then for Lorentz in 1892, I have a fly swatter that can contract because, obviously we had the Lorentz contraction, correct? Good. So anyway, 3 laws that the globe does not care about. The globe, Earth, do not care about. Newton's third law of motion, don't care. Second law of thermodynamics, don't care. Inverse square law of light, don't care. Why? Because we gotta have this thing that is scientifically impossible, which is your globe. And I'm telling you guys, you can't show me ages per mile squared drop over distance. You can't show me rotation of your globe. You can't show me motion of the Earth around the sun. And you know what? You guys want your coordinate system so bad to be the Earth going around the sun. You even came up with a nice little Lorentz transform equation: 1 to the square root of 1 minus v squared divided by c squared. Cool story, bro. I'm telling you right now, we're gonna have fun with you tonight because your globe is the most scientifically impossible thing ever. And I'm sorry if that breaks it to you. I have 25 seconds left. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Jim, for your introductory statement there. Just remind everybody in the live chat there, we are going to do a Q&A here at Modern Day Debate, where we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, politics, you name it. Flat Earth tonight is on trial. You just heard from Jim, and now we're going to kick it over to Flatzoid for his up to 6-minute intro. So thank you, Flatzoid, for being here. The floor is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah, Jim, that was brilliant. I'm happy you started first because he's practically had the same arguments I have. The only difference is the arguments I'm going to be presenting is trying to get the globe to understand the burden of proof is on them. Okay, so why do we observe the Earth to be flat, guys? Well, it's very simple. Since we are talking about the Earth, let's try to dwell on the Earth. So we try and place all the objective truths and evidences on the Earth. So what do we observe? We observe no movement of the ground, but we do observe the objects in the sky to move in a very particular cycled path. We observe that our measurements for the Earth is based always on using a horizontal flat baseline. This means that if you take elevation angles, you're going to first have to measure flat, then calculate your presupposed globe onto those flat Earth measurements. We observe how nature behaves with example of the way liquid behaves at rest. This observation shows that liquid will always require some sort of containment to hold it in. It takes the bounds and the shapes of the container. Just like Jim just showed with his water bottle. If he had no bottle, he would have no water in it to contain it. What else do we observe? We observe how nature behaves with example of the way gas behavior. So with the state of gas behavior, it also requires containment to exist in a system. Gas behavior shows us that gas is always moving in all directions. It has elastic collisions. We can also demonstrate gas existence in containment as the definition of pressure needs this antecedent relationship. So in other words, without you showing containment, you wouldn't be able to show gas pressure because the whole definition of gas pressure requires containment. So based on the simple observations, we conclude, without a doubt, the Earth is stationary, it's contained and flat. Note, the Earth's plane has topography, so please don't try to straw man us to say that, it's as flat as a pancake, you don't have mountains, and so forth. No one says that. That's just a straw man. So, since we observe no movement, we can conclude that the ground is stationary, and thus the burden of proof is on the globe that claim it to be moving. Since we observe all measurements of the Earth required to be measured flat and then calculated to a globe, show that the burden of proof is also on the globe. Since we observe water always lies level at rest and over large bodies of water shows flat, the burden again is on the globe that they claim it to be curving. And since we can only demonstrate gas pressure with containment, this shows the burden is once again on the globe because they go against that claim. So, this is my question to the globers. Will the globe defenders back up their positive claims that go against observations in reality, or will we simply conclude that without a doubt, the globe has no argument, that the globe is only based on faith? And I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Well, thanks for your introductory statement there, Flatzoid. I just want to remind everybody that if you like what you're hearing, all of our guests are going to be linked in the description of our YouTube video and in our podcast description. With that, we're going to put the floor over to the other side. Who would like to kick us off? Mark, Ember?
I'm good to go if you want.
All right. Ready to roll, Mark.
Okay,
All
just let
right.
me get set up here quickly. I do have to share my screen. Sorry, just give me 1 sec.
That's all right.
Where's the? Sorry, it's actually been a while since I've been on, so I haven't used Zoom in a while. I got to admit. So that one. Shit.
You're good to go. All right.
Are we good?
We're starting your 6 minutes right now.
Yep. See
Okay,
your
just give me
thingy.
one sec. Oh, sorry, just 1 second. I just got to get the right thing up. And all right, good to go.
All right. Good to go.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for your time, Ryan. Thank you for moderating, and to my opponents for being here. And of course, thank you to my friend Ember for being part of my team. Now, Flat Earth on Trail. I only really have 3 things that I want to go through, and the Flat Earth side will have to provide answers to these 3 things. The first one is the Polaris and Crux, why that can be seen in the configuration it can be seen in. Polaris could be explained because it could be up here, but the Crux not so much, or the Southern Cross. Now, these 2 different models, it's easily explained why Crux is only visible from the Southern Hemisphere, but not from Asia. It just makes no sense on a flat Earth. Why can somebody over here in South America see it, but not somebody in Asia? It makes absolutely 0 sense. So I'll be expecting an answer to how that actually works. The next part is circumpolar star trails. Why do they happen the way they do? So this is from the Northern Hemisphere. Whoops. This is from the Northern... sorry, I'm having trouble with my slides. This is from Northern Hemisphere. They actually go in a anti-clockwise direction in the Northern Hemisphere. And if my thing would actually work, I could... So they go in an anti-clockwise direction in the Northern Hemisphere. In the Southern Hemisphere, they actually go in the opposite way. They go clockwise. Now, this is a massive problem for the Flat Earth, and I'll explain why in my next slide. Because at the equator, I want to focus on the equator here. What you should see is the center of these circumpolar star trails at the horizon, basically, with the stars going overhead. Now, this is how it works on a globe model. You can basically see counterclockwise Northern Hemisphere, and then when it goes to the Southern Hemisphere, we see them traveling clockwise. This is the problem. If you're in South America and you look south and the trails are going in a clockwise direction, that's fine. You can look north and see them going in a counterclockwise direction here. That's perfectly fine. Problem is that if you then move around with the same configuration to Asia on the equator, that is the wrong direction. That is the wrong direction. That is clockwise looking south and anti-clockwise looking north. So the Flat Earth people will have to explain how that works and the configuration that allows that to work.
Is he serious?
The third thing I want to talk about is flight times. This is 2 flights, LAX to Tel Aviv in Israel, and this is Sydney to Johannesburg. They're both about the same time. They're both about the same distance. This is how it works on a globe Earth. Again, both about the same time, about the same distance. Fantastic. This is how it works on a flat Earth, or rather doesn't work. This is twice, or probably more than twice, the amount of distance traveled from Sydney to Johannesburg and LAX to Israel. And the flat earthers will have to explain how the planes can suddenly double their speed over the speed of sound to get from one place to another. That'll be interesting to find out. So those are my 3 questions. How can the Crux constellation be seen at the same time in Africa and south of Australia, both looking south in different directions according to their model? Why are the solar circumpolar stars at the horizon at the equator rotating in the wrong direction if looking south in different places on the flat Earth? Why does that happen? Why do flights deviate so far from a straight line? But also, why is it half the distance, according to the flat Earth map, takes the same time? They're going to have to answer that question. And that's the questions I have for them.
Go get him.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that was 4 minutes by what I got here from when you started. So, if you had any other things to say there, or we'll kick it over to Ember, and you got an extra 2 minutes to spare.
All right, cool beans. Okay, so as most of us know, the modern flat Earth movement was started by a guy going by the name of Parallax. He was big mad that science was moving beyond the reach of everyday folks, requiring specialized degrees and even more specialized tools. He believed, as many flat Earth advocates do, that every person should be able to do science for themselves and investigate the nature of the world we live on. You know what? I agree with that. Science is for everybody. But we don't always agree on the things that we find. Some of us look at the world and accept what the top-level scientists tell us, that it's a globe. Others look and notice that we can't see the curve of a flat planet from where we stand, so it looks flat, so it must be flat. If only there were a way we could remove our personal biases and objectively determine which of these is the case. Some kind of test, perhaps. Good news, we can, and all on our own, just like old Parallax dreamed of. The first way that comes to mind is to do it the way the ancients did it. Sticks and shadows. Eratosthenes used a well in Aswan where the sun shines down to the bottom only at noon on the summer solstice, and a rod in Alexandria some 800 kilometers north. But 2 rods will work just fine. If you place one stick in a spot where the sun is exactly overhead at solar noon, and place another stick some distance directly north or south, the shadow cast by the second stick will give you a non-zero angle, from which you can, with the distance between the sticks, calculate the circumference of the globe, the same as the ancients did. In fact, you don't even need the first stick to cast no shadow. It just makes the math easier. You can do the same thing with a measurement of the difference between the shadows. The second way is even easier, but a tad more expensive. Travel. If you can afford it, you can physically circumnavigate the globe. You can literally go see for yourself, and the fact that whether you go north or south around the poles, or east or west around the middle, and you'll eventually come back to where you started, only makes sense on a globe. You don't even need to take a plane. It'll take a while, but you can walk, taking a boat for the watery bits. Or, if you just want a quick test with no math involved, you can book a flight from Australia to Buenos Aires. You can take a commercial flight right over Antarctica and see for yourself that there's no ice wall, no edge. Both elements that every flat Earth model I've ever heard of requires. Or, if travel doesn't suit you, just wait for the next lunar eclipse to be visible from where you live. As Magellan once said, "They say the Earth is flat, but I know that it is round, for I have seen its shadow on the moon, and I have more faith in a shadow than in the empty words of the church." That shadow projects a circle every time, no matter what time the eclipse takes place from viewed on Earth, and that can only be the result of a globe. But what's even more important is that there's any shadow at all. How, by Sagan's beard, could a lunar eclipse even be possible if the sun and the moon were both above the world? The Earth can even come between the sun and the moon to cast a shadow of any shape is proof every person can see with their own eyes that the flat Earth model, which requires both celestial bodies to always be on the same side of the world, is nonsense. There are lots and lots of other tests, of course. Jeranism infamously proved the curvature of the planet with his failed hole-in-the-fence test, for example. But the simple fact is that every aspect of life on this planet, from the rising and setting of the sun, rather than it getting closer and farther, to the reality that time zones exist, all constantly reconfirm for each of us 1,000 times a day that our world is the same shape as every other planet we can see with even our largest telescopes. A globe. So those are my tests, with no special tools, training, or reliance on the honesty of anybody else required. Sticks and shadows, observe a lunar eclipse, or just go out and see for yourself. The very essence of Parallax's philosophy. Now, I'm sure our esteemed opponents also have their observations to present, and we're going to talk about them over the course of the evening. But while I still have the floor, I'd like to pose a question for their consideration. Anybody can dig for data that seems to back up their position, but why hold that particular position at all? What reason do they have to subscribe to Flat Earth in the first place to motivate them to try to find a way to justify the belief they already hold? For example, I subscribe to the globe model because I have no reason to question what science is telling me. As I've just recounted, I can easily verify the facts for myself should I have any doubt, and I have done several of these things. Overcoming both established science and plainly observable reality is a very high burden of proof to bear, and I'm even more interested in why they adopt the contrary position than I am in how they intend to demonstrate it. Thank you.
Crazy.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much, Ember, for your introductory statement, and you, Mark, as well. I forgot to thank you. I just kind of handed it off. So thank you to everybody at this point for their introductory statements, and just want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, if you like this type of discussion, you want to see more of this happening, hit that like button, share this in that contentious space, send it out to your mother. Who cares, right? Have fun with it. And one other quick little note here, we all sometimes fail to pay attention to details. I forgot to shave my neck beard tonight, and it doesn't look so great. But if you see beside me, over here, see, I gotta follow my mirror on my screen. See over here, it says this is on the podcast already. James has already gotten a few questions about some of the upcoming debates that are being posted on the channel. Those are all debates that have already happened. So they are that is an advertisement that they are just going to be on the podcast. I did say, in your defense, actually not in your defense, when he said people are saying this, I was like, really? So yeah, there's no defense for you. It's podcast only time. So we're going to kick it into open floor discussion. We usually kick it to the other side to make a little bit of a quick response to what they've heard, and then just try to let it naturally flow from there. So Jim, Flatzoid, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'd love to respond. I do want our esteemed Ember and Mark to talk about Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, and inverse square law of light before we get done tonight. But I will respond to, you talk about a lunar eclipse. We had a Selenelian eclipse November 9th, 2022, top down, moon, sun appearing in the sky at the same time, Selenelian eclipse, top down. There's going to be another one in October. I don't need to go any further. I just debunked your lunar eclipse right there, proving your ball. Second thing that gets me is the Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia nonsense. When you look at a one-way stop, they stop in LAX and they stop in Dallas Fort Worth. And if you look at some sort of a flat Earth map, that makes perfect sense. Straight line, land location to land location. That's what they do. They don't go down around your ball. They don't do it. Just look at what they do from Sydney to Santiago. The stop is in LAX and Dallas. They do that for some reason. Land location to land location.
Jim, sorry, can I just say something on that point though? Don't you think it's odd that they choose the one that just doesn't make sense to them, but ignore the 99 that debunks their globe with the flight paths?
Yeah, it's just I find these arguments, Ember and Mark, I've heard these arguments and I kind of chuckle to myself because it's cool, man. You need to dial it back, bro, and come up with some other new stuff because this gets a little bit boring after a while. My friends, there is no circumnavigation north-south. There is none around your ball and comes up the other side. There is no documentation of that whatsoever. And you can use a great circle route on a stationary plane. You can use that just fine. But when you come on here and tell us that there is northern-south circumnavigation, that you can go over Antarctica and come up the other side, that is pure bunk. And I'm sorry.
All right, Jim, I'd like to just drop in at that point because it's a little bit preachy. I kind of want to borrow what Flatzoid just said and point out that you're selecting the routes that work for your model and ignoring the other ones that actually exist. You can go on, kayak.com and book a flight for yourself over Antarctica right now. They not only exist, you can go do it right now.
So going over the
I'd like to address. I'd like just to say Flatzoid. Let Ember talk for a start, and I'd like to address some of the things as well. Okay, so let Ember talk. Don't just jump in over the top.
He just asked me a question. I'm responding to it, Mark. You were talking over me.
Okay, so I want to respond to some of these things that's thrown out because he went through a lot there. This gish gallop of like multiple things is, let me time to respond. Like action and reaction is a second law of movement. I'm not sure what you think is the problem with action and reaction on a globe
we'll do
Earth.
2-minute time intervals.
You basically the Cenehalian eclipse is basically refraction through the Earth's atmosphere, and we understand perfectly well why this happens. And it also explains perfectly why in a lunar eclipse the moon turns red, which maybe you can give an explanation of that. I do notice that you addressed none of our things and basically said the burden of proof is ours. It's not ours, it's yours. This is Flat Earth on trial. So it's kind of weird that you're sort of burden shifting. The population centers in the southern hemisphere are basically very, very spread out. So the reason why that they're basically diverting flights is purely for logistics. That's all it is. But as Ember said, you're ignoring the ones that completely blow your position out of the water, like Perth to Johannesburg, which is actually the one I brought up. And you haven't addressed that at all.
I did just address it, Mark. I told you that the flight route from Santiago to Sydney flies over LAX, Dallas Fort Worth, stops there, land location, 3 degrees nose up. You don't like it. It's okay, bro. It's just fine. Sometime we'll get, when you say flat Earth is on trial, we're not on trial because we can see farther than we're supposed to.
Literally the debate. That's literally the debate.
We can see farther than we are supposed to be able to see on a globe.
Yeah. So Mark,
just talk
about no.
Just 1 second there, Mark. We'll let him finish up for another 24 seconds.
Okay.
My position is not on trial. My position is the correct position that you can see by observations, experiments, and just, you experience a stationary topographical plane. You do not experience a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. Never. And your position is sun pagan worship by Hermes Trismegistus that Copernicus talked about on the revolution of the heavenly spheres and Newton talked about in the Emerald Tablet. They gave time to Hermes Trismegistus, and Hermes Trismegistus was sun pagan worship, and you guys changed it in the 1970s to go to the Great Attractor, where everything is going around in the universe, a black hole.
All right, 1 minute for the other side there.
Yeah, so you haven't actually addressed anything at all because I brought up the ones that debunk you, like direct Perth to Johannesburg, which you just went back to the ones that do are not direct routes. You're just going back over the same thing. You're like a broken record. The whole idea that we brought up these things for you to address, and you've addressed none of them. Then I said, well, what's the problem with the law of action and reaction, Newton's third law, and you don't address that either. Like, why is it that you're just preaching now and sort of saying, nah, is your entire response? Go, Ember. I'd like to save some time for you, mate.
All right. So a couple of things. First of all, Jim, you showed the globe at the beginning. Of course, that's a school model. You're confusing the map for the place. It's understandable, though. Axial tilt, you claim that that's due to some protoplanet slamming into the Earth. That's one of the models for the possible formation of the moon, but it isn't really involved with the axial tilt because the axial tilt shifts. That's why we get a different North Star every few thousand years. However, the presence of the moon does help moderate that. But there's so many things. Milky Way, you can see it with your own eyes. Go out in the dark, you can see the freaking galaxy. You're going to tell me it doesn't exist? And still wondering how a lunar eclipse happens on a flat Earth model.
How do you... Go ahead, Flatzoid. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to bring this back down to what we asked in the opening. The opening was, can we bring it down to Earth, where we actually live, where we can actually test it and repeatedly show it to be? Now, talking about the galaxies, yes, we see things in space, as you put it. The problem is your space violates the second law of thermodynamics. So that's why we cannot go there, because you cannot demonstrate this space vacuum to exist. Because when you do try and demonstrate it, you're always going to have containment based on gas behavior. Now, based on the plane routes, like we said, you want to take the 1% and ignore the 99%. that doesn't agree with you. That is called cherry picking. So in other words, it's just a fallacy. We do not need to go and explain 1% of the roots that doesn't make sense to you while you ignore the other 99%. So let's go to something more empirical. Have you been able to demonstrate to us any measured curvature or having gas pressure without containment or the rotation of Earth?
Yes, we've been able to. Sorry,
one sec, Mark. Yeah, just a second. As I said in my opening, I explained to you how you can measure the curvature yourself. You can do it
calculate, not measure.
Whenever you want
words.
to.
Sorry, you said with your own words, calculate, not measure. And
well, yes, you take a measurement and then you calculate.
Based on flat Earth measurements, that angle is flat. That's what in my opening I also stated. That measurement you took was
work
flat.
on a flat Earth.
Okay.
I mean, you can
I'm sorry,
try
the angle
it, but you're
is
going to get a
flat.
weird
How is
result.
an angle flat? How do you get a flat? What is a flat angle?
All angles are flat. Your adjacent always has to be a straight, flat baseline. That shadow you're measuring is based on a 90-degree angle.
So if you've got a protractor, that's a flat angle, is it? Even though the edge of the protractor is curved.
That arc curve is only based on a 360-degree based from a 90-degree angle baseline.
Yes, but if you put it on the y-axis, then this is crazy. It can't be curved because your angle that you're measuring that curvature with, the arc curve, the original angle that you're measuring with it is flat. That is nonsense.
Sorry, what's an angle, Mark? We're going to put this down to the basics. What's an angle?
An angle is the difference between two lines, basically.
Straight lines.
Yes.
Meeting at a vertex.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a curved adjacent baseline, how are you going to have an angle?
Curved adjacent baseline.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
You guys are claiming the baseline to be a curved Earth, not flat. So how are you going to have an angle measurement for that?
I see what you mean. So there's a difference between level and flat. You can make sure that something is level without it having to be flat. For example, you can take two hills and run a beam across them, and the beam can be level, even though the ground is wavy. Just to illustrate.
Yeah, but
likewise, you can have a flat surface. Let's take this thing, for example, and have it tilt like this. It's flat, but not level.
But you do know they are synonymous, though. Flat and level are synonymous.
No,
I literally just showed you they're not.
He just showed you.
I could. Yeah, well, that reference you gave.
You want to show him the box again? Show him the box again.
Can I talk? You have that reference that you just put between the two hills. Was that reference flat and level relative to what level? Parallel to your what? The ground, correct? Because no point higher than the other. So when you put that horizontal baseline from hill to hill, you literally conceded that hill has not got a different zenith angle than the other hill. They have exactly the same parallel.
They're round. They don't have... well, I suppose you could have a pointy hill, but they can point in different directions, even on a flat Earth or a curved Earth. They're hills.
The hill's rounded, you realize that, but we can still calculate the angle that the top of that hill is at. Just disproving your point completely.
No, making my point.
So the hill is still round, but we can calculate the angle, which means that if you just look at basic, like preschool or kindergarten, a circle, it's got like an angle, and you can calculate the arc. It doesn't make it. The angle doesn't make the surface flat, or it doesn't make the points in between flat or rounded. It's irrelevant to it. It just calculates the angle.
Mark, I suspect we may have fallen for a red herring on this geometry thing.
Yeah.
Because we are way off the subject of them showing the flat Earth as a thing.
Flat Earth, yeah.
Sorry.
Let's get Jim in here.
Okay, guys. I just want everybody to know that Mark said that the Selenelian eclipse from on November 9th and one's future are because of refraction, even though it's top down. So the light just actually turned itself upside down. Cool story, Mark. It's really, really cool. Hey, Mark and Amber, how would you explain? I got so many things. to say I'm not on trial here. My stationary plane is not on trial here. And so
what's the topic of the debate?
It kind of is.
I found out about the topic of the debate yesterday. So I am coming in here.
Well, cool
I found out about the topic
What's
of the
topic
debate.
of the debate?
Mark, you're over
Cool
talking
story,
me.
bro.
Mark,
What's the topic of the
Jim-
debate?
over
let's let Jim
talking me,
finish up.
Mark.
Well, I
Mark,
asked a question. He doesn't want
Mark,
to answer. It's just
you're
clarifying the
overtalk-
topic
Mark,
of the debate.
Mark, hey, Mark,
we'll give you another minute after this, Mark. We'll let him finish.
Mark, drink some water. Cool down, bro. It's how do you explain the watchtower at the Grand Canyon on the east side? The watchtower 6 feet observation height, looking across to the west side, 70 miles at 6 feet observation height. There should be 3,000 foot of drop on your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. There is none. You go to the south rim, you look across the north rim. The south rim is 6,800 feet. The north rim is 8,200 feet. There is a forest on the north side. It should have a drop of 216 feet at 6 feet observation height. You should be able to see that drop, but you don't. And guys, and it's very, very simple. You see too far on a stationary plane. You see too far when the optics is just fine, and you see too far. Perspective things in perspective, things will get smaller, and they will start with angular resolution to disappear from the bottom up. That is a stationary plane. That is not a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. You guys are so wrong. I want to ask Amber and I want to ask Mark. What has the globe ever done for you?
Existed.
Gives us a nice place to live.
Okay.
Okay, so this whole idea of this drop kind of thing, you obviously haven't used a curve calculator or taken refraction into account because light does refract. That is a given. We can show that light refracts in a number of different experiments. Like it's not even questionable that light does reflect. The center Hellion eclipse, I'm not sure how you're talking about how it's right above kind of thing. That's a weird thing to say. It's
a
so
top-down
strange to
eclipse,
say
Mark.
because
It's a top-down eclipse.
Let's let Mark finish up his point there.
A top-down. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Obviously, you don't, Mark. Okay. Obviously, you don't.
Yeah. It's weird because it's just a lunar eclipse.
It's weird you don't know what a top-down eclipse is and don't know.
Okay,
what
so I'd like
when
to
you're
going to
make up
finish,
terms,
that's okay.
of course we don't know what those mean.
Yeah,
it's upside down.
Oh,
yeah.
It's upside down.
Upside down.
Upside down eclipse.
I said top down, not upside down, Ember.
Oh no, he says it's upside down.
No.
What is it upside down or is it top down?
It is top down.
And
no. But Flatzoid said it was upside down, so you
Right.
guys can't even agree on what this eclipse is.
Just hold on a second, guys. Let's we're gonna hand it back over to Flatzoid
Yeah,
there
I'm
because he's
saying-
trying to get in here.
Yeah, Amber was saying upside down. Now I'm trying to say that's upside down. He's talking about inverted. That's what Jim's talking about.
And
That's
Could
why
you
I was trying
explain
to
what
show
that
eclipse.
means?
Inverted, exactly 180 around. It goes. If you say the globe says it should be on the right, it's showing not on the right. It's showing inverted, like you're holding a mirror in front of you. It's totally
on the right,
an inverted
right
image.
in respective to where you
we
can't
have
just
writing,
say right because
their writing is inverted. That's what he means.
So you
They're
mean it's
writing-
mirrored? Okay.
Mirrored.
I'm not sure how that
Mirrored.
applies.
What?
But
Here, let's let Ember speak for a minute.
Ember, can you say straw man for me 3 times?
I could, but then you might
I
appear
don't-
behind me. I'm still curious.
I
how
appreciate being
eclipses
straw man.
even
Hey,
happen.
Hey, Ember, beat that straw man up. Beam him up, Scotty. Beat that straw man up.
So how do the eclipses happen? A center Hellion eclipse happen on a flat Earth? So what
Or
is
any
actually? Well, let's stick to the center Hellion first. I can never say that word. Selenelian.
There you go.
Selenelian eclipse. How does that work on a flat Earth? So I presume because you're saying it's encompassed that the sun and the moon are both within some sort of dome or container. Is that correct?
First,
We don't.
We just want to point
Go
out
ahead.
you guys are reversing the burden onto us. He asked you that it's impossible.
This is flat Earth on trial. Look, this is a dodge. This
Hold on a
is a
second there,
dodge.
Mark.
Can I
You can
talk?
respond in just one
Absolute
minute.
dodge.
Okay, so you.
I asked a question.
The question was asked to you. Now you trying to reverse it back onto us. That is not a question.
Yes.
That's just a reversal of burden proof
Yeah.
fallacy.
So I've answered it right. I've said that the refractive forces from gravity. When the light goes through the atmosphere, it is bent in a downwards direction, allowing you to see the images of both the sun and the moon in the sky, very, very low and close to the horizon, but they're there at the same time, and that's how we explain it. What I'm saying is, how does that work if the sun and the moon are both contained within this dome thing that you've got? But that's not shifting the burden of proof. That's answering the question. And then this debate is flat Earth on trial, and you've done nothing but burden shift this entire time. So how does that work? Where's your model?
All right, 2 minutes to the other side there.
Because you're spinning Spaceball in the vacuum of outer space is scientifically impossible. And Mark, we're only 55 minutes discussed, and then we have 35 minutes question and answer. I understand that. Mark, Ember, if you don't want me to shift, tell me I shouldn't shift. But what does a rocket propel itself off in outer space? Can you help me?
What do you mean?
Expanding gases.
Expanding gases in a 10 to the negative 17 torr. What does it push off of?
It pushes off the force being exerted by the gas.
What gas is there in the vacuum of outer space? 10 to the negative 17
No. The gas being
ignited.
The expansion of the gas being ignited, because basically it pushes out. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. That's the third law of movement. So that action pushes against the rocket, like causing it to move.
Is there any on Earth? Newton's third law of motion works awesome. Works everywhere. You're going to the 10 to the negative 17 torr of outer space. The most we can ever test here terrestrially is 10 to the negative 6. That's 11 more zeros, bro. What does a rocket push off of? And if you put a candle in a jar and put the top on it, what happens to the candle over time? It goes out. You can have no ignition, and you can have no propulsion in your fairy tale outer space. Now, you can want to live on the globe and live in your fairy tale outer space, but you guys violate Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, and inverse square law of light, and you don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to pay attention that they did not answer any of the questions that I put to them. We're trying to engage and answer the questions. What they're doing is deflecting to just these silly kind of, well, gotcha, the third law of movement doesn't work in outer space. Of course it does. It's basically that rocket fuel is ignited, causing it to expand. That pushes
what
against
does it
the
ignite
rocket.
with?
Half of the rocket fuel is liquid oxygen. It brings its own oxygen. That's part of the rocket fuel.
Okay, can I just say?
Yeah, so rocket fuel has so the reason why a candle goes out but rocket fuel doesn't is because you're depriving that candle of oxygen, of the thing that it needs to burn. But rocket fuel has that in it. So it does burn and ignite. So, I mean, this is basically a failure to understand.
Here on Earth, does it push? Not in your fairy tale outer space.
Let's kick it over to Flatzoid, everyone.
Sorry, Jim, maybe we should ask them to demonstrate us a rocket igniting and working in a vacuum? Can we have a demonstration for this, or is it just going to be a fairy tale belief?
I mean, I don't have one in my pocket, but...
you don't have a rocket in your pocket?
Right, but SpaceX, those live launches... pretty often, and you can watch the launch all the way from the launch pad until the moment the satellites deploy, usually.
You guys watched the movie Gravity? You guys watched Gravity before, the movie Gravity?
I have not.
With Sandra Bullock?
I've seen it.
Okay, cool.
I've seen
it. Did that rocket work in space? Was it real, or was it just a movie?
So you're basically mistaking a work of fiction for the real thing. That was based upon the real world, but that's like saying, hey, because the same argument applies if you say, hey, the Civil War, the U.S. Civil War was in a movie, therefore the real thing couldn't possibly have happened. You're making exactly the same argument. No, that's exactly the same argument.
That's a straw man. The argument
no, it's not. It's exactly the same argument.
The argument is, you guys are claiming a rocket to work without having any demonstration in history that it is possible to work, you are claiming something that violates the second law of thermodynamics and violates Newton's third law of motion.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
You require friction for it to move. Where's your friction in space?
No. You just don't understand those laws. That's the problem. You think you straw man the laws to say, hey, it can't work in space because there's no oxygen. We explain to you, hey, there's oxygen solution in the jet fuel itself, allowing it to ignite. Well, I mean, I don't have any rocket fuel on me at the moment, Flatzoid. I don't know if you've got some there. Maybe you do. I mean, you seem to be, doing whatever over there. Anyway, look, they have it in them. Like this is the whole point.
They have them in them. Oh my God.
Yes, they have an oxidization agent. Yes.
I presume you guys have seen rocket failures, videos of rockets trying to take off and something goes wrong and they explode.
Ember, here on
right.
Earth.
Do you know why the fireball is so very big?
Terrestrially, yes.
Yeah, do you know why the fireball is so big when they go wrong?
Oxygen terrestrially, Ember.
In the rocket fuel.
No,
in the rocket fuel.
In the air around it.
The majority of the fuel in a rocket is liquid O2.
Hey, Ember.
That's what explodes is the O2 tanks.
Hey, Ember, has the globe ever taken you out to dinner? Okay. I mean, are you in love with the globe? I mean,
has the flat Earth taken you to dinner?
Is the globe? And
is this something we didn't know previously? Are you dating the flat Earth? Oh, we all find out you're dating the flat Earth.
I explained in my opening why I subscribe to the globe model. I'm still wondering why you guys subscribe to the flat model.
Because I'm hearing too far.
Just a moment, Jim. I hear lots of nitpicks, but it's nothing but incredulity. There's no substance to it.
Cool story, bro.
Okay,
it is a cool story. Like you can say we see too far. Cool story, bro.
Yep.
Can you demonstrate anything?
Let's let Ember wrap up his point, please. Are you wrapped up there, Ember?
Yeah, that's good enough for now.
Okay, if you listen to my opening, even Jim's opening, we were talking specifically about observations and demonstrations. Note, your guys' belief violates things like natural law. So it's not on us to demonstrate these things. It's on you guys to demonstrate you can have gas pressure without containment. It's you to demonstrate that you can have curved base angle measurements, which is impossible. It throws an angle away. It's for you guys to demonstrate Earth's rotation. Instead, you're trying to take us to Narnia without trying to first prove Narnia exists. That's why I said let's try and keep it
So I just want to address that for 1 second, Ember. So basically, your misunderstanding of the laws of thermodynamics and the laws of movement, you're basically saying, hey, they violate these laws because you don't understand how they work. You're basically straw manning them and then saying, hey, they violate them. It's not actually a refutation. So your own criteria of they violating this thing is not actually true to begin with. You just need that to be true for your flat Earth to work. So you have to believe they're being violated, which is kind of a bit ridiculous. What I want to point out is that we're answering all of your questions and you're basically giving us the response of nah. So when you're saying, why does this thing happen in space? Why does that thing happen in space? We're saying, hey, there's an oxidizer in the rocket fuel that ignites and keeps it ignited when it comes off. I mean, I've just looked it up. Basically, it's liquid hydrogen. RP1 is burned with liquid oxygen or LOX. Now, you're basically saying, no, that's not the answer. Then what is in rocket fuel?
No, you misunderstand.
How does rocket fuel work? No. How does rocket fuel work? Don't dodge. Don't go to another subject.
Mark, did you look it up on Google, Wikipedia, NASA, or GPT?
That's not an answer. What is in rocket fuel then?
Did you
Did
you look it up?
No, don't dodge. Don't dodge.
Did you look it up on Google? Yes or no?
Did you look it up on Google? They're not going to answer. Jim, what's in rocket fuel?
That is a non sequitur for what we're talking about. Mark, you're really good at non sequitur. Mark, bottom line.
Yeah,
Mark.
dodge.
Bottom line, Mark. The Newton's third law of motion works perfectly down here on Earth. But because you guys love your globe and love your outer space, you will absolutely neglect everything in science because your spinning space ball is so scientifically impossible that you actually come on here and tell us that Newton's third law of motion works in fairy tale Narnia outer space. You tell us the second law of thermodynamics doesn't count, and we haven't even got to the inverse square law of light.
What's in rocket fuel?
I would love it. That's a non sequitur. I don't care.
Nothing to do with
We were
that.
just talking about rocket fuel, but that's a
Mark,
non sequitur.
It can't.
Wow,
Mark, it can't push off of nothing. It can ignite when there's no oxygen.
I told you there was oxygen
here on Earth, but you guys say it works in the
Then
back
what's in
of outer
rocket fuel?
space.
Okay, Mark.
It
it's-
does
What's in
not
rocket fuel?
matter.
What's in rocket fuel
All right,
then,
let's hand
Jim?
it-
I've
let's hand it
said
over to
this is
Flatzoid.
what's in rocket fuel. You've said that's false. Then what's in rocket
Mark?
fuel?
Hey, is every answer you Globers give the correct answer? Yes or no?
No.
No,
Or
not
is it just
everyone.
an answer?
Okay, guys. So anyway, Mark, it
Well,
just
at least we're giving answers.
it just
All right, Mark, we're going to hand it over to
To start.
Flatzoid.
It just oxidizes, okay? But the thing is, the claim is that it works in a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum that has no containment. That's the problem.
I'm sorry, it does have oxidizers in it. Is that what you said?
On Earth, does the rocket take off?
In
Does-
rocket fuel. Does rocket fuel have oxidizers?
Does that rocket take off in an plane?
I'm sorry,
environment?
I thought I misheard. Did you or did you not say that rocket
Do
fuel
you
had
get
oxidizers in it?
oxidizing of the rockets?
Atmoplane is amazing.
Yeah, I don't like saying atmosphere because it's actually an oxymoron.
because spheres in it. I get it. Yeah.
But
It's-
anyway,
it's a neat touch.
The rocket takes off from the ground on Earth, correct? Where there's
Uh-huh.
air around it, gas pressure. So that means we already got containment for this gas pressure. Now, once it's taken off, it has momentum. That's why when you see it goes high up where there's less pressure, it flares off. Get it? So why is it that you guys are claiming these rockets are able to ignite and move around in a vacuum where they are losing even propulsion at high altitudes because there's no air?
They're not losing propulsion at high
Prove it.
altitudes. What are you
Prove it.
talking about?
Prove it.
Why would they be losing
Because they
propulsion? I mean, they
arc down.
lose the propulsion.
Well,
And you
I
guys are
don't
gonna
want to
say-
get
you
too
guys are gonna say
sidetracked.
orbits, but
Let's
that's
hand it
not
over to
what-
Ember.
rocket
We haven't heard
through.
from Ember in a little bit, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't want to get too sidetracked on the mechanics of rocketry because that's not what the topic is tonight.
Yeah.
I have heard a lot about how a globe supposedly violates several natural laws, which is an ironic thing to me because how the hell does a flat
They
Earth
think
work
they can ride a bike
in
without
conjunction
being on
with
the
the laws
ground.
of physics as we understand it? General relativity tells us that massive bodies on the order of planets crush themselves into spheres, which is why every other massive body we see, the moon, Mars, Mercury, Venus, the sun itself, Jupiter, are all spheres. Why would Earth be different, and how does that not violate physics?
Hey,
So-
Ember,
so-
is general relativity physical or theoretical?
Mathematical.
It's a mathematical description.
Oh, math proves general relativity, the bending warping of space-time. Is that what you said, Amber?
We can conduct tests based on the predictions of general relativity,
What te-
and so far,
what
all
test-
of them have been confirmed.
What test? No, it hasn't. What? Show me one.
Eddington, 1919.
Eddington,
The stars
19
bent behind the sun,
you ever
Oh,
heard
as
of
predicted.
You've ever heard of
Two,
circular reasoning?
hey, guys, 2 out of 36 plates that they took on May 29th, 1919. Eddington, 2 parties, he led up one. The boys met in the Royal Society on November 6th, 1919. Used 2 plates, which are now nowhere to be found out of 36, and said, have you seen the plates? Either one of you, Ember and Mark, have you seen the plates?
I've seen
No.
photos.
Okay, great. Those plates are no longer available. 2 out of 36 plates told
Okay.
us that Einstein became the boy that saved the Earth going around the sun when he woke up on November 7th, 1919. Show me anywhere today where the bending and warping of space-time is a physical thing.
Well, not just that.
GPS satellites.
Well,
GPS satellite. And
I don't think they believe in satellites.
Works on
They think that it's
Cartesian-
balloons or something.
your satellites work on Cartesian coordinate systems. So, again,
So how
used
does
for math, flat.
somebody in the center of
It's
Australia
not the
get a
coordinates.
GPS signal?
It's the time dilation because they're higher
Time
up
dilation?
away from the massive
Oh
center
my
of the
God,
Earth.
time
We have
dilation.
to
How did they
factor
prove
in
time dilation? Ember, how did they prove? Give me the experiments that
clocks.
prove time dilation. Give it to me.
Atomic clock.
Cesium decay.
Yeah, so
Give
they
me-
used
Hey,
atomic
Ember,
clocks
we
with
sent
radio
you
and-
atomic clocks.
Yeah,
You
I'm
said
trying to tell
time-
you.
All right, everybody's talking all at once. So,
Ember, you said time dilation. Give me an experiment that's been done that has proved time dilation. Help me out.
over to you, Ember.
Okay. So, atomic clocks is one. We kept one stationary on the ground. We put another on a plane and sent it up at high altitude. Just that tiny difference in how far down the gravity well they were yielded a measurable difference.
Are you talking
Another
Happily
one?
Keating, 1971?
I'm not familiar with the reference, but sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah,
Okay,
But
that's
another
probably the
one,
yeah.
if you don't like atomic clocks, is Type 1a supernova in distant galaxies.
Oh,
The
that is
light
so-
curve
that is so
follows
cool.
a predictable path. It always
is
takes
so
X
cool.
amount of time. But on high
Mhm.
redshift galaxies, where we see time dilation, they take longer in accord with the amount of time dilation we expect to find.
Here's your fairy tale, guys. Here's your fairy tale. We are told that the universe is somewhere between 28 billion light years and 200 billion light years long. But we're also told that it's expanding to 4 times the speed of light, which is 186,200 miles per second. But that has to be based on something between 28 billion and 200 billion light years. Do you know what that number is? I have no idea. Can you
So you've
educate
kind
me?
of confused. You've confused.
No, I'm not.
things
I'm
there,
not
'cause you've
confused, Mark.
basically.
Mark,
Excuse me.
I'm
Could
not
I
confused.
respond? Could I respond, please?
Let's
Could I
hand it over
respond?
to Mark.
Yeah, Jim, just try to control yourself. So what you've described is sort of the galaxy expanding at that rate, and that's not necessarily true. You've
What
skipped
is-
from
what is the
galaxy
truth,
to
Mark?
Can
Educate
I
me.
Hold on
speak,
a second there,
please?
Jim.
You've got no self-control, do you? The universe is expanding at that rate, not necessarily the galaxy, which is the Milky Way. So you've
I didn't say the Milky Way,
misinterpreted
guys.
what
I said the universe.
you said. The galaxy, actually.
I said that.
but,
I
you know,
said the
you can-
universe.
Look,
between
people can
28
wind it back and see what you said,
Cool.
but
28 billion
yeah.
to 200 billion long. In
Yeah,
light
so
years,
the
universe.
expansion. Yeah. So, and I just want to sort of get back on, and it's interesting that Ember brings up sort of the universe and how we know that it's in motion, which is one of the criteria that you said. One is parallax measurements for stars that are near us, and the other one is Type 1 supernova, which are standard candles for how far things are away. So we can actually sort of know that we're in motion and where things are moving from parallax and standard candles.
Can I just ask, are those parallax angles based on the assumption from Kepler's third law of planetary motion?
I don't think so. Not parallax, no.
Okay.
I mean, parallax, people have known about parallax for ages.
No, your assumption.
Like parallax
Your assumption
parallax,
is
we
based
can
with Chris.
we can observe parallax here on Earth. Like, what are you talking
Parallax
about?
is flat based. I agree, because the angle taken from parallax is a flat baseline. Correct. So measured flat, then calculated globe to the globe. But that's my whole point. When you take your parallax measurements, you guys are on the assumption that Venus and Earth are the same size.
Look, I didn't say parallax.
That's why you have your
proved that the Earth
distances.
was-
That's why
hang
you
on,
have your
hang on. No,
distances
I got to
for your
address that. I got to
assumptions.
address that. I'm not saying that parallax. Look, this was particular to the question: what shows us that the motion of the stars and that everything, and that was Jim's concern, and he brought it up. I'm not saying that it proves a globe. I'm saying it proves our movement around the sun, which was Jim's
That would be
concern.
globe. We don't move around the sun. The sun moves around us.
Hey, it could be completely flat, and we could still move around the sun. That's
No, we're definitely
I mean,
stationary. We're trying to work out the Earth we stand
yeah,
on.
so that's
it's
not what
weird.
parallax shows. Yeah.
Parallax shows we are staying still and the luminaries are moving above us. That's what parallax shows. But that's what I'm saying. You guys are basing your whole argument
No,
on
it doesn't.
Hold on a second there,
the
Mark.
assumption that Venus and Earth are the same size and we're both planets in
It's
floating
not
around
an
in space.
assumption. We've sent probes and measured it.
Through a
Yeah.
second law thermodynamics violation, you haven't proven that
No.
you can violate it yet to say you make that claim.
Doesn't violate it. If there's a dome, where do meteorites come from?
Oh, now we're going to run away and obfuscate from the thing I just asked. Can you
No,
demonstrate?
it's just you're claiming
the law
you're
of
claiming
entropy?
there's a container.
Can you? Yes. all gas law.
Yeah, so
everything
so
requires
you've been
containment.
asking
We've been
us a
through
lot
this.
of questions. Hold it.
I've already spoken
You've
this
been
debate,
asking
mate.
us a lot of questions, and this is Flat Earth on trial. So we're asking you questions, but you never answer them.
You literally
always
don't
dodge
speak at
to
all.
something else. So how do meteorites teleport through this dome of yours?
Sorry, obfuscation. First, demonstrate the second law of thermodynamics violation before I answer your meteorites. How's that?
There's no
So
violation.
you can't answer. That's cool.
No.
Yeah, you won't
Give
answer.
me-
Yeah,
because it's
so,
a red
so this
herring
is
and
the
an
dodge that
obfuscation.
people do. This
Yes,
is
you're
the
dodging.
dodge that people do when they don't want to answer a question. They say, "Hey, I'm going to pose you something first," and it's always, "Oh, well, I'm going to pose you another thing first," and they never answer the question. Meteorites,
He's dodging.
explain how it happens, just quickly, briefly.
That's what
How
they
does
do
it happen?
constantly.
Again, Mark Reed, you are
Yeah, no
claiming
No answer.
something that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Okay?
Yeah,
Your
no answer. He's got no answer.
Your meteorites come from that violation. Okay? I don't need to answer something that you haven't provided as true yet. So first, prove to me, demonstrate the gas pressure without containment, which violates second law of thermodynamics. Then I can go on to meteorites for you, because it's actually very
There's
simple.
a lot of
You
There's a
need
lot
to
of gas
demonstrate how
pressure
it
without.
does
Yeah.
violate it, because it's
Yeah.
in perfect keeping with the rules as we understand them. We can observe for ourselves.
And what
And-
are all those?
How does a
Let's let Ember
meteorite
respond.
come? How does a
Sorry, guys.
meteorite come from a proposed law violation in the first place?
You guys claim it comes from space, which violates the second law of thermodynamics. That's what you claim.
So where does it come from?
Space
where does it
violates
come from?
thermodynamics. That's
Yes.
interesting.
Yes, it does.
Jim, what are your thoughts on this here? We haven't heard from you in a second.
I love this. I'll thank James again for having me on. Here, I'm not going to go into three things. I'm just going to hit on one. Here's the belief system of the globe, and for everybody listening, I want you to remember this.
Get ready for the straw man.
We have redshift and we have blue shift. Ever expanding universe. And we're told that it's expanding at 4 times the speed of light, 186,200 miles per second. And it's ever expanding, Hubble, 1928-27. But we're told the Andromeda galaxy is blue shifting. It's coming toward us. And in 2 billion years, with a B, it will run into the Milky Way galaxy. But because there's so much space in the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxy, don't worry, nothing's going to hit itself. We're probably going to be just fine in 2 billion years. Cool story, bro. And I've had astronomers tell me that's what's happening. Guys, you cannot support that in any way. If you're an astronomer, PhD, if you're an astrophysicist, PhD, you use imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I see that you're a bro-lever because you keep saying bro over and over and over. It's sort of your mantra
dude?
for when you
how
can't.
about
Excuse
dude?
me, I'm talking now. I'm
How about
I'm
dude
talking
and dog?
now, please.
I'll call you dude and
I'm
dog
talking
now.
now.
All right, let's
so-
hand it back to Mark.
Nice, a bro lever. I've got a bro lever on my hands.
Okay,
so
whatever
this
you
whole
say,
idea
dude.
of
Okay,
red
dude.
shift and blue shift, we
I
can
have
demonstrate
every
that.
idea.
Like
Hold on
there
a
is.
second, Jim. I don't want to mute you.
What an angry boy. So the red shift and blue
Oh my
shift
God.
definitely do occur. We can show these with light, the Doppler effect as you move towards light or away from light. And tons of experiments have been done, and I don't know what your problem with that is.
Terrestrially,
But,
yes.
the
Thank
whole
you.
idea, excuse me, Jim, you've got no self-control. Have some discipline in your life. The whole idea that because the universe expanding, every galaxy must be, again, you're confused between the universe and galaxies. Just because the entire universe is expanding doesn't mean that individual galaxies have to necessarily be moving away from us. They can be moving towards us. What they're describing with the expansion is the expansion of the whole universe. You're looking locally and saying, oh, because that's not expanding towards us, away from us, then it's got to be a violation. It's not. It's just not. You basically have galaxies moving in all directions throughout the universe, and that one happens to be moving towards us. And I don't think anyone's saying, hey, if that hits the Milky Way, it's going to be fine. I think it's probably going to be a catastrophic event. That's what everybody says. So I don't know where you get your information from.
Cool.
Okay, first of all, can I just say, have you
Flatzoid's
guys
been waiting, yeah.
have you guys seen an explosion before? Which way does the shrapnel go?
Which way does the
What
in
vector?
all directions?
Yeah, thank you. There you go. Jim's
Yes,
point.
but can two pieces of shrapnel collide?
They still go outwards, not.
Can two
back to the
pieces of
source.
shrapnel collide?
They don't
Can
go
two
back.
pieces of shrapnel collide?
Can I talk for more
Can
than
two pieces of shrapnel collide? It's an easy question. It's a yes or
Control
no.
yourself, mate. Please. Listen, as soon as they collide, they still go away from the explosion,
Sure.
not going
But they
back.
still
second, Ember.
collide. But they still collide, don't they? So
Collide
from the
and
perspective
go
of one
away.
piece of shrapnel, that other piece of shrapnel goes towards it, and then they hit,
No.
and then they go in different directions.
Can I try
If-
to-
if
that's
I
it.
may.
You
All right.
have brought
Can I
up
just finish?
the
Can I
perfect
finish?
example of
all right,
how
just
you
hold
can
on,
be
everybody.
wrong. Congratulations.
Can I talk
Hold
more
on,
than
everybody.
2
So
seconds?
we're gonna let Ember speak for just a moment because we haven't heard from him for a bit, and then we'll hand it over to you and we'll give you focus time.
Can I
So
just
Ember, if
finish?
you have a quick point.
Sorry, can I first just finish my point, then move on to Ember? Because every time I'm trying to get somewhere, you guys are trying to take it away from me to someone else.
All right, fair
hardly
enough. You know what?
talking.
I agree. All right, so if anybody talks in the next minute, I'll put you on mute. So Flatzoid, over to you.
Okay, thanks. The point is, they're all going out. The vector is away from the explosion. Okay, so even that collision, a collision of the two are going in the same vector, still colliding away from the explosion mark. This is simple vector. That's all I had to say.
Okay,
All right,
so
well, we'll take the 1 minute off so you can. I was gonna say, all of a sudden you speak, and you're on mute. You failed. All right, we still got another 20 minutes about the open discussion. So get your Q&As in there, and over you, Ember.
All right. So I think I see the misunderstanding here. Flatzoid's position is that the things have to be moving away from the explosion under and correct me if I'm wrong, under the presumption that the Earth is the origin point of the explosion, that everything has to be going away from Earth because it came from the Earth in the first place. Is that why there's a problem with things coming towards us?
No, the expanding universe is not flat Earth. That's globe based. Just say.
Okay, well, I mean, if the Earth isn't the center, the origin point of the explosion, so to speak.
One explosion. On flat Earth, there's no explosion. This is simply in your paradigm
your
that is
hypoth-
debunking.
Oh,
Okay, so
Jim
okay,
brought, sorry,
okay.
I was going to say Jim brought it up in your hypothetical belief system, saying this is why it contradicts itself. So I'm trying to explain how it contradicts itself in
you
very simple
used an
terms.
example of an explosion. Didn't you use an example? Is there something wrong with your memory? You just brought up an explosion of why galaxies couldn't be moving towards one another.
In your globe, yes. Based on physics
Yeah,
that we see in
in
reality.
the expanding
shows it's
universe
wrong with your
model,
globe.
in the expanding universe model, the Earth is not the center of the expansion of the Big Bang. Didn't start here.
I never said
Like,
that.
well, then why would where the center is matter?
Because that's where the energy disperses from. That's how it works with physics.
Right. If the Milky Way is a piece of shrapnel in this example, and Andromeda is another piece of shrapnel, there's no reason they can't collide while they're flying through space.
You know the difference between redshift and blue shift?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It means the one is going in a opposite vector, going back to the source.
Relative to one another. Relative to one another.
When we observe a blue shift, it means it's coming towards us. We can't measure red and blue shift from whatever source you think there might be.
I don't know.
We can only measure it from where we are. Also, we keep getting red herringed, Mark. I'd like to go back to the topic, and I'm still wondering how exactly any eclipse happens at all. Any kind of lunar eclipse happens when the Earth can't come between the sun and the moon.
First, you are begging the question that they're physical objects, and then you are actually strawmanning us by trying to tell us, because we have this belief of our globe that they're physical and going between each other, so therefore something has to be physical and going between each other on a flat Earth. So it's a non sequitur and a strawman. And again, you still haven't shown us gas pressure without containment, like we've been asking from the beginning.
Okay. So that's just a dodge from the question that Ember asked, because this is Flat Earth on trial and we asked a direct question. Ember didn't say that the objects were physical. He just asked how it worked. So how do you explain the phenomenon of a lunar eclipse where the moon has a shadow that's always curved pass over it. I mean, if that's some kind of holographic projector, I'm not trying to strawman you. I just literally don't know what you think that is. So to go away and run away back to another topic and sort of you've been dodging or not, we've asked you direct questions and you've answered none of them. So at the moment, you're sort of your trial is going really badly because you're sort of refusing to answer the questions.
Hey, Mark,
projection, yeah.
Mark, does the sky prove the ground?
Does the sky prove the ground?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
It's a direct question. Does the sky?
I don't
prove,
think.
Does the sky prove what we walk on here on the ground, as far as being stationary and level, or being a spinning space ball? Does the sky prove the ground? Yes or no?
So from the sky, we can derive movements of the ground, because the sky will reflect, the phenomenon in the sky will reflect how the ground is moving if we observe it. Just as if you do observe something else out there, you can say, hey, I am moving in a certain direction because of how that is moving.
How do you know that?
Sorry?
How do you know that? Can you give me something that... simple physics. Okay, go ahead.
But then we can take in history where people observed the sun to come up. They had a belief that it's God pushing the sun up for them to light the day. That's what they observed, so they believed that. Does that now make that God really did that? What's that got to do with the floor we stand on?
Well, the problem is that we've sort of investigated and haven't found the God pushing the sun up. Is that what you think?
Exactly. So we have investigated.
Did we find the God?
No. So that's the same. We can investigate that you don't have gas pressure without containment. So.
Yeah, so all of this is a dodge away from how lunar eclipses actually work, which was a question posed.
Because it's a red
So I'm going to
herring.
go back to the original
And
question.
you're obfuscating.
How do
It's a direct question on the specificity of your model. How the hell is that a red herring?
No. Again, we were talking about even
So
from
this
our
is a
openings.
dodge.
From our openings, keep it to Earth. Because what you see in the sky does not prove what we see on Earth. First of all, you making assumptions what it is.
Just
you
1
saying
second
it's
there, Mark.
shadows. You saying it's shadows. You saying it's physical. Because that's how you think on your globe. You think it's physical objects moving in front of each other, okay? Now you're putting that same belief onto flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with it. No one's claiming to know anything about the sun or moon being physical objects, or if it's even a shadow. That's you having circular reasoning. It looks like a shadow, so therefore it is, okay? So stop trying to put it onto us and show us with demonstration that you can have gas pressure without containment, or at least to show us measurements of Earth curve. Anything.
Okay, so just this is a dodge, because we ask specific questions. This is absolutely a dodge. So when somebody claims something, like they claim the flat Earth, or they claim there's a dragon in their backyard, you should be able to say, hey, how does that work? How do you fit that dragon in your backyard? And then they would provide to you how they're doing it. If that makes no sense, basically it means that their model of reality isn't actually reality. So we're asking direct questions to try and understand how they know this to be true. And instead of saying, hey, we just believe it and we don't know how it works, they're basically saying, no, back to you. You have to show that our model isn't correct. This is Flat Earth on trial, so what we're doing is asking questions about their model to see if it holds any water. And instead of just saying, hey, we don't know, they're saying, oh, no, we're not going to answer that. We're going to shift to something else. We're going to tap dance away. We're not going to answer anything. And it's really telling that only one side is giving answers here. And one side is just
Mark.
It's kind of a concession,
let's
if you
get
ask
Jim
me.
in here, everybody.
Mark, I'll give you an answer. When we go outside, we don't see curvature. We see a stationary topographical plane. We see too far. I tell you what, guys. Ember and Mark, football season's coming up in the United States, called soccer over in Europe. Go find a flat surface on a soccer field or a football field, a flat surface, 60, 70, 80, 120 yards. Get some sort of a camera, get a PU900, P1000, put it at about 4, 5, 6 inches observation height, and walk away on your flat plane. You walk away on your flat plane, guys, you will get smaller due to perspective and angular resolution. You will disappear bottom up. It explains exactly why we can see Chicago from St. Joseph, Michigan, or Michigan City, or Warren Dunes, Michigan, and it explains exactly how the sun works on a stationary plane. You guys don't want it because you are expecting your globe to take you out to dinner and to court you because you for some reason think that this scientifically impossible thing that is spinning, tilted, going through the motions of an ever-expanding universe at insane speeds is scientifically possible.
Amen.
It is.
So, thank you for that unhinged rant.
I get it that you're incredulous, but your incredulity doesn't prove
cool story,
truth.
dude. Hey, dude, I'll leave bro and I'll go to dude. How's that sound?
I love how they ad hom you because they
if
don't have an answer for that.
it makes you happy.
Let's let Ember respond, everybody.
It was an argument from incredulity. Calling out someone else's fallacy is not itself a fallacy.
It's a fairy. You guys have a fairy tale. It's not
now,
a
to answer your question, your Jeranism, fella on your guy's side, conducted a test based on that very principle in his documentary. He set up a fence with a hole in it and had a dude hold up a light several miles away and couldn't see the light until the light was held up higher as predicted by the curvature of the Earth. And then he went, interesting.
Are you talking about Are you talking about the Netflix hit piece, Behind the Curve 2018? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, Dale.
And
they don't understand why it's that way. We've explained why
Jeranism proved there is a curve using the test that Jim just asked us to do. Your dude proved curvature using the test he asked for. Why do you have a problem with this?
Your guys, Netflix, whose stuff is so extreme they can't get on TV, did it. And it was Behind the Curve 2018 hit piece, Netflix, and you guys love that about Jaren and about Bob and stuff like that. You know what? You guys should be ashamed of yourself because Netflix is so extreme. He can't even make it on NBC and CBS and ABC. It's so extreme.
They've got their own platform. Why would they want to do that? Hang on. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that, please. Let me respond to that. They've got their own platform. They're not trying to get onto TV. There's no reason why they would. This doesn't make sense. Now, the lunar eclipse, you said, I will give you... Look, I just want to point this out. I asked about the lunar eclipse, and Jim said, let me give you an answer, and then didn't answer the lunar eclipse question. What he did was deflect to some... What he did was deflect to something else and go on this sort of unhinged rant about all these things. But what he gave an answer, but not to the question I asked. So again... How does a lunar eclipse work on a flat Earth was the question. You didn't answer. Either. I want to point that out. And instead of the tap dance, just say you don't know.
He did answer.
You don't know either.
He did answer, and you obfuscated
we
from
can
Ember's
predict
point,
them.
And you just obfuscated from Ember's point about the Behind the Curve. So can I give my statement on that? I can demonstrate this on a flat surface too. You just don't have to have the holes lining up to one another. And the light he was using was diffracting away. It was dispersing thanks to the inverse square law of light. And because he has refraction standing by the water, there's so many variables that he did not contend with. And not to note that his so-called experiment that wasn't an experiment was so shoddy and it looked like a dog ate his breakfast, it wouldn't work. Because those holes have to be so precise to work, and you have to hold the light source at a perfect horizontal angle to go through those holes. So even if you hold it literally a half a degree or anything, a little bit down or up or left or right, it will not align up to go through. So that's why when he put it over the boards, he could see it because there was no obstruction from the boards, because if he was really precise, he could build up a rig that actually has the angles pointing perfectly. I don't know if you've ever tried to take a laser light and try to point it on a bullseye or something, let's say his distance away. Do you know how difficult that is?
Yeah, so that sounds all like excuses to me. There was nothing wrong with the experiment. Excuse me. There's nothing wrong with the experiment. Nothing wrong with the way it was set up.
Oh yeah,
it was perfectly. They made their predictions. They all agreed that were the predictions. And then what happens is after they get the result that they don't want, people like Flatzoid, like Jim, like Jeranism will look for excuses of why this happened. They will try and excuse it any way they can. Same with the 15 degrees per hour drift, that they found on a ring laser gyroscope. So
Okay,
they will always
Jaren's,
look for these excuses.
back to Jaren's so-called experiment. Can you please give me the hypothesis?
The hypothesis.
You said it's experiment, so that means it has to have a hypothesis, a scientific hypothesis.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if the Earth is not curved, that light should be able to be seen lower down, and if it is curved, then we should have to elevate it to see that light.
Okay, so you do know that's called circular reasoning. That's not scientific. What are the control variables that he used?
What do you think circular reasoning means?
I put it up. I see it. Therefore, it's a globe. That's circular reasoning. It's affirming the consequent fallacy. So again, what are the control variables in the so-called experiment, Mark?
What are you talking about?
You guys are claiming science. You're saying experiment. So, control variables, please.
Yeah, the control variables are the distance from the origin point to where the light is shining, because that doesn't change, right?
Okay, the distance doesn't change. Great. What else?
Yes.
There's not only one control variable. You have to confine your cause to work out the dV. So, if it's only one control, how do you know there wasn't another cause for what we see, and therefore not being Earth curve?
How do you know there was?
Easy, because you could see him cutting it out with a bread knife.
That doesn't make. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're like. You are just. Yeah, no, you're just basically deflecting away from the fact that he did the experiment, set up his parameters, did the experiment. It came out not the way he wanted, and then you guys have to scramble to try and invent excuses for why he got the result that the globe Earth predicts.
Again, yeah, I mean, if you don't like his methodology, feel free to repeat the experiment yourself. It's easy enough to do.
Again, we are going. You guys are claiming it's an experiment, okay? So show me that it's an experiment. Show me science. You're not showing science. All you're showing is ignorance. That's practically what you're showing. You don't understand science.
Well, if you're such an expert, set up your own experiment.
No, that's
why don't you set up your own?
Now you're trying to push the burden onto me when you're trying to show us that it's an experiment. So can you please show me the IV, DV, and CVs for this so-called experiment?
Yeah, we've done tons of experiments to show that the Earth has been round. It's just you don't accept any of them.
Okay,
but again, you're not willing to go out and do your own experiments because I think you're afraid that you're going to find exactly what Jeranism did, that your predictions for the flat Earth are failing.
Mark, you said tons of experiments.
Which ones,
So when you say tons, you're saying in the thousands of experiments. Is that hyperbole, or do you really mean it?
No, I really mean that, yeah.
Oh, cool. Cool story, bro. Cool story, dude. Cool story, man. Hey, I tell you what. Show me one.
What, you mean the Eratosthenes experiment?
Did he live? Is there any primary physical evidence that the Greek guy lived 2,300 years ago? Yes or no?
Doesn't have to.
Yes, he does have to.
He doesn't have to. Oh, cool.
Cool. So no documentation.
Because it's the experiment.
You guys bring him up.
Yeah, well, let me answer.
You guys bring him up.
Let me answer. Let me answer.
Listen, Mark. You guys bring him up. You guys bring him up as if he's your bro. He never lived.
Oh no, I'm not a bro lever. I'm not a bro lever.
Okay, dude.
So Eratosthenes, it doesn't matter who he was, or even if he even lived. It doesn't really matter. What matters is the experiment and what it shows. It's like if we have an experiment, we can do it today. I mean, I could be completely ignorant of who came up with the experiment. As long as the methodology is sound, then the experiment will work. And I've got news for you. That experiment is done by literally thousands of people every year in the Eratosthenes experiment, where they give it to school-age children of all ages to do that experiment, collate it over thousands of different locations on the Earth, and they find out that the angle of those shadows proves definitively that the globe is curved.
The angle.
Can that be done on a plane as well? Hey, Mark, can that be done on a plane as well? What the Greek guy who probably didn't live that you guys invoke all the time? Could that be done on a plane surface as well?
Yeah, that's interesting. So it can be done on a flat plane as with a local sun if there is two of the sticks like Eratosthenes did. But when we expand that to the thousands of people doing it, the angle of the shadows isn't linear; it's exponential. Meaning that if it was linear, that would be a flat plane. If it's exponential, i.e. they get longer and longer exponentially as they get further away, then it is a globe, and that's been proven definitively.
Oh, I love it. So we have thousands of experiments, according to Mark, to prove the ball. We have, we have tons. I forgot. It's tons of experiments that prove the ball.
It is thousands.
And how many experiments do we have showing a flat Earth?
All of them, because you just
all you have to do is go out. All you have to do is go outside.
What's your control? What's your control variable for flat Earth?
Your so-called experiment that you just said is not an experiment; it's a measurement, and that measurement is done with an angle with a flat baseline. In other words, you're utilizing a flat plane to make those measurements. That's what we spoke about earlier. And again, you claiming experiment means the onus is on you to prove it's an experiment. So IV, DV, and control from your side, not from us.
No, but you've said that there's been tons of experiments for flat Earth. What's been the control?
You said
for
tons of experiments.
No. Hang on a second. Hang on. Let me finish. What's been the control and dependent variables for your experiments on flat Earth?
What experiment did I bring up, Mark Reed? We're busy debunking.
You said all of them.
All of them. You said all of them were experiments.
No, you guys are saying all of them are experiments.
I asked what experiments have shown a flat Earth, and you said all of them.
Okay.
All of them.
So please tell us about some of them.
Okay. Yeah. Like experiments when we try and show gas pressure requires containment. We always require containment.
What's the control variable for that?
Containment.
It's a control variable.
Yes.
What's being varied?
The control is the box. You got the set volume. Without the volume, you have no gas. It's an antecedent. So in other words, the cause for gas...
That's not a control variable.
Okay, I take the box away. Is there still gas pressure?
Is there still gas pressure? It depends.
No,
probably a slight amount, sure.
Okay. Now,
there's gas pressure in weather systems, and there's no container there.
It depends how you word your hypothesis. If you're going to say the cause for the gas pressure is containment, or the cause for gas pressure behavior is the movement of gases, the antecedent will always be containment. So you
beg the question.
No, it's not beg the question.
Yes,
it's demonstratable.
You beg the question.
It's demonstratable, not begging the question. Can you
demonstrate?
It's
begging the question.
Okay, please demonstrate to me gas pressure without containment, please.
Yeah, weather systems, because they have different pressure.
Same system.
What it shows, what weather systems shows is that with other phenomenon and forces in play, there can be areas of low pressure and high pressure next to one another. Like that completely debunks.
In the same system.
It is the same system. It's the weather system.
Do you have gas pressure already present for a weather system?
What container is in between these high and low pressures?
What? What container
is in between these high and low pressures?
No one said there has to be a container between. It's the same system, Mark.
But they're not the same pressure. Without a container, they should equalize, yes?
False. Remember, Mark, last time when you said gas has no behavior? This is your issue here.
Well,
what happens with temperature?
Does gas have weight? Does gas have weight?
It has density.
Does it have weight?
How do you weigh something, Mark?
Well, you can get, say, a air tank, for instance.
No, how do you weigh something? What is weight?
I'm telling you. I'm currently telling you. You weigh the container with just air in it. Then you compress air into it, increasing the amount of air in it, and then you weigh it again.
So calculate
it weighs more.
So that's not weighing gas, that's calculating the gas's mass. Okay.
How do you think you measure things?
Okay, can I make my point? How do you weigh a thing?
How do you think you measure things?
How do you weigh a thing?
I don't understand. I've just told you how you measure.
Can I talk?
All right, let's let Flatzoid speak for a minute here there, Mark.
Okay. How do you weigh a thing on a scale? Does that object have to be static? That means it sits there static on the scale. A gas molecule does not sit static, it moves constantly. It's all moving in all directions, so therefore it cannot be a measured weight because it literally bounces off instantaneously. It has a collision and away it goes. So you can't have a weight measurement for gas. You can, however, calculate its weight based on a measurement by needing a container, which making my point. So again, that weather system is in the same system. Your onus is to prove that you can have gas pressure without containment.
Okay.
The gas pressure is there for
can I
the weather
respond to
system
this point
to
without
exist.
going on like 10 points? Look,
All right.
yes, air molecules are in motion, but they're in motion inside of a scuba tank as well. Even if you compress that
Containment.
scuba tank, they're still in motion. But the scuba tank, the more air that you put into it, and scuba divers know this, right? The more air that you put into it, the more it weighs. So with your whole density, right? With your whole density, what is the density of a vacuum?
What? Density of a vacuum, that's a really,
Yes.
first of all, non sequitur.
Well, how
That's
do
not
you
even
calculate
coherent.
density? How do you calculate density?
Mass per cube volume.
Mass per cubed volume. So what is the mass per cubed volume of a vacuum?
It's not coherent. How do you work out a mass per volume? By the way, your volume you're having would be a container, making my point.
There's no mass, is there? There's no mass, is there, to a vacuum?
Show me one vacuum that has no mass or any molecules in, please. Even your space, 10 to the minus 17 tour, it's not a negative number.
Correct.
So
But
there's
mass per volume.
so
So
there's
there is a small,
gas.
small amount of mass per volume, right?
in a container, correct?
No, not in a container. We're just talking about the two things. So if the most dense thing is the one that'll be at the bottom, correct?
No, gas is not. It's not bonded. It moves in all directions. Homogeneous. It has elastic collisions. It moves around in all directions. So it's a mixture of different density of gases. We don't just have the densest gas at the bottom.
Yes.
We'd all be dead right now if that was the case.
Yeah. Because it moves and
Yeah.
intermingles, correct.
Great.
Any thoughts over there, Jim?
Yes,
Haven't heard
but
from you in a little
things
bit.
of weight will always go towards the bottom, correct?
Gas moves in all directions. It goes up too.
Yeah, so
You
apparently
trying to-
things
you
don't-
trying- you
yeah,
trying
you
to
don't have
false
a clue
equivocate-
about what buoyancy
Hold
is.
on a second there, Mark. We'll let
Or
Flatzoid
density
finish, and then I want to hand it over to Ember and Jim before we end our open
Okay.
discussion. So, Flatzoid, I'll let you respond to Mark, and then over to Ember.
Awesome. Yeah, so you're false equivocating things like different phases with like a solid and a gas are not the same thing. Gases move in all directions. They have elastic collisions. They never sit still. They're never static, where a solid is static. So when you do have what you call with pressure gradients, the gas is still moving around in those gradients. But to have this gradient, you still require a containment to hold all this pressure gradients in. The
All right, over to
antecedents...
you, Ember, after.
I'm almost finished. The antecedent would be the container, then the gas, and then the pressure gradients. Those pressure gradients, like you like claiming weather systems, are already in a contained system. That's my point.
They're not in the same system. they're
Prove
not.
it.
All right, I want to hear from Ember.
You
here
prove it.
before
You're
we
on trial.
end The open discussion here. Unless you guys want to keep going, that's at your discretion once again. You saw how long the last one went. We almost went for 5 hours.
Okay.
So you guys be careful if you don't want to get down that rabbit hole again. So, Ember, we're talking about containment here. So you want to respond to Flatzoid's claim there, and we'll hand it over to Jim.
Well, I'm not super interested in containment. I'd rather get back on topic.
Yeah.
You know, as we've mentioned before, we've seen a whole lot of incredulity, not a whole lot actually defending the flat Earth. I still have a couple of questions. Like we in the openings, we heard about how water seeks its level. You don't see a curve on water. Cool. We don't see the curve of the tidal bulge either, but we know the tides go in and out. I don't think either of our opponents would dispute that fact. So that kind of shows that there can be a curve that we can't perceive with our eyes.
It's a non-sequitur, Ember.
Yeah, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sure it is.
And it's not
Sure
and
it
a
is.
bulge of water is
And
not a
still-
drain.
Sure it is.
And
Everything
I'm,
they don't like. Non sequitur, sure.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm still waiting on an explanation for how a solar eclipse happens. And
Lunar
for that matter,
eclipse.
lunar eclipse. Well, I'll take a solar eclipse too. Why not?
Sure. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
But I mean, the main question that I really wanted to address is why reject the mainstream model? Why do you two believe in flat Earth in the first place? Besides, not the justifications, not the we see farther than we should, or there should be gas pressure, or what have you. What convinced you in the first place? What's at the bottom of it?
Are those things not important, Ember? When we say we can't see too far and gas pressure without a container, aren't those legitimate concerns?
No, they absolutely are. But when I have a question, I look at the world and I say, this thing that I perceive doesn't make sense. I don't decide the entirety of science is wrong and start making shit up. I say, why don't I learn about this and see if I can figure out why that is?
This makes sense to you?
Ryan, I mean, as a model.
Do you live on a model, Ember?
Well, as I said in the beginning, don't confuse the map for the place.
I'm serious. The only model that any of us guys should be concerned about is possibly dating and marrying one. Do you disagree?
I appreciate the sentiment that some things in life are considerably more important, but I would like an answer to the question as to why you're invested in flat Earth in the first place.
I want to know that, can you concede this? Can you concede that if not after birth, age 5, you went into kindergarten and the teacher who would never lie to you had a spinning ball tilted 23.4 degrees by the teacher's desk, and you were taught that all the way through education, and then entertainment took over, and here you are tonight? Will you concede to that?
To an extent, not the characterization. I get that you're leaning towards indoctrination, but I will say
there you go.
That there have been globes in classrooms. However, I was one of those kids who asked too many questions, and I frequently got sent to the principal's office. I had a second grade teacher who told me you couldn't subtract 5 from 3, and I said that's absolutely not true, and I got sent to the principal's office. And here we know you can do that. That's just not the way she wanted to teach things. So, to your point, teachers are not infallible. I get that, which is why we ask questions, we look at the world, we learn more, and we do experiments for ourselves.
Did you ask questions at age 6, 7, and 8 in grade school?
But the problem is, I would like to have a word here because I've been very patient. The problem is that when we ask the questions, you guys don't want to answer any of them, and you don't seem interested in what the answers are. You've dodged meteorites, you've dodged circumpolar stars, you've dodged lunar eclipses, you've dodged.
I haven't dodged lunar eclipses.
You've dodged southern. Excuse me, I'm talking. You've dodged Southern Cross. You've dodged everything that we've brought up with some kind of, well, let's go talk about this instead. Instead of actually looking into these things and coming up with some sort of explanation that we can say, hey, does this hold any water? Can we actually put this into practice, and will it give us the results from the phenomenon that you've described and the explanation you've described? And I think the reason why, and most people that I meet that are flat earthers are deeply religious, so there's definitely a correlation there. It's because in order for your thing to work, you can't look into these things and create a model, because then it's shown to be wrong. I think you're scared to do that.
So you're scared to believe there's a creator. We get it. Got it. Cool.
All right.
I'm not scared. I just don't think there is. That doesn't scare me in the slightest.
Guys, we actually told you about Selenilian eclipse top down. You didn't want to hear it. We told you about LAX and Dallas Fort Worth for and land location, straight line. You guys didn't want it. We told you.
I asked you to explain.
We told you that there is no. I don't have to prove something that doesn't exist. Okay, and I told you something as far as
lunar eclipses don't exist. Is that what you're saying?
I told you something. Circumnavigation north to south. You cannot prove going down to your ball and coming up the other side. You cannot prove. Now, Ember, you can say it, but you can't prove it. Now, you should be in the business of proving your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and tilted, wobbling, brought to you by Jesuit priests in 1540, that Copernicus talked about with Hermes Trismegistus, that Newton, your boy, talked about in the Emerald Tablet. You should be able to know that it's sun pagan worship, and now it's worship of the great attractor, this black hole that the universe goes around now. You guys, you're Narnia.
Not the universe.
You're a fairy tale.
That's a
and
hell
you're
of a
on
straw
here
man gish
defend-
gallop there, but
You're
I'm
on
still
here
wondering about
defending
lunar
something
eclipses.
that does
All right,
not exist.
All right, I do
Well,
want to jump in
again-
here because I do think we're right about a good time to probably jump into Q&A, but it's up to you fellas. I know.
Sure, yeah,
I think
please.
Flatzoid,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
said that
I mean,
you were on a
we can
time
only
constraint
get
there.
non-answers for so long, so I'm
Yeah.
happy to go to Q&A.
Yes.
Didn't answer it.
If they want to concede, that's great.
All right, sorry.
I still
I
got an hour and 20 minutes before the power goes off, so still good.
Okay, I was gonna say I just yeah, like I said, I don't want to put anybody on mute, so just do your best not to interrupt me because I've got the power. Anyways, if anybody has a moment they want to go use the washroom, now would be a great time to step on out.
No, I think we're okay to go to a quick Q&A. I think
All
that
right.
we've
Are we
sort
first
of
gonna
got
do-
no answers to the questions that we've asked. I mean,
All right, before-
still waiting on lunar eclipses and how they work. I mean, even if they're not real, like we've said, they're a phenomenon that needs to be described, because we know that the shadow passes, or what appears to be a shadow, in fairness, what appears to be a shadow. If that's not true, then what is it? How does it work?
I want everybody to leave here tonight knowing that Mark believes the sky proves the ground. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll have time for closing statements,
Okay.
of course. So let's get through the
Okay.
super chats, just because that's going to alter the perspective of what our closing statements are going to look like. So if anybody in the live chat hasn't already, hit the like button, share this out in that lovely contentious space that you like to do all your arguing in your Reddit forums. And as I had said to Raw Guitar earlier there, yes, my beer is not flat. So you want to talk about gas in a chamber? You're all just lucky I have a mute button. That's right. All right, let's go into the super chats. Big Bad Mama, $5. Flat Earthers, please describe in detail the origin of the global cabal of anti-flat Earth scientists. Where and when did it originate?
Here we go.
The history is simply some person woke up and decided, I love balls, it's a perfect shape, so therefore the gods had to create it as a ball, and therefore they started pushing it into a belief system, which is actually satanistic. That's why all your ratios are based with 666.
The doctors of divinity in the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, became the doctors of science. It started with Ignatius Loyola, 1539. It ended at the Treaty of the Council of Trent in 1563, if you believe those dates. And the Jesuits took over the Catholic Church. We got the Gregorian calendar because of that. And so I'm telling you guys, you are literally worshiping the sun, now the great attractor. It all started with Copernicus when he looked into the sky and theorized using his eyes what's going on. Everybody can do that too. And then, like I said, Ignatius Loyola took over. He became the first black pope, as far as in the Catholic Church, and they have controlled everything, including education. Basically, and that's what you're talking about. And you can make an argument that Copernicus, Descartes, Newton, Galileo, and Kepler never lived, because it was the Catholic Church that basically said, you go to the Catholic Encyclopedia, Copernicus was an employee of the Catholic Church his entire life. In May of 1543, he dedicated on the revolution of the heavenly spheres to the Pope, then died the same month. He was on his deathbed when he published it and gave it to the Pope. Cool story, guys. If you want to believe that fairy tale, you go ahead. We question and reject basically everything in your world, except when my teacher told me how to parallel park when I was 16. I still do that today. But the rest of it is garbage.
Now, keep going. I want to hear more about the cabal.
Yeah, I'm really curious how why the church imprisoned Galileo, the Catholic Church who's behind all this, when Galileo brought forth evidence that refuted the geocentric model. Like, why were they mad at their boy who was spreading their cabal?
If you believe their narrative, Ember, I can't help you.
All right, we're gonna be careful what topics we get into here, just so we don't get in trouble on the YouTube.
You don't want to hear more about the Black
No,
Pope?
you
No?
calm. No, that. I was gonna say, no, I had no idea what you were actually gonna say. I was just gonna keep going.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr.
I didn't
Monster.
bring it up. I didn't bring it up. It wasn't me
Alright,
this time.
No more like that. All right. So, Mr. Monster, $10. Yeah, don't get us kicked off YouTube here. I swear. I believe that the government is making up flat Earth so that we don't see the reptilian aliens on the moon. Do you agree? I'm not joking.
No. Definitely not.
Mr. Monster says they're not joking. They believe
They're not joking.
There's reptilians.
I
on
have
the
to
moon.
tell him he might have to check his medication.
Ooh, that's a little spicy. Jim, any thoughts on this idea?
Yeah,
that was
I
proposed?
wouldn't sort of comment on anybody's health. I think that I'm not a doctor, but yeah, I don't think that there's a lot of evidence for any reptilians at all. There's no evidence for the flat Earth at all. There's just all of these things are just conspiracy theories and people like sort of. So the prediction was from me that it would be religion is the reason why that they believe that the Earth is flat, and generally that's what we see. It's sort of this thing that people can fall into where their pre-held beliefs influence how they see the world. Science is supposed to eliminate bias, and that's how it works. So essentially, when you go in there, you are simply observing phenomena and trying to come up with experiments that are neutral, agnostic towards all previous sort of influences, and that's essentially what they do. And Ember brought up a good case. Jeranism did come up with a fine experiment. It's just proved what he didn't want it to prove.
I like Mark. I like Mark in the same sentence. Said reptilian and flat Earth is really cool, man. It's just the greatest thing to listen.
Do you believe in the reptilians on the moon?
Absolutely not. My God.
Okay.
It's just.
You never know.
We're sorry,
It's-
Super Chatter.
it's just-
these fellows don't share
It's
your
just.
reptilian sentiment.
I tell you what. It's fun, guys. You guys are cool. I talked about Newton's third law of motion, and Flatzoid took over second law of thermodynamics. And I would love to talk inverse square law of light before we leave, but if we can't, maybe if James will have us back, we can do it another day.
Well, I don't mind going down a semi-rabbit hole for maybe like a couple minutes if these fellows are open to it. So what's the topic, Jim?
Inverse square law of light.
Did you guys want to maybe take like 5 minutes and talk about that, or did you want to maybe save that for another time?
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with the inverse square law. It's a law. Cool. I think that settles it.
All right. Well, we'll continue on from there, and maybe Jim, if you want to poke around in our Discord after this, maybe we can link up and figure out what we can do to have another conversation here.
Yeah. Cool.
And just want to remind everybody, there's 600 people watching right now, 147 likes on my side. So hit the like button, super smash brothers that like button. Yeah, that's right. Let's continue on. I'm trying to find the super chats. I got a pad, as these things load. You were wondering why I left earlier. It's because I had to grab a fan because my computer is heckin' hot right now. So, Mr. Monster, $10. That was one I just read. Sorry, Romy Johndorf. I'm sorry, Romy Johndorf for €2. What does the underneath of the Earth look like?
Good question.
Well, it depends what cosmology. Where if you have a globe, you don't have an underneath of the Earth. With a flat Earth, it's just simply down, which would be waters above, waters below. That's about it.
All right. Any other
Like
thoughts,
some
or just move
turtles.
on from there? All right. Excellent. And Ember just put in the live chat that Mark's having an after party on his channel. So, yeah, Mark, if you're in our live chat right now, if you want to post your link for that, and anybody here, I know that our links might not necessarily be up right now. They will be in our post-production if they aren't already. I'll make sure I mention that to James afterwards. So let's continue on from there. So Romy Johndorf again for €2. How big is space? Do you believe in huge distances?
Is that too?
That would be for the flat Earth side, I would say.
Okay.
Oh, huge distances. First of all, we don't believe in Narnia. We don't believe in a fairy tale. So, if you want to talk about huge distances here on our stationary topographical plane, great. But if you're talking about light years, that's Narnia. That's a fairy tale.
Yeah, yeah, it's once again trying to place the globe belief onto us. So yeah, we don't have to believe in light years and light years away, as people like to put it.
All right, any thoughts on the other side? Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, you're great for putting up with me. Thank you. I just want to emphasize one thing. I've asked everybody who believes in the globe this question, and I want to ask Ember and Mark if they believe this as well. We're told that a photon, which is massless, massless, photon, which is light, can travel 13.7 billion years with a B in the vacuum of outer space, which is 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind it to reach our eye here on Earth. Ember, Mark, do you believe that?
Sure. I mean, light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second, so it's not exactly...
Cool.
I mean, it's very, very fast. It's the fastest thing
Cool.
in the universe, but I don't see the problem with it traveling that far.
Okay, cool. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
Can I maybe ask something then to you guys? A question. If you have a cigarette and it's nighttime, it's pitch black dark, and it doesn't matter what elevation you're at, you can be above even your belief of Earth curve. Why is it you can't see a cigarette light, let's say over a kilometer away?
Because light diffuses.
All right, let's continue on with the super chats. I think that's a good place to leave off there. And just a reminder to the live chat, take a moment and hit the like button. Or if you're not in the live chat, hit the like button anyways. It's
sorry,
it's a
Emma,
nice
did
thing
you
to
want
do.
to address that one? I'm sorry, I just sort of jumped in there.
I was going to say, I think everything's going to come full circle as we go through these super chats. So just sit tight, and I'm sure if you do have something that you thought about, it's going to, like I said, it'll come full circle, not to make a pun. LJ, a 499. Even my dog knows the moon landing was faked and Earth is level/flat. Question to the brainwashed sheep. Ember and Mark, do you believe in Santa Claus too? Have you been good boys this year?
Oh, I'm never good. I go for coal every year. I
Hey,
mean, obviously
you can cook with it.
that's obviously that's a silly question, but it's worth noting that according to historical documents, Saint Nicholas did exist. He was a real person at one point. So, if we believe history, then there was one. Whether he still exists now, that's more of a matter of faith, which I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I'm an atheist. I don't really do faith.
Yeah, same. I don't do faith either. And I think that sort of equating the moon landing with sort of Santa Claus, where we know one has been a fictionalized changing of events. And, we can do tests today to bounce lasers off the moon. We can bounce ham radio off the moon. They left reflectors up there for a reason. If you have the precise coordinates, you can bounce a laser off that box reflector that they left up there. Really cool stuff. We've also got things. Awesome.
Mark.
Yeah, we've also got. Well, just a sec. Let me finish. We've also got sort of rovers that have been up there. The Chinese have sent rovers. Other countries have sent rovers up to the moon, and sort of you can even see the flybys from other things of the moon landing site kind of thing. So yeah, I just don't believe this big conspiracy theory. That's all.
Mark, they've sent trillions upon trillions of photons to the moon. And sometime about 10, 12 years ago, one photon came back, and they say it came back, and that's what proved it bounced off the moon. If you want to look that up, that's just great. You guys say you're both atheists, and you have you don't base your off faith. Do you have faith in the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? Yes or no?
No, I have confidence based upon evidence.
And so you have faith that you're living on a spinning space ball.
As I said,
Ember and Mark,
based on
you you have faith in
So
that.
if you could not strawman my answer, I said I had confidence based.
Okay.
Yeah, as I've mentioned, I've done several of these tests myself. I confirmed with my own eyes, and the results lead me to believe that what I've been told is probably correct, or more precisely, I don't have a reason to doubt it.
What experiments have you done to prove your 8-inch per mile squared drop over distance?
I've traveled. I've seen lunar eclipses. I've repeated the sticks and shadows thing. I've bounced a laser off the moon.
Oh, you bounced the laser off the moon. Did you record that so we can all see it, please?
Well, I've heard
No.
heard they've bounced signals off the moon before they even had the moon landings. So that's a bit weird.
No. They bounced ham radio off the moon before they had the moon landings. Completely
Give
different.
Flatzoid the last word here.
No, that's what I wanted
I think
to
the
say.
question was to us, wasn't it, right?
It was to them.
I was going to say, I didn't know if you wanted to respond to what you just said there, but that's okay before we get down another rabbit hole there, because we got quite a few super chats. Keep them coming in, everybody, because I think, like I said, anything you're thinking about right now, we're going to get back to it one way or another. Sunflower, $5. Question for either side. If someone created a basic beam level with a fluid vial that was a mile long, how would the fluid in the level appear?
Flat.
A mile long, it would follow the Earth's curvature, because that's what level means.
No, it doesn't. Level means flat.
Level means
Synonymous.
Earth curvature. Mark, did you just say that level means Earth curvature? Did you just say that?
Level means perpendicular with the center of mass.
What does it mean to level a building?
So you can have level even though it's not level to the Earth's surface. You can still that's basically what it means. It means it's level.
Do you ever get tired of mental gymnastics, Mark?
Do you?
No,
Do you ever get tired of tap dancing?
I
We're
go
getting
out.
off subject. This is getting into the mudslinging.
Yeah, but can I just ask?
Well, I didn't start it.
Can I just ask though, Mark? You do know horizontal doesn't curve, right?
Do I know horizontal doesn't curve?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what to say to
The
that.
mathematical ideal of horizontal doesn't, but in the real world, yeah, it sure does. I mean, you can't build a skyscraper without taking the curvature of the Earth into account, because the parallel uprights of the building aren't perpendicular, aren't parallel. The building is wider at the top than it is at the bottom because the Earth is curved.
Where's the blue? Where's the blueprint? Where's the blueprints for that, Ember? Again, you can speak something, but you can't prove it. Where's the blueprints for that? The architecture for that? Where's it at?
Yourself. Most of them are public record.
I was going to ask, a skyscraper, you said it's wide at the top than the bottom. A skyscraper.
Ever so slightly, yes.
No, skyscrapers go thinner, closer together as they go up, because they need less weight.
You're deliberately misunderstanding me. Take the Empire State Building, the square part at the very top. If you trace that directly down, forget about how the building flares out, just the square part at the top, its footprint on the ground is smaller than the space it takes up above, because the upright beams move slightly further apart, because up and down are not parallel.
Tension.
Can you show that
mechanics?
Excuses. Awesome.
Excuses, yeah.
No, it's mechanics. It's for tension. Things need to be able to.
So first you're incredulous, and now you're throwing out whatever pops into your head that you can explain it away with.
I get exactly the same argument with the Verrazano Bridge. Why do you think it's leaning? Oh, because it's a tension bridge. It's just
I'll just add something that there's no such thing as a exactly straight line. It sort of is one thing that we can't actually practically put into the real world. Everything has a curve. The only straight line is one that's conceptual. Because even the slightest misalignment of atoms, when you get down to the very nitty gritty, will make it not a perfectly straight line. So essentially, when you're talking about perfectly horizontal, it is just conceptual and not something that we can actually put into place in the real world.
So Mark says again that there is no such thing as a straight line. I tell you, the mental gymnastics that you two and the globe community go through amazes me every single day.
That's not a refutation.
I tell you what, I'm telling you right now, I'm calling the globe up tomorrow. And which one of you two want to go on a date with it first?
Okay, Jim, can you present to me then a perfectly straight line?
Can you present? You made you.
No. Answer the question. Don't
Mark,
dodge. Tap dance.
Made
Okay.
the claim. You made the claim, and then you went to atoms. You went to atoms with with a nucleus with electrons that go around it that a massless photon can go into and bump into a different orbit or bump back into the nucleus, which is the photoelectric effect that Einstein stole and published in 1905, won a Nobel Prize for in 1921. You invoked it. I did not. I questioned it. You made the claim. So it's on you, Mark, to prove what you just said about the atom and all that stuff and a line not being straight. It's conceptual. Okay. Those are your words.
Okay, so can you present to me a straight line that when I don't zoom into it? Excuse me, can I please speak?
Right. Let's let Mark wrap this one up, and then we're going to move on.
So if your claim is that a line can be perfectly straight, you should be able to present to me a perfectly straight line that when I zoom into it and get closer and closer and closer, it will still remain straight and not deviate in any way whatsoever. You can present that to me at any time.
That is not how the game is played, Mark. You made the claim, and I called you out on it, and then you even had the audacity to bring up atoms as if you've ever seen one, and as if Einstein ever saw one. And
are we denying atoms exist now?
You've never heard of an electron microscope?
Oh! You can see electrons under electron microscope. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what he's saying.
We can see atoms.
Okay, cool. I want you to get me an electron microscope, and I want you to send me a photo of an electron under an electron
I didn't say an electron.
That's
I said an atom.
What I want.
Don't you understand the difference between electrons and atoms?
I understand just fine. You want a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and you say you don't have faith in use faith. You have faith in something that doesn't exist and is basically sun pagan worship. That's all. That's what it started. Mark, the doctors of divinity became the doctors of science. That is basically what has happened, guys. You believe in something that
can we get back onto topic?
I mean, if you could demonstrate that would be great.
Yeah, so tap dance away can't demonstrate the straight line.
Right. It's your claim, Mark. It's not mine.
Let's get back into the super chats, everybody, just because we do have a lot more pouring in, and Flatzoid's on limited time, so I do want to get through as many of them as we can while Flatzoid's still here. But Flatzoid, we super appreciate you being here. Kyle G, 10 euros for the Globies. Could you kindly please provide a practical demonstration in order to be able to determine that a selenolian eclipse is only possible due to refraction? That's our first super chat from Kyle G, so thank you. So he's asking, and I'm sorry, sometimes with the headphones on, it's hard to speak. For the Globies, could you kindly, please, provide a practical demonstration in order to be able to determine that a selenolian eclipse is only possible due to refraction?
We can do multiple experiments of how light curves in the atmosphere and how the atmosphere affects it. The only reason why the refraction is so pronounced in a selenolian eclipse is because it's coming in sideways through the atmosphere. Then it has to pass through a lot more atmosphere as if it was top-down kind of thing. So we can actually measure the amount of deflection that occurs. Because the more atmosphere it has to pass through, the more that light is refracted. So we can actually do experiments on that.
Did you get that from Google, Wikipedia, or NASA?
So he asked for a practical demonstration. I don't have the moon in my back pocket, but I do have a camera lens handy. This is just a regular 70-300 camera lens. What we're seeing with a selenolian eclipse is more like a fisheye lens, because the atmosphere being curved behaves like a fisheye. And like a fisheye lens, you can see things further to the side that appear more towards the middle than they actually are. It's a distortion effect because the atmosphere is a curved lens type effect. So, I mean, That's the best I've got for practical demonstration.
I'll give you your camera, and I'll take my P1000 anytime over your camera. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, I've got one of those too.
I'm telling you guys, you can see further than you're supposed to on your 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. And when you walk away on a flat surface, you get smaller due to perspective, and things disappear bottom up. You can do that experiment yourself. You don't have to rely on anybody else, a scientist, to tell you. You can do it yourself. You can do it tomorrow if the weather's fine. Do it and find out that we live on a stationary plane and not your spinning space ball, which 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance has never, ever been proved.
Yeah, see, the thing is, we can
Except always.
We can demonstrate these effects on flat surfaces like we have many times. And I mean, I've even done it on MTD where we showed a person takes a flat floor, brings in the cold air for refraction, and then it looked curved, doing opposite of what your globe claims.
Yeah, so that video was like done in shaky cam with someone without even the cam fixed. We've got no idea whether
It
he's
was on the
holding it
ground.
steady or straight or up and down. Yeah, but it just like when he was moving it around,
It
like
was
it
on
was
the
just such the most
ground.
ridiculous.
Hold
It
on
was
there,
the most
Flatzoid.
Flatzoid. Seriously, man, I know your experiment sucks, but no need to talk over the top of me.
All right, let's continue.
Like it basically, when you said you could see this, he was actually having it in his hands and moving around, as I pointed out. Like if Flatzoid has a problem with the amateurs of Jeranism's experiment, then he should absolutely throw this experiment out the window, because nothing was fixed. There was no controls. There was just a guy saying, hey, this is what it looks like through my camera. When he's moving it around, we don't have any idea what angle it was on. Nothing was documented at all in any way, shape, or form. Just here, trust me.
All right, 15 seconds to you, Flatzoid, and then we'll hand it over to Ember to close this question for the globe side. So, Flatzoid?
Okay, yeah, again, it's not an experiment. Learn what science is, please, Mark. Thank you.
Over to you, Ember, for the closing of this question here.
Yeah, we're still on the Selenilian eclipse.
You got it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what's going on. The fact that we can is itself a demonstration of a curved atmosphere. So, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah. Although it is interesting that by a similar mechanism, we can see the sunrise, the moonrise, etc. And the fact that they rise rather than start out small in the distance and get closer without ever crossing the horizon, as one might expect on a flat plane, also kind of demonstrates that it's not a flat plane. And also on the topic of the P1000, the fact that we can see farther than some people think we should be able to, and yet we do, that demonstrates that we can see that far, not whether the should or shouldn't. We can't see from New York to LA. The fact we can't is a problem for a flat world.
No, it is not.
Give me a...
Ember,
here come the excuses.
Ember,
I love
that
the
is
All right, we've
excuses.
opened... Hold on,
Give
guys.
me more.
Before we go,
I'd like to just add
parade.
one thing, because the question was first. I just want to add one thing. They keep saying this number for the drop. That's not the formula for calculating.
All right, 15 seconds, and then I do want to hand it over to the other side because we've opened up a big old can of worms from the sounds of things, and Jim had some thoughts. So, Mark, go ahead.
Well, usually
seconds.
the people ask the questions are the one to end. I don't know if that's what you're doing, Ryan. I have no idea. But anyway, it's the right formula is height equals, this whole thing of squared. It's not the formula for calculating.
1.22. I just have to say it's 1.22 times the observer's height in feet.
All right, Jim, you had some thoughts?
Ember thinks that we can see forever and things don't disappear bottom up. So we should be able to see, thousands.
No, I agree. Things should disappear bottom up.
It's really interesting. Ember, you're so disingenuous. Hey, here's a guy who sent me something, and he said my team and I did a video using a tracker in the P1000. The tracker maintains constant zoom to tracked object. This is why the sun never changes size with filter in their videos. The tracker is constantly adjusting zoom. Anything will always look the same size. And then he goes, you can use a filter in a P1000 with no tracker, and it will not adjust zoom. Therefore, the object will become smaller as it goes away. Guys, I don't put it past any of you globers who believe in faith of your globe that you would put a tracker and claim that the sun doesn't, change its angular size as it moves away. I wouldn't put it past any of you. It does change size.
Incredulity.
It does change size as it moves away. I've seen it with my P1000. I've seen it with my phone. I'm sorry, guys. If you want to believe in your fairy tale and you want to think that the globe has done something for you, so you come online and defend it, because it is faith that you believe in a spinning space ball. Cool, man.
What has the flat Earth done for you?
All right, let's,
Must be
You know
doing
what the
some
flat
nice
Earth's given?
stuff.
Hey, Ember asked me something. It gave me the truth. That's what it gave me.
all right, we're gonna let Ember and Mark close out this question here.
Yes.
as we did
I
say.
just have, in reply to that, I just have a quote from Don Quixote. Don't ever let the facts get in the way of a good truth.
Yeah, and you have no facts on your spinning space ball, period.
All right, Mark, close us out on this one.
Yeah, so this is the thing. I think like the question was, the globe ever done for us? Well, that's just where we live. We get to understand the world a little bit better, and I just want to point out that Flat Earth has done nothing to improve the lives of anybody at all. At least sort of we've got sort of all of these inventions as a result of the space industry. Flat Earth, they did have a space thingo, and it ended tragically when the guy crashed his rocket. So we've never
All
gotten
that technology
anything
is based
from
on
Flat
flat.
Earth that's been worth a damn, really.
All right, well, let's
Except that
continue
the
on.
fact you live on a stationary plane, Mark.
Well, let's try to continue on from there. We'll have lots of time. And yeah, I am going to try to keep it traditional in the sense of letting one side that's been asked the question to end the question. But we're Flatzoid's on limited time. I do want to let Flatzoid sink his teeth into the things that really gets his goat. So let's continue on there, everybody.
Everything?
Well, no, the things. That Idol for €1. That was your first super chat. No question attached there. Thanks, buddy. Let's keep having fun here. So Tim Pryor, $5. Every field of science and every scientist agrees with the globe. But sure, it's scientifically impossible. That's why we laugh.
Is this
Okay.
probably
It's a
for the
little
Globers? I think it sounds for the Globers almost like they're saying, you're claiming science, but it's not actually science, it's pseudoscience.
Yeah, I think it's So the whole idea that it's impossible isn't true. It's not impossible. It's just people like Flatzoid and Jim think it's impossible, and they don't think they could possibly be wrong. So really, you have to sort of weigh up which is the most parsimonious, or which was the most likely thing. The great thinkers of our mind, the ones that understand physics and astronomy and all of these different fields, like a ton of geology, all of these fields, they're all wrong, and they're the most educated in their fields. They're all wrong, or alternatively, people who have never been educated in these fields at all and have done their own online research are wrong. Which is more likely.
The problem with astronomy and astrophysics is you got it just a little bit worse than everybody else. You got dumber by degrees. The longer you were in it, the worse it got.
Yeah,
it's that simple. And and Ember and Mark, we've been cordial. Thank you. I'm going to say this: the reason people don't want to rock the boat. Why? Because they depend on the boat to stay afloat to get paid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Same
also
to be said of you.
And we also got to say the reason it's seen as pseudoscience is because it is pseudoscience. Your guys' whole so-called science is based on a belief and an opinion of a globe. So you already have your bias adjustments for basing it on a globe. So there's no actual science for it, and there's no experiment, you could say. You guys just take calling things experiment. Like if you take astrophysics and astronomy and stuff, can you go and manipulate the IV to get your course? No. So you use circular reasoning. You make a mathematical basis up and you prove it mathematically. That's not scientific. That's pseudoscience.
So here's the thing. When we have the possibility of two conflicting ideas, we can devise a test to tell which one is which. Globe model, heliocentric model, Big Bang model, whatever model you care to use, they make predictions, and then we test things, and every single time The standard model is verified.
That
Flat
is
Earth
so
doesn't make
Ember,
predictions.
you can
They
speak
probably
it,
use
but
the
you
same
can't
numbers every
prove
time.
it. I'm calling you
Yeah.
out right now. You can speak it, but you can't prove it.
Okay, let's take this into
Okay.
how many times has the sun's distance changed through heliocentrism?
The sun's distance
it's
changes
changing all the
daily.
time.
We're in an elliptical
Yeah, what are you
orbit.
talking about?
No, the distance from Earth to the sun. How many times has it changed in history since
All
its
the time.
conception? It's now 93
Year
million
round.
miles away, right? Correct? It used to
It
be
changes
further
year
away.
round.
It used to be closer. No, the standard distance. And this was
We have an
scientific.
average. Okay. Let me answer, Flatzoid. Don't just keep running on. We have an average distance to the sun because as we go round the sun during the year, as Ember pointed out, it's ecliptical, so it changes yearly.
That's not what I'm
I
saying.
don't understand.
What I'm saying
So
is when the
when you
heliocentric...
say how often has it changed? It changes all the time because we're not in an exact orbit to the sun.
It's
Like,
not a perfect circle.
Who proved?
Yeah.
Who proved motion of the Earth around the sun? Mark, Ember. Who proved motion of the Earth around the sun?
Galileo.
Who did?
Proved.
Galileo.
Wow. That's
Galileo
a strong word.
did.
Well, a few different people have over the
guys,
course of the year.
guys. Every
Well, let
interferometer,
Ember answer.
every interferometer experiment since Michelson-Morley, 1887, all the way through Dayton Miller, and every interferometer experiment since then, no matter, they get more and more precise, has shown 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second around the sun, and not 30 kilometers per second or 6,600 miles, 666 around the sun. So every scientist who believes in the spinning ball has shown 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second around the sun, and not 30 kilometers, which Google tells you. Every single one. Tell me how that's possible.
You can't
Can you give me
measure
those
the
examples?
orbit
Tell
of the
me
Earth
how that's
around.
possible.
You can't measure that with an interferometer.
Yes, you
Michelson-Morley
can.
was a test of the
Interferometry does it.
luminiferous aether. It
Yeah.
proved
No.
there wasn't
No.
one. That's all it does.
I know. I got the paper right here. I got it right here, and it says on the relative motion of the Earth and the ether, but it talks about the relative motion of the Earth. And Michelson-Morley showed 1/6 of the 30 kilometers per second. Every interferometry experiment debunks your motion of the Earth, which destroys your
It
heliocentrism.
debunks
What
the
about it?
aether.
No, it no.
Loves the aether.
That is your interpretation of it because you can't accept that heliocentrism, that interferometry destroys your heliocentrism, your sun pagan worship. And you know the reason you have an elliptical orbit instead of a circular? Because in the math, a circular orbit doesn't work. So they had to make it elliptical in the math, not in the evidence, but in the math.
And then they
Prove-
still have,
okay, okay,
and then
guys,
they- and
prove
then
me
they-
wrong.
And then they still have problems with 3 bodies of motion.
No, I think you should prove yourself right, to be honest with you. But yeah, this is just nonsense. I'll wrap
Sure
up.
it
So
is.
I think
Science
I'll
is-
build off. Well, I think I'll build off what Ember said to wrap up. That when we have competing models, we usually make some predictions or present those models to say, hey, this is how it works, and see which one actually comports with reality and which one doesn't. What we've seen here tonight is this tap dance and this desperate running away from any kind of explanation of how their things work at all. They didn't explain meteorites. They didn't explain lunar eclipses. They didn't explain anything. We asked them the Selenelian eclipse. They didn't explain how that actually works because they don't want to present
You
a
don't
model.
know how it
Because
does
if they put up a model next to the globe Earth, they will have to try to show that comports with reality better, and it's just not going to.
Why don't you just go?
Sorry.
Why don't you just go
All right.
date a model and marry one instead of believing in a fairy tale model of your globe? Why don't you just go date?
Oh,
All right, let's
I'm married. I think my wife would probably object.
okay.
That's a fair
hopefully,
point.
And hopefully,
I would
you
imagine.
consider
let's
hopefully
carry
you
on.
consider a
everybody.
model. Yeah.
We have. all
I'm
kinds
gathering
of-
that you're not married. I'm gathering you're not married at all.
Cool story, Mark. Cool.
Let's
Are you
carry
married?
on. No, let's
No?
not get into
Yeah,
each
let's
other's
move along.
personal lives because that's
Well,
not
I
going to
mean,
benefit the conversation.
My personal life is being brought up, so I think. It's
Oh, I
only
know,
fair.
but if
You
we'll
brought
set
it
a
up.
better tone going forward. So,
Okay,
Dr. Dino,
sure.
$5. Mark, so they're parroting.
Yeah, he brought
Mark
it up. Like, what the
says,
hell?
"Here's how rockets work." Jim says, "Yeah, according to your fairy tale." Flat Earthers, please Google and read the definition of an oxidizer. So
Google.
for you guys,
Thank you. Hey, whoever wrote that, thank you for playing. Google, Wikipedia, ChatGPT, and NASA, I will refuse. So if somebody tells me to go Google something, I'm going to laugh. Because when you Google speed of the motion of the Earth around the sun, you get 30 kilometers per second, or 66,600 miles per hour. But every interferometer experiment ever has shown 3, 5, 6, or 8. So I am going to Google nothing.
Well, I
Part of
wouldn't
the
use
conspiracy, folks.
But
Yeah,
like
yeah,
we
but
said-
I just to add quickly, don't use ChatGPT. It doesn't give accurate results at all. It's not designed to fact check what it looks up. So don't use that.
Okay.
You use NASA, Wikipedia, and Google?
Well, I use Google Scholar a bit, yeah, sure, but it's the papers that I'm looking up, journals that I'm looking up, not Google itself. Google's a web crawler. You know, they don't actually put anything up themselves. All they do is find things in other sites. That's how it works.
When has your science ever shown motion of the Earth at 30 kilometers per second around the sun?
Yeah, I think we already went over this. You're sort of
When has your science?
It's just a red
shown?
herring.
This
is just a red herring.
Can you show me
is all
30
this
kilometers
is.
per second around the sun?
Sure.
I want to see
parallax
it.
motion.
I want to see it. I want to see 30 kilometers per second around the sun, please.
Yeah, this comes back to you guys have claims without demonstrations, so it's just faith-based. It's exactly
We've
that.
told you how to conduct the experiments yourself, to make observations yourself. These are demonstrations you can do at home.
Observation is not a demonstration. You actually have to do the demonstration instead of hiding behind, I see something, so I affirm the consequent that what I see is what I say it is. That's just circular reasoning.
Which
want an
is
actual
why we
demonstration.
create hypotheses. If this, then this will happen. If not, then this will happen. And then we see which it is. That's how you sort
Circular
out what's true or
reasoning.
not.
That's circular reasoning. That's why it's not science. That's pseudoscience.
sort of the opposite.
What's that circular
Well, how the hell do
How
you
science-
determine
how
what's true?
science works is you first observe the natural phenomena, then you want to figure out the cause for that natural phenomena, therefore you create the hypothesis. This is the cause for the natural phenomena, therefore if it's validated,
Yes.
with experiment, then it's validated or it's disproven.
See, that sounds
you're
like
trying
circular
to
reasoning.
disprove
That's
that
not
it's
circular reasoning.
falsification. No, wait, because you don't understand science, Flatzoid. You have no idea. You try to disprove the hypothesis, right? It's called
No, you
falsification.
gotta know.
That's the opposite of your alternative hypothesis,
So you
which is
validate the
what
one and disprove the other.
that disagrees with you. Yes, if you can't prove the alternative hypothesis, you fall back on the null.
So which did we first do? Observe the natural phenomena. You guys do not observe the natural phenomena first. You make your hypothesis, then you observe the natural
no, we
phenomena.
don't.
That's
no,
not science.
the observation
That's
comes
all-
first. You are so oblivious to
Oh,
science.
really?
It's incredible.
Okay, when you
Yes,
had the so-called
absolutely.
Eddington experiment, as you put it, was that first observed or was it predicted before?
What's
A
your
prediction
science
is how we
background
verify
there?
things.
So it's not science then. It's circular reasoning. I see the sun come up,
No,
so
it's
therefore
not.
the sun comes
Ugh.
up because God pushes it up. Congratulations.
So a hypothesis, you basically make the hypothesis. So just say you're trying to find out what is causing something. You say, hey, I observed this. I think it might be, say, the Earth is round, right? Okay, that becomes the alternative hypothesis,
no.
right?
What?
Yes,
Tell me
that
the-
is how
Tell
it
me
works.
the cause for round, please. Give
That
me the
is
cause for
how
round.
it works.
Give me the
then
cause
you
for
say,
round.
if the Earth is not round, I should see this and go out to falsify that hypothesis.
Circular
You don't
reasoning.
understand science.
Circular reasoning.
All right.
You have
Let's-
to
I
you have to
don't.
manipulate the independent variable to get your
Clueless.
outcome. How do you
Clueless.
manipulate round? Please tell me how you manipulate round.
Clueless.
Yes, you are.
Clueless.
Projection.
No, you're completely clueless, Flat.
So you
Sorry.
don't manipulate-
You talk about science. You are the best contender for the Dunning-Kruger Awards I have ever seen in my life.
Have you?
It's
Do
incredible.
you manipulate the IV or not, Mark?
Do I manipulate the IV? I don't even know what you're talking
So you
about. Do I
speaking ignorance projection. Congratulations. That's
do you
independent
manipulate
variable.
the IV?
Yes, you
do.
do.
you manipulate the IV?
Yes, you
How
do.
do you manipulate the IV? I don't even know what context you're referring to.
Independent variable. That's the cause of the effect, aka your IV, the cause, which causes the DV,
Okay,
the
so that's what
effect.
you're talking about. Okay.
And you telling me I'm the ignorant to science projection?
No, IV can stand for a lot of things. You
No,
didn't even say the
IV
actual
stands for one
name of
thing.
it.
All right, let's continue on with our super chat.
What, intravenous?
We've got
We were
all
talking about
kinds of
hypothesis.
questions here.
God, you're so slow. It's incredible.
So we've almost cracked 200 likes. I'm not. I was gonna say I speak pretty fast sometimes. I got to be careful. I won't take that projection onto me, or else live chat's gonna just tear me to shreds. Avner 999 Flurfs, do you believe the moon is made of plasma? Thanks, Avner, for that super chat. Your first one.
Could be
You
possible.
want that, Flatzoid?
Could be
You want that?
possible. Yeah, it could be possible. We do not know what it is, so we're not making claims, but it's a possibility.
What is?
All-
What would
all
be
I-
plasma in this sense? Like I'm sorry.
All I know.
Yeah, you can
All
go,
I
sorry.
know, all I know with the moon is this: when it reaches about a quarter, or the last quarter, or the gibbous, either way, after full moon or before full moon, it is looking up at 3:30, 4. It's looking up about 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, and the sun is down at 5 o'clock, 5:30. If it was on the moon, if you wait till after the full moon and you get a quarter, or you get a waning gibbous, if that's what it's called, the moon is looking up at 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock, and the sun is down at 8. If you go by line of sight in your fairy tale outer space, you should always have the sun illuminating directly on the moon. I have videos showing that it does not, and we're coming up to a first quarter here real soon in a few days, and I'm going to do it again, but I'm telling you guys, the moon is self-illuminating because line of sight will tell you that if in your fairy tale, the sun will be illuminating the moon directly on that side, and not looking up and the sun lower in the sky. But I appreciate your fairy tale.
But you know what's also interesting?
How
Why-
lunar eclipses
Just
work,
before
Jim?
you guys jump in here, just to clarify for our super chatters, so that is a yes. You do believe the moon is made of plasma, or you think that's a possibility?
It's just a
I
possibility.
think the question was the sun made of plasma. I think.
No,
it was the
sun.
moon.
Is the moon made of plasma?
The moon's made of plasma.
No, it's a
Okay.
possibility. No one's claiming this. But again, don't you think it's an interesting fact that when you have a new moon, you're not able to see it?
That's
No.
what the new
No,
moon
no matter how
means.
much exposure you
Yeah.
put, you do not able to bring the moon into view. Weird how that works if it's
Well,
a physical object.
that's actually not true. During the last solar eclipse, what was it, 2017? I took my kids. I took photos. I had a ton of cameras with me, and I did get the face of the moon off of the Earth shine reflected directly back at the moon in front of the sun. So, yeah, you can see the moon when it is literally brand new if you do it exactly right.
Do you maybe have a channel? I'd love to check this out if you got the video on it.
I do not have the video on my channel, but I do have a channel.
Awesome.
So again, Ember is speaking something, but he can't prove something. Thank you,
So
Ember.
again, I just like to point out that they're making all of these statements on sort of how their model works, what the model entails, but they don't actually even know. So what this shows is that the moon can be anything to justify their presuppositions about the world. If something doesn't work, they can just say, hey, the moon's not plasma, it's this other thing. Oh, well, that's not, this other thing. It's then made of cheese is why that it shows what it shows. This is the deception that Flat Earth always does. They always will never get pinned down to one description, because then they can change it to suit whatever proves them wrong.
You
This is the
self-project
path-
really well.
Excuse me. This is the path to ignorance.
Okay.
It absolutely is.
Okay.
Why do you think it's called relativity? Because you can change it anytime you want to.
Exactly.
It's not called special objectivity or general objectivity. It's called relativity because you can change it anytime. Mark, you've self-projected at least 2 or 3 times tonight, and this is the first time I've called you out. But I'm telling you
How
right
do you
now,
self-project?
if you believe that the moon can look up at 10:30 and the sun can be down at 8 and vice versa before it becomes a new moon, and you say, well, it's refraction or the bending and warping of space-time or whatever, line of sight should tell you that the moon is self-illuminating. You go look at it in 3 or 4 days, look at it after the full moon, and you come back with me, because I have video that the moon is self-illuminating. I'm sorry, guys. I know you're atheists. Your faith is in the globe. Some of us have faith in the creator who created us.
Okay.
I mean, that's cool. How do you get a shadow on a self-illuminating surface?
Okay, can I finish off this? So we can move to the next one, Ryan. Is it fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'd like the answer to that. How do you get a shadow on a self-illuminating surface?
First of all, you making a assertion that it's a shadow. Secondly, like we're saying,
What is it?
We don't know. Just because your globe tells you it's something doesn't make it so. It just means you are gullible and enough to have faith to believe it's what's been told. Now again,
what's the definition of a shadow?
Again, we're closing off here. Nobody's saying it's a shadow or it's not a shadow. You guys are
Oh,
making
I'm saying
assertion.
it's a shadow.
So you claiming it to be a shadow, that's you, that's not me.
All right, let's move on here, guys. Tim Pryor, $5. Apparently, this is not the one that the flat earthers are going to give evidence for flat Earth. They are really obsessed with globe Earth, aren't they? They're coming at you too. So Jim and Flatzoid,
maybe they want to date the globe Earth model. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe they want. Then maybe they're jealous.
Okay.
Maybe that's it.
Flatzoid, you go, and then I have a response.
Okay. What do you think we presented? Bodies of water always stay level, flat, at rest. No measured curve. You need containment to have gas pressure. No rotation of Earth, aka all flat. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Since
experiments that showed flat Earth.
Since 1958, 65 years ago, NASA has gotten $700 billion. Space Force, I don't know. They started December 2019. You have other space agencies spread throughout the world. You have education. You have entertainment. It is a very good possibility, if you adjust for inflation between 1958 and today, 65 years, that the globe, through taxpayer money, printed money, borrowed money, NGOs, foundations, has gotten somewhere between 8 and 10 trillion dollars with a T, and our side, from foundations, NGOs, taxpayer money, printed money, borrowed money, has gotten zero. Your science has been bought.
All right. Well, I didn't want to keep this going, but you're kind of coming at the other side there. So
not address the question.
I'm just giving you facts as far as money that your side has gotten that our side hasn't.
Yeah, weird how we fund actual science, huh?
All right, let's continue on. Dr. Dino, $2. Thanks for your super chat. And thanks to everybody else for their super chat. I think I've been forgetting to say thanks for your super chat. So big thank you to everybody who has already put in a super chat. And to those of you who haven't, no thank yous. Shame on you. Dr. Dino, $2. Serious.
Thank you for watching anyway.
Yeah, thanks for watching. Don't let my Canadian sarcasm jar you, right? I do know that I've been. I should say I've been known to say that the Canadian sorry is usually sorry you're so stupid, eh? That's why A is usually followed up with that. We're not actually as kind.
Look at Canadians in a whole new light now.
Exactly. Yeah. That apology is really just like a little tiny backhand. Anyways, I'm kidding. Sorry to the Canadians in the live chat. Let's continue on. Dr. Dino, $2. I'll say it again. Serious Hoven flashbacks here. Having fun, E and M. Are you having fun, Ember and Mark?
Yeah, it's absolutely.
A good time. I think, and it's funny because you hear the same arguments, and Hoven kind of goes off flat earthers are stupid and stuff like that. He really is this, really denigrates them completely, which I probably wouldn't do. But it's odd because you hear the same arguments from these people about a young Earth, about a flat Earth, about all these conspiracies stopping us from learning the truth, kind of thing.
Fun.
But they can't agree on the truth. That's the thing. Like you hear all these conspiracy theories, but they can never get on the same page.
Yeah, Ember. your thoughts, and then Jim, Flatzoid, you guys having a good time? You having a
Oh yeah, it's always great. I love being
chill
here.
time on Modern Day Debate?
I
How are
love
you
it.
hanging out there, Jim?
I enjoy Ryan. He's very, very fair, and Mark and Ember. First time I've met you, you guys are great, and I know Flatzoid a little bit.
Yeah, and Jim's awesome.
Hey.
It's good to actually have Jim on here. I mean, that's your first debate, correct, Jim?
Yes, on Modern Day Debate. Yes,
Awesome.
and if I don't get a chance to thank James, I want to thank James right now.
Oh yes,
It's
always.
It's well worth it to wake up at 1 a.m. for these things.
I was going to say, yes, always a big thank you to the Modern Day Debate overlord, James, our Lord and Savior here at Modern Day Debate for just creating such an amazing channel where we can have a neutral platform for everybody to share their views. We're going to continue with the Q&A. Once again, I want to remind our fellas, if you want an opportunity to use the washroom, get yourself a drink, we can have a little moment for that. Yay or nay? No, these guys are professionals.
I'm good for right now.
They don't want to go anywhere. Oh, my wife just got home. Hello, wife. Anyways, let's continue on.
Hi, Ryan Waifu.
Hello, Ryan Waifu. Hi.
Hello.
Always throwing her jacket on the back of my chair. I tell her not to do
There you
that.
go.
And there she goes.
Showing superiority.
Clear dominance display.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
dominance display.
I got to get called out in the live chat now. See, what have you done to me, wife? What have you done? All right, LJ 199. Mark is a sad. Sorry, Mark. Mark is a sad example of what humanity has become.
Okay. Cool.
Well, yeah, that's a little ad hominem. I didn't mean to get. I already had it that far, so I figured I may as well finish off.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Matthew Wilson,
Yeah.
a fellow Canadian, for $2.
No. Could I get to respond to that? I mean,
You want to
look,
respond? Okay, you go for it.
Yeah. I mean, calling someone names isn't a refutation of any of their arguments. I could be like a puddle on the floor making an argument, an absolute genetic nightmare making an argument. Doesn't mean that I'm wrong. Like, it's not a refutation of what I've said. So if all you can do is throw insults, then good on you. I don't know what to say to that.
I would agree
That's
with
awesome,
you, Mark.
though.
I'd agree with you on that one, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
like, base it on the arguments, not on how people look or stuff like that. It's just pointless.
All right, just hold on 1 second here. Let's get back into the Q&A. I'm just keeping an eye on the live chat there because I knew everybody was going to get all their panties in a knot. All right. So Matthew Wilson, $2, a fellow Canadian. If there is a dome, where do meteorites come from?
Maybe they break off the dome. Who knows?
So it's a nickel iron dome?
Never know.
Interesting.
We
It's a
don't.
very curious concept.
Our side doesn't decide things based on assumptions and things that we cannot measure,
Exactly.
that we cannot observe, and that
Really?
we cannot test.
Mhm.
If we can, you know what our side does, Ember and Mark, is we test the earth, the ground we walk on. You guys look to the sky to tell us what the ground is we walk on. We actually test the ground, and that's a huge difference.
That's a great point.
Yeah, we do testing, but if your sort of your own experience is all you'll ever test, you'll never understand anything. This is what I mean by it's a road to ignorance, because you'll never even look up into the sky, or you won't cross the mountains and go somewhere else to test. You're locked in your own ignorance of, hey, I'm only going to see what's around me, while taking advantage of things that have been built based upon science. Like, the only reason why we're talking on the internet right now is because somebody used scientific principles to come up with computers, the internet, airline travel, everything. All of our technology is based upon scientific principles. If
And we can-
went, well, we're not going to do anything but look at the
See you guys.
ground, we would never have come up with those things.
We can do that on a stationary
Yeah.
plane as well, Mark.
It's not shape dependent.
No, it's not.
But only if you're just looking at the ground, you're never going to.
We are
to
looking
figure
at the
these things out.
sky. The only difference is you guys already have your belief that the sky you're looking at is a vacuum that violates the second law of thermodynamics.
It doesn't.
Well,
though.
it doesn't. And also, we don't start from a place of belief. We start from a place of skepticism. Say, we don't have a reason to believe this. Can we demonstrate it? And then it gets demonstrated, and we go, okay, we've come this far. Now let's try to demonstrate something else. And where stuff fails, like a flat Earth, then we stop believing in that.
Great. So you can demonstrate gas pressure without containment for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, we already did.
Yeah,
No.
that's been asked and answered. Also,
You haven't
altitude.
demonstrated.
As you go up in altitude, pressure goes down. If there were a container, it should be a homogeneous pressure. Also, we can see lots and lots of planets, including gas giants, who don't seem to have domes to hold their gases in.
Sorry,
And-
pressure gradients come after gas pressure, which comes after the containment. Your pressure gradient is already in a contained system. It's a dynamic system in a inhomogeneous gas. There we go.
A what gas?
Inhomogeneous. It's moving around in all directions constantly. It's dynamic. We got a few variables to contend with, which gives the pressure gradient. You guys saying we have pressure gradients doesn't negate that the gas was there with the containment already. Step 1, container. Step 2, gas.
Kind of
Step
does.
3,
If you
don't know
had a
the
container,
container.
it would be the same pressure throughout,
No.
like whenever we measure it in any container ever.
Hey, would you guys disagree, Mark and Ember? Would you disagree with this comment that you guys know it's a globe because it's a globe, which is begging the question? I mean, do you go in assuming it's a globe because it's a globe, which is the ultimate in begging a question? Do you guys do that?
No.
Okay.
All right, let's continue on with the super chats, everybody. Just a reminder to keep your super chats friendly and also keep your live chats friendly because we will remove them, unfortunately. And if you're spamming in the live chat, we'll put you on timeout or kick you out of the stream. We don't want to do that. So let's continue on. So Lisa Richardson, 999. If I were 1 inch tall, standing on 1 foot tall, standing on a ball, I wouldn't see a curve on its horizon if I stood on a round plate unless I was in the center. I would see a curve. Why don't we see this on Earth if it's flat?
What? You would see it's based on angles. So you can't resolve how far. So if you're saying you can only see it on a curve, which is really nonsensical because we show these demonstrations on flat surfaces constantly because it's just angles. You practically see with angles. When you rise up, you're pushing your field of view out further, your angle's widening. When you're lower, you're diminishing that angle. That's why it gets diffracted and you can't resolve further than what you can see. It's not shape dependent. It's just how optics work.
Well, actually, on a flat Earth, if you rise up, because the hypotenuse of a right angle triangle is longer than a straight line, the further you rise up, the further you're looking to see, kind of thing.
That's cool.
So field of view
So you should
pushes
be able to
out.
see less. Yeah, so you should be able to see less the further you rise up because the
What?
distance actually becomes longer. Well, you said it was due to the distance,
Sorry?
basically.
So the distance makes you see less. Why would that be?
That's not what happens. That's my point.
Why? You making that claim,
Oh.
why would that be?
Just 1 second there, fellas. I think Jim's trying to say something there. Jim?
No, I was interrupting it. Forgive me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Now I've interrupted.
How dare
What?
you?
So you would agree that on a flat plane, if you're higher up, the hypotenuse of that, so it's a right angle, no matter how high you are, right? The right angle, 90-degree angle on a flat plane, right? And you've got something, say, 10 meters over here, right? The further you rise up, the longer the hypotenuse, the longer the distance to see becomes, correct?
Mm-hmm. Why?
So why does it get clearer and more, you can see better the further you rise up? When it's long, you're seeing a further distance
because your
away.
baseline is pushing out further. It's pushing past that 10-meter object.
Your baseline is pushing past that 10-meter object.
Yes, that's
Mark-
why
But you're not going towards it. You're getting further away from it.
you are widening the whole triangle, the whole 90-degree triangle. So that object is staying exactly where it is, you can now just imagine where the point is, the vertex between the baseline and the hypotenuse is moving past that object, and therefore you can see further. The object is still in your field of view. You're just seeing further than the object. That's why when you take, for instance, like Ozion the other day, or Zion or whatever his name is, when he used his drone footage to rise up, that's why you saw more of the horizon behind it, because he was pushing out his field of view further. It's perspective.
Well, and rising up should make that object smaller as the distance to that object becomes larger through the hypotenuse. But that's not what we see in effect. We don't see the effect of that.
You don't see things get smaller when you rise in altitude. You serious? Have you ever used your eyes before?
No, not enough to not the way we would expect on a flat plane. No, the whole idea that things should emerge from the top up on a sort of so when we rise up, we see the thing emerge from beyond the horizon. Correct?
Yeah, because the angle was smaller. That's what we're saying. So as soon as you're rising, you're pushing that angle out further, so you can resolve more.
The distance is further to that object.
Yeah, but the distance of the whole triangle is pushing out further than the object. The object itself is not changing. The object is just getting smaller angularly because your distance from it is getting further away, but you're seeing more past that object. You're limiting yourself just to the object by ignoring what's beyond the object.
All right.
So why bottom up? Why does it vanish bottom up when you go further down?
Because that angle, because that angle, that triangle, you could say, is becoming smaller. That vertex is getting smaller and smaller until you can't.
That doesn't work.
Yes, it's called diffraction limit.
No, it doesn't work, because basically there's no. If it was to become smaller, it would become smaller in toto. It would become, all of it would become smaller. It wouldn't half of it get smaller and vanish. No, it wouldn't.
The object.
All right,
explain how that works.
Okay.
Explain how that works.
Let's finish up this point though.
Okay. Yeah, we'll finish it quickly. It's simple. It's just diffraction limit. It's like when you take a brick and you stick it, let's say 100 meters. And you can't see that brick 100 meters away. Stick another brick on top of that brick. You can sort of see a shape. Add another brick until you've built a wall. You can agree you can see the wall, but you can't see the bottom brick. Or any bricks for that matter. You can just see a brown structure. That's diffraction limit. That's exactly how it works.
On a flat plane, of course, you can see the bricks under it.
You could... Sorry guys, I can't. I've tried to explain it in very simple terms. My time's running out anyway.
I don't get it. If you stack up bricks on a flat plane, what's interrupting your view?
You can't see each singular brick, but you can see the whole wall.
All right. Well,
what are you talking about
diffraction limit.
So if you see individual bricks, right, and you change your elevation, you won't see the individual bricks if you raise up a little bit.
When you raise up with individual bricks, those ones in the bottom will compress into the next one, correct? Because you were looking at it from a sharper angle.
Yes.
So
and the opposite happens in reality. When you raise up, you can see more of the bricks. What are you talking about?
So a brick doesn't appear to be compressed when you're rising with reality.
When you're on the earth and something is... No, let me finish. When you're on the earth and something is beyond the horizon, when you rise up, you can see more of it. Exactly the opposite of what you're talking about.
You can see more of it, is my point.
We're going to close this out. All right, Flatzoid, what was it that you said there? I think I might have overplayed there, but I want you to finish up.
I got like 10 minutes left and the power's going off.
Okay, let's continue on with the super chats. LJ499. This is also kind of ad hominy a little bit there, Mark, but I know you're tough-skinned, so I'll read it.
Yeah.
This is Globe on trial. It's almost 2024, and we've never measured Earth curvature or Earth spinning. Mark is a lonely loser. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't feel lonely. I actually, there's awesome people around me, but sure, throw those ad homs.
I think it might be opposite day, Mark.
Well, I think it's just sort of, when somebody can't handle your arguments, they throw insults, kind of thing. It's
Well,
just it's really weird.
Let's not give them any more mental real estate.
Yep.
I'm
let's
sorry,
yeah,
LJ.
yeah,
We do
absolutely,
appreciate your super
absolutely.
chat, but as I said, we want to keep them friendly. So, and we do want to keep moving because we still have like a good 20 plus super chats.
What was the
gents.
first part of it? I wanted to say something about the first part. Now it slipped my mind. What was the first
All right,
part?
so yeah, I guess there is a little bit of meat there beyond the
Yeah.
mudslinging. We've never measured Earth curvature or Earth spinning. Was I think the
Sure we have.
real crux of what they were saying.
I mean, you know, rest in peace, Bob Nadell. He measured it with a ring laser gyroscope. It's been measured by flat earthers, and you know, we can see the effect of the cross effect. all the time.
No.
Sure.
A ring laser gyroscope measures the sidereal rotation of the sky above us. It's a mechanical gyroscope that determines the axial rotation or the ground rotation, which doesn't exist. Netflix, I tell you what, for all you people who believe we live on a spinning space ball, whenever you bring up 2018 Behind the Curve, guys, I'm sorry, I tune out. Go ahead and believe whatever you want to believe. That was a hit piece. It's cool, man. Take it, run with it, enjoy it.
All right, well,
Yep.
Go ahead.
All the
Sorry,
facts
Jim,
are conspiracies. It's all good.
Yeah.
Just I was going to say,
Conspiracies
just because
everywhere.
our next question is for you, Jim, and you're on the ball there as far as your thoughts and your concerns. Dr. Dino, $2. Jim, what does topographic mean? I'm not sure you know. You know what topographic means for Dr. Dino?
My hat says stationary because it's science. You know, shows that we're stationary. And also the Bible talks about being immovable. I know these two gentlemen don't believe in that, but that's okay. And then we are plane or planar. So topographical, basically, you know, we have hills and mountains. We go, you know, we're told Mount Everest is 29,200 feet. We're told the basins of the Pacific Ocean are 36,000 feet. That's approximately 13 miles difference top to bottom. So we do have topography. And that's just fine. Now, what does this person who gave you the super chat believe it is?
Well, I was going to say, Dr. Dino, if you want to fire another one in the old super chats there, I'll read it out. Let's continue
I
on.
believe they have a geology degree, so I wouldn't take that on if I were you.
But you see,
Well,
this is
that
what
might be
Let's make it another
to
debate.
have.
But this is why
Yeah, I was
Different
gonna say,
debate
that's
for a
another
different
debate
day.
to have. Let's continue on with the super chats because we got more relevant super chats that are for everybody. But you know, thanks Jim for answering that question, and thanks everybody for your super chats. Tim Pryor, $5. No field of science or any scientist agrees with flat earthers. They should not be allowed to talk about science.
Wow.
Thoughts for Tim? We'll hit it over to you, Flatzoid, since we just ended off on Jim.
Ever heard of the word bigotry? Science doesn't care what a person's beliefs are. That's so. It doesn't care if they do not agree with us. However, science does disagree with their pseudoscience. So,
All right, thoughts, Jim, on their borderline assault on you there?
I had mentioned a few minutes ago that since 1958, the globe side has gotten approximately $8 to $10 trillion with 12 zeros behind it. You know, in entertainment, education, space agencies, and seriously, you know, there's this little saying out there that 97% of scientists agree with those who pay them. And I even asked somebody who graduated from an Ivy League just a few months ago in January, and I asked them that question. I said, "Hey, 97% of scientists agree with those who pay them." I said, "What do you feel about that?" And he thought about it for a second. He said it's probably 75. Cool, man.
All right, well, next question is for the globe side. So, Nick, for $10. I'm not a flat earther, but it's clear they didn't account for controls in behind the curve. It's not reasonable to say that test proved flat earth wrong. Do you really think it did? We'll hand it over to you, Ember, first, because we haven't heard from you in a little bit.
Sure. Well, I mean, it was Jeranism's test. I'm not responsible for his methodology. If you disagree with it, feel free to construct your own experiment with better controls. But I will say that certain critics of the flat earth model elsewhere here on YouTube did do the math to figure out where Jeranism went wrong, Feel free to go searching for those if you really want. Me personally, I'd suggest if you don't like the test, do a better one yourself.
The globe side obsession with maps and models has always astonished me to this day, and I haven't been doing this a long time. But when you guys invoke maps and models, I just have to smile.
Okay, so I'll just add something to that. So don't you think we should model the human body to understand how it works? Don't you think we should model neurology? Don't you think we should model how cars crash to see if they're safe? Do you think we should just throw all of the... See, this is the thing. They don't actually believe in science, and that's the projection. They're doing pseudoscience. So, yeah.
I appreciate your question, Mark. We can actually observe, experience, see, test the human body. We can actually do that with cars and vehicles. We can look at that and go, we can touch it, we can test it, and we can do those things. You can't do that with your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. So I appreciate your question, but again, maps and models just make me laugh. I experience, I observe, and I test a stationary plane. I do not see a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space.
Perfect.
Yeah,
well,
so we can't,
this is a great time.
We can't actually see cell development or anything like that. We have to model it with instruments, which is exactly the same thing. It's just special pleating, basically.
All right, well, thanks for wrapping that up there quickly. Dead Isle for another €1. No question attached there. Dead Isle, if you had a question, why don't you fire it into the live chat? I'm going to poke my head in there in a second. I'm going to read this question out, and the reason I said perfect is because this is for you, Flatzoid. Hey. So, Esteban Ibaka? Sorry, not going to say that correctly. I can't help that. Pressure is plus even in space. The whole universe is the container for that. An isolated system. Within it, pressure exists as gradients do gravity or in pressurized systems. Simple, right?
The difference is Earth would be an open system inside that isolated system you call the universe. It's like taking a balloon and sticking it in a vacuum chamber. What happens when you pop that balloon? There's no longer air in a balloon. It's now surrounding the surrounding system. And so the same is if you take a box inside a vacuum chamber and you open that box. The gas that was inside in that box disperses into the surrounding system. This is why we say it violates the second law of thermodynamics. And no, gravity does not hold gas down indefinitely. This has never been demonstrated, and it will never be demonstrated while you show containment.
All right, well, let's try to continue on there, fellas. Dr. Dino strikes again for $2. All right, so we'll try to contain these questions for the sides that they're asked for the remainder of the chat. So sorry to everybody, but you will get your questions answered by the side that you want, but we'll try to cap the open discussion a little bit because we're getting into the 3-hour point, and I'm going to stop dilly-dallying. Dr. Dino strikes again. Are humans apes? And how old is the Earth? That's for Jim and Flatzoid. So you first, Jim. Are humans apes? Yes or no?
I was about ready. I was thinking about some questions I was going to ask, Mark and Ember tonight. And one is, are we descendants of apes, or descendants of amoebas, or descendants from Big Bang? And I was going to ask them that. We never got around to it. So now Flatzoid and I are being asked that. I find it pretty interesting. Hey, no, we aren't descendant of apes. There are those of us who believe in a young Earth, and we believe in the creation story. Both sides have a creation story. Your creation story is Big Bang 13.7 or 14.5 billion years ago, and that a massless photon can travel, and you blue shift and red shift and all that stuff, and you deny the inverse square law of light, second law of thermodynamics. And
just to inject here, Jim, I'm sorry to cut you off. And how old do you think the Earth is, just for our super chatter here? That was
in a personal opinion only. Okay, I go with what the Bible says. Yep. Which, if you take it back generationally in the Bible, this is my personal opinion only. Somewhere around 6,000 years.
All right, over to you, Flatzoid. Are humans apes?
Definitely not.
All right, and how
do
old
I look like an ape?
And how old is the Earth,
Wow.
Flatzoid?
How old is the Earth? I'm the same. I'm a biblical flat earther, so I'm also going to rather stick to God's word. Obviously, we can't validate how old it is, but based on my personal preference, I'd say around about 6,000. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, for entertainment's sake, if we can keep it quick, Ember, are humans apes?
Absolutely.
And how old is the Earth, Ember, in as far as you're concerned, or in your opinion?
Not geology is not my specialty, but I believe the estimate is somewhere around 4.5 billion.
All right. And over to you, Mark. Are humans apes?
Yes.
And
We
how
have meet
old-
all the criteria for apes. Like,
And
there
how
is
old is
no
the-
criteria that apes don't have that we don't.
How old is the Earth?
Yeah, I think it's 4.2, 4.3. Emma might be right, might be 4.5 billion, but yes, that is the correct answer.
Hey, I just want to tell my friend Flatzoid, it may be a bridge too far, Flatzoid.
Well, just for entertainment's sake, I figured I would ask the question to continue the conversation here. So, Beamsy for $10 for the flat side. As a geologist, using P and S waves, we can draw an exact image of the Earth, and it comes back as a spheroid. We get this same results from sonar and radar, not a planar surface. Why is this?
Well, when they use PNS waves to try and go to see what's below the Earth's surface, 78% of the time they were wrong. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. No one's been deeper than 8 miles before.
No, P waves and S waves, they're seismic waves.
I
that
know what
bounce
P's
back.
and S waves are, but I'm telling you, they were wrong
Yes.
on their predictions almost 80% of the time.
That doesn't matter. It still didn't come back as
It
a flat Earth,
does
so that
matter.
you were wrong on that.
No, it shows that they are circular reasoning again, begging the question and affirming the consequence,
doesn't answer
and
the question.
ignoring the data.
All right, well,
So
let's continue.
if something's wrong, like if we're wrong on medicine at one point, does that mean all medicine is wrong?
False equivalence. Nice red herring.
No, it's exactly the same analogy.
it's
You're
a
saying that
red
because
herring.
they got one thing wrong. No, you're saying because they got something wrong, then all their prediction, all of their data that they find is wrong.
Never
But you
said
won't
that.
have the same intellectual standard for other things. Like just because medicine gets things wrong, which we certainly have done in the past, doesn't mean everything they have done is wrong.
Never
This
said
is
that.
this is a
False equivalence again. PNS waves.
it's called a direct analogy.
No, it's a false equivalence. A PNS
How is it
wave,
false?
They're using PNS waves to specifically make prediction of what's below in the ground, correct? They use the seismic waves. And then find it
Yes,
to
and they
be
use
false.
medicine to predict what causes disease. Correct?
Again, a false equivalence. You don't use medicine to predict
Just
what
you
causes
saying
it.
that doesn't make it so. How is it a false equivalence?
You don't use medicine to predict what causes the disease, by the way. You take the disease and you try and backtrack it to try and sort out the disease. That's how it works,
All right.
by the way.
Let's try to continue on with our conversation here. Keep the super chats coming in, and I just want to say this is probably my favorite debate for completely external reasons. One, I got a kiss, and two, my wife made me this awesome grilled cheese, which I won't eat here on stream.
Oh well,
Well,
don't make.
damn it, Ryan! Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you
how
wouldn't
could
like
you?
me when I'm hungry. Come on.
You won't like me when I'm hungry. Instantly, Mark turns into a big green mean
Green rage monster, hunger monster. Yeah, absolutely.
Flat Earth Fridays. This is a hashtag from Sacred for $5. So hashtag Flat Earth Fridays at 100 crypto keys. Globe. Demonstrate standing at 18 feet and lifting a hole to 23 feet. Your arms as claimed by Netflix behind the curve.
He just elevated himself. What do you
So he was, if I understand the question correctly, the person in the experiment was standing on an 18-foot elevation above sea level, and then raised his arms to 23 feet. That's a 5-foot reach. If my math isn't, if I can do 23 minus 18, so yeah, arms.
He could have stood on a box as well, so that's not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, you guys want to continue on there?
I think that's it.
Just have
All
to
right.
say,
I was just
have to
sorry, go
say,
ahead.
my power might go off any minute, like I said. So I'm surprised it's still on.
Yeah, sorry, I was responding to somebody who said my sandwich looked burnt, and I was just letting them know that I've been with this lady for what 12 years now. She knows how I like my sandwiches. All right, yellow banana, €5. Jim Faith is believing something without evidence when you do science. All right, sorry, Faith is believing something without evidence when you do scientific tests and get objective evidence. It's not faith anymore. Just for your information, for you.
It's
Thoughts on that?
it's an awesome question. Obviously, you get down to what you observe about the human body. Unfortunately, we can't talk about virology, and that's cool. And but you come back to biblical. I know Ember and Mark are going to disagree with this, but you come back to biblical cosmology, and it talks about foundations, pillars, ends of the earth, four corners, footstools. Jesus said in Matthew 5:35 that the earth is God's footstool. It says that in Isaiah 66:1. So I look at that and I look at what I observe, what I test, what I see, and it agrees. So again, that's my personal belief. I know Ember and Mark won't go with that, but that's.
Are you trying to say that the Earth is footstool shaped?
No.
When the Bible talks about a footstool is not a ball, Mark. A footstool, if you look at it, has
It's got legs. Does the Earth have legs?
Pillars.
It has foundations and pillars. Now, what it actually is comprised of, I leave that up to God. That's why one of my hats that I wear says "Under the Heavens,"
Amen.
because therefore I don't have to worry about what's underneath me. I leave it up to God. I know you guys are atheists, fine.
Yeah.
But I leave it up to God to determine what's underneath me.
Yeah. Good one. Faith is believing in things that are not seen. That's faith. So when you do have evidence, even science, it doesn't make it not faith after you've got the evidence, because even based on the evidence, it can still change later on. That's why they like to say science is progressive. So in a theological sense, even with a scientific validation, even though it's validated, you still have faith that that's actually true. So it's still, on a theological, it's still faith-based. Because it's evidence not seen.
Let's try to continue on from there. So thank you so much for your super chat there, Yellow Banana. Tim Pryor strikes again, $5. 8 inches per mile square came from a flat earther. Ding dong. We don't claim that. That's a straw man.
Oh, so 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet doesn't come up to 8 inches per square mile. Congratulations. So no globe.
No, it's actually a function of cos. It's like a radius times the distance, height times 1 minus cos A, I believe it is, with A being the angle.
Yeah, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No.
Yes.
No, this is cos.
So you're claiming you don't have drop then? No constant ball drop?
I never said that. I said the obscured point. Of course it has drop. That's just what I've said. I said you're doing the calculation wrong.
That's your math, not mine. I'm just reading your math to you.
No, you're not. That came from a flat earther, as the chat said.
Sorry?
That equation that you're talking about came from a flat earther. Yes.
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height.
Because you're not
from
even
Samuel Rowbotham. Are you seriously saying
because where does the height come into that equation that you just gave? Where's the height?
Because the height determines your tangent.
But you just said over a distance it drops. But the height will stop that drop. Right? So where is height in your equation?
Times the height. Do you know what times height means? Observer's height in feet. You're literally throwing your globe math away here, mate. So you're claiming there's no globe.
I really am. Yeah, no, it's just that drop thing did. No, the chat's right. The chat's 100% right. I don't
Walter
know why they're
Bislin
just
is not a flat
prepared
earther.
to, sort of look up the real equation.
Yeah, and Walter Bislin's not a flat earther. Walter Bislin's Earth Curve calculator uses this.
All right. Well, let's continue on from there. Yeah, Hannah, there's no debate going on tomorrow. I already messaged Christian Anarchist. Sorry about that. If I didn't get back to you in the Discord there. Thanks, Hannah, for being here, by the way, and moderating in the chat, and you as well, and Athema or Surgeon General. So yeah, join us on our Discord for Modern Day Debate. We got all kinds of ways that you can exercise your chops, and maybe we'll see you here. Every once in a while, like the other day, we had somebody message and say, "Hey, I can't make it for the debate tonight," and I pulled somebody out of the Discord who was ready to go, and I think we had a great time. That was last week. On the Flat Earth with Witsit. So, join us on Modern Day Debate Discord, and let's continue on here. Cool Lambo, $10. Pack it up, boys. The Flat Earthers believe in talking snakes. I think
And
they're
donkeys.
I think they're saying
Actually, it's false. It wasn't a snake. A snake comes from the serpent. It was a serpent, not a snake.
What's the difference?
What's the difference? The serpent had legs.
Yeah.
The snake has no legs. It was cursed
so it's
to
a-
walk, to roam on its belly. That's why it became a snake.
Can we agree to this, that we all both have creation stories, we both have beliefs, Flatzoid and I, toast about our belief system. Your belief system is that you came from apes, which means you came from amoeba, which means you came from a big bang, 13.7 to 14.5 billion years ago. And so, we all have a belief system. I tend to not ridicule yours, but I'm sorry, I probably have. But, so I kind of appreciate, we can have a little bit of fun back and forth, but you guys have a creation story. We do. You guys have a belief system, and so do we. As I told Flatzoid, is probably a bridge too far.
Yeah.
But we'll go from there.
Okay, so here's the thing, and I want to really point.
15 seconds if you can.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so there's no creation story because the Big Bang only explains rapid expansion of the universe. It doesn't actually explain where it comes from, and that's a mistake that theists make all the time. And I just want to point out that you have an unequal, you're not using intellectual consistency, because all of this stuff that you've just said on the creation story, you can't look at the Earth and find that out. That is a belief system based upon nothing, which you said you didn't do. You just look at the Earth. So
we see too far, Mark. We see too far to live on a spinning space ball of 3,959 miles times 2 diameter times pi, 24,901 miles. And if you do the math, you do the geometry, it's 8 inches per mile squared. Take it or leave it.
Just to confirm, I'll just ask it as a yes or no, just because I think that's what Cool Lambo is asking, is if you guys believe in the story of Adam and Eve. So, Jim, do you believe in the story of Adam and Eve?
Yeah, I do.
Flatzoid is
Already do, yeah.
shaking his head yes. Jim, do you believe in the story of Adam and Eve? I think is what is the real crux of their conversation here, or their super chat.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Well, let's continue on. Mr. Monster, $5. The Antarctic circumpolar current, the largest ocean current on the planet, proves the Earth is a globe. It can't exist on a flat model. Discuss.
Sorry,
I don't know about this current, so.
What was the
I can't
question
go.
again?
So they're saying the Antarctic circumpolar current, the largest ocean current on the planet, proves the Earth is a globe. It can't exist on a flat model.
Why? We have gyres. It all works with the thermohelian currents. That's how the waters move and have their streams. Just because they're claiming that it only goes that way doesn't make it a globe. It's just circular reasoning again.
Well, it in a lot of ways, it's begging the question.
Yeah.
I want it to be a globe, therefore it's a globe.
So I say circular reasoning.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's continue on there. And I see a good show, Modern Day Debate from Secret Asian Man. Yes, thank you. And just reminder to everybody, hit the like button. No need to be secret about that. Let us know if you like this. Let's continue on. Scrolling up through the old super chats. Ivan Tchaikovsky, $5. Jim, please explain why gravity isn't real. Provide citations and show your work.
You can. Gravity has never been shown. 9.81 meters per second squared is the agreed upon average of why things go. I like to use the word boom, boom to the ground, fall to the ground. You can easily explain it using electrostatics. You can measure electrostatics. There's a field meter for it. Now, whether Feynman's idea of 100 volts per meter and have two Gaussian surfaces is actually the real thing. I'm still up in the air on that, but you can easily explain why things fall to the ground using electrostatics and also using density and buoyancy to fill in the gaps. The problem with gravity is it's never been shown to exist. Newton had this apple fall on his head in 1666. Newton never wrote about that experience, and so gravity is a fairy. See, gravity holds the globe together. And if you give up gravity, you give up the globe. So we have the alternative. Everything is electrostatics. Why does millions and billions of water molecules called clouds stay up in the sky and don't come down? There's questions that we don't have answers for. I'm fine with that. But gravity has never been proven to exist. The effect things do fall to the ground, 9.81 meters per second squared, but the cause is not gravity, and it's never been proved that way.
All right, let's continue on there since that was for you. Tim Pryor, $5. Seriously, until science agrees with you, stop talking about it. Reason 50-50, why we laugh.
Who's this for?
I'm not sure. Tim Pryor, that's a little too
I don't
vague.
think it says.
He's got another one right after that. So, Tim Pryor, $5. Fine. Don't Google it. Just learn it off YouTube. It makes you very, very smart. Or just one very. Sorry, I might have made him sassier than I meant to.
Oh, I think it had plenty of sass to begin with.
Well, I'm sorry, Tim Pryor. Yeah, we'll continue on.
I think he's sort of saying. I think he's sort of saying stop. Sort of speaking for science when you're not agreeing with what the science is actually like the scientists say and the scientific institutions are saying. I would certainly agree with that.
Well, Tim Pryor, yeah, he has got another one after here. So, I mean, a total of $20 here for your super chats all here in a little sector. So we really appreciate it, Tim Pryor. It helps out a lot. $10. So hypocritical. You say observations aren't good enough, but you believe in flat Earth only of observations without scrutinizing it as much as you do to the globe. Any thoughts on that? We'll hand it over to you, Flatzoid.
That's false. We say observational and then you demonstrate what you observe. That's the difference. They don't have any demonstrations for the globe. They just claim it to be science. And then when asked, okay, show me the science, there is none. Fact, there's no scientific hypothesis and experiment for gravity. Newton never wrote a scientific hypothesis. His gravity thing came out after he died, actually. So, no, it's definitely not scientific. That's why we are we scrutinize it very much. Even in our flat Earth communities, we scrutinize each other based on things. I mean, like Jim, he ascribes to the electrostatics. I don't. I'm a relative density disequilibrium kind of guy. Okay, we have different opinions on how things work. We have different mechanisms on how it works. The only difference is we actually go out and do demonstrations on this. With a globe, no scale. It's too big. How are we going to demonstrate this? Let's just have faith. Science says so.
We'll give you a chance to respond to that, Ember, because we get this next question for you from Nominal for $5. Ember, please upload your footage of the face of the moon during the eclipse. I would love to check it out.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
All right. And did you have any thoughts on what Flatzoid had just said, or do you want to continue on?
We may as well just continue on. I mean, the fact that the two models don't agree, that says enough right there.
There you go with the models again, man.
All right. Well, we got more super chats coming in. we're cool with that. We want to keep the conversation going. Then keep asking questions, and we'll keep trying to flesh out the ideas here. This is coming in from his Minister of Fire, 499. Oh, I just lost it there. 499. That fisheye argument from the Globe supporters was indestructible. Thoughts on that? We'll hand it over to you, Jim.
Say that again to me. Are we saying that the curve is absolutely matter of fact? Is that what I'm picking up?
It says that fisheye argument from the Globe supporters was indestructible.
Oh.
So they're
okay.
in support of what Ember and Mark were saying about the fisheye.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know what to say to that. I mean, Bumgarner in 2012 went up with a fisheye and came down and, over Planet New Mexico. And it came down and said, hey, it was, the curve was beautiful, blah, 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 blah. And then Mr. Astrophysics himself, came out and said at 127,854 feet, which what Bumgarner jumped at, that stuff was flat up there.
15 seconds.
So that's all I can really say. Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, it's no problem. And Flatzoid, any thoughts on that, the fisheye argument?
Tell me how fisheye works if you're looking in two different directions.
Sure. Since they're kind of giving a huzzah for the other side, was that something you brought up, Mark?
What's that? Sorry, no, the fisheye was actually Ember brought that up.
Sorry about that. Ember, if you want to reiterate for Flatzoid, and then
I already know.
Flatzoid
Yeah, it's about
it
the selenium. That's why I'm saying it's because of the wide angle that we're able to see it because of the refraction. But I'm saying you're looking in two different directions, so that's not really applicable.
Yeah, it's because the way that the atmosphere works as a fisheye lens is what Ember said. So basically, if you imagine the lens as being the entire way over the Earth as far as your optical sight can allow, then you're looking at one edge and then the other edge. There's no problem with that whatsoever.
Are you looking inside the lens or on top of the lens?
You're looking from one side of the lens to the other side of the lens on an angle, and that's what fisheye does when you look at it on that angle. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Have you been to
over to Flatzoid?
I just want to say, if you've been on an aquarium before, and it's got that dome-shaped aquarium, what happens when you go to the other side of that so-called dome shape and you look?
You're not moving in this case.
Can you see?
No. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me answer you.
Over to Mark for 15.
Yeah. So you're basically saying, well, if you move around, then you change where the fisheye is in relation to you because the atmosphere goes all around the Earth. So in that example that we gave about the Stellian eclipse, you're not moving. I don't know why you would apply something moving to the subject when it's not moving.
I'm trying to show you it's a false equivalence.
No, it's a straw man. It's just a straw man. That's all it is.
You don't have a huge lens, as you put it.
Flatzoid, do you have any thoughts on this for the next 15 seconds, or do you want to continue?
Quickly, yeah. Like I was trying to point out, if you're looking left in a large lens and looking right in a large lens, you're not going to see the relationships you're claiming. We don't live inside a lens, as you put it.
All right, let's continue on. Electric Monk, back to you, Jim. €2. How do you test for a creator, Jim? It's a little off topic.
I think I already said the fact that the Bible talks about those things that I said, immovable pillars, foundations, and things like that, and I can actually go out and test the earth. I think the biggest thing that I've learned is that we can test the earth. We can test it. We can observe it, and we can experience it. We can't test the sky. So somebody who says the sky proves the ground, go ahead and go with that. But I can test the ground. That way I can test what the Bible says, and then they come to an agreement.
Just ontological primitives, that's all. Can I explain it quickly?
Please.
Okay.
We have a compliment. Sorry. If you want to Yeah, if you want to expound on that,
Okay.
if you want, like,
Sure.
10,
Yeah, it's
15
just
seconds,
it's
that's
just
okay.
based on the ontological primitives. When you walk past, let's say, a beach and you see a beautiful, built, perfect sandcastle, did nature create it or did someone create it? That's the ontological primitives. Based on observation, everything's created.
Yeah, so this is sort of, again, they project, they just, have a presupposition that they're putting into effect.
Yeah,
So,
it's just Watchmaker. We can just move along.
As you do, Mark.
So the creation proves the creator.
Show me a sandcastle that creates itself out of nature, please. Go ahead.
It's not a sandcastle.
That's how ontological primitive works.
All right,
You're
well,
either
let's
creator
continue
or
on.
not.
Presup. It's just
We
presupposition.
have a
Faulty
compliment,
induction.
and
begging
and then
the question.
hopefully, hold on now before we get too off track. We have a compliment, and then hopefully we can get back into the subject. Just bear with me here. Run Boston Bear for $9.99 says, Jim and Flatzoid, great job tonight, guys. You brought a lot of good points, and I enjoyed your overall approach to sharing the truth of our stationary topographical plane. People are getting it. So thanks for the compliment there. For our speakers tonight, they're here on their own time, and like I said, we don't want to read too many mudslinging arguments. We want niceties while we're trying to work through these what can sometimes be contentious issues over here at Modern Day Debate. You never know. Nostalgic Aberoth, $4.99. I didn't come from no monkey. I came from biblical incest and 6,000 years of incest. Oh boy. Well, I read that out loud. Oh,
That's on the internet forever now.
You really should read these before reading
It's
them
too
aloud.
late.
Ryan knows it.
It's too late. It's too late. It's already happened. You know what? We're 3 hours in. I'm sure no one's going to care. Samuel,
Can I just say
$5
something
Canadian.
quickly? Maybe Flatzoid, do you want to have a debate on the
Do
existence
you want
of God?
to? Really?
We can sometime. It would be great. Definitely.
Yeah, we'll have a debate on the existence of God. I'd love to do
Yeah.
that.
And Ryan, I just
That'd be
want to say I just want to say thank you to Run Boston Bear, to JT. He's a awesome human being.
Well, you hear that? You know what? You're a fan of our speakers tonight, Ron Boston Bear. They're a fan of you. So everybody's having a good time. We're a big barrel of love. Let's continue on from there. And don't make me say anything else that's too wild on the air, everybody, because that's just uncouth. All right, $5 Canadian from Samuel. Psalm 103, 12a-s. I don't know if I'm doing that right. Far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our transgressions from us.
Amen.
Yeah, so I think that's just a Bible
There's a
verse,
scripture,
so we
yeah.
can continue from there if there's not really any
Well,
commentary.
if you
on
want
there.
to take it, if you want to take it on
yeah.
globe, you could say, how do you have as far as east is from the west on a globe? Because there's no bounds. You
Any thoughts
No,
on
you
that,
Brian.
Mark or Ember?
Oh, it's just a mythological
Oh.
story. Like, there's no reason to think that this is actually true, unless, of course, you are presupposing that it's true up front and assuming that it's true to begin with, which is why we see all of this, in a Venn diagram, the crossover between flat Earth and young Earth creation. It's almost 1-to-1, because you have to start with these kind of biblical presuppositions in order to get you to the flat Earth, and that's exactly what these guys are doing.
As you do, Mark, with your atheism and your ball.
Also,
All right, Nostalgic Aberoth, $4.99, says in capital letters, I didn't come from no monkey. I came from biblical. You said it again.
we've already done
Yeah, don't
With feeling this time.
What I thought,
But
deja vu.
yeah, exactly, in capital letters. Like I'm not reading your little. No,
This-
okay. Well, we appreciate you, Nostalgic Aberoth. You're trying to get us demonetized.
Well,
and
this
I think
comment,
it's funny.
this comment alone has a whole debate on itself. But yeah, not something made for the internet.
Yes, you know what? You seem very, very passionate about this subject. Like, I don't know if you grew up on a mountain or something, but you know what? Come over to Modern Day Debate and maybe you should talk about it. Anyways, Samuel, $10 Canadian. I think we got more scripture here. Globe, Jude 1:9, about Michael the archangel, when he disputed with the devil and argued about the body of Moses, did not dare pronounce. Should I do this with like a super preacher voice? Michael the archangel, when he disputed with the devil, argued about the body of Moses, did not pronounce against him the railing judgment, but said, "The Lord rebuke you."
You did a good job.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought
Yeah,
so.
yeah, but what I want to ask is, where was the control variable in there?
Yeah, it would help if they said anything
I have
about
no control.
science.
Bible unscientific?
No.
Oh, really?
All right, let's continue
Really?
on.
Never thought it.
I was thinking there wouldn't be too much commentary on just a scriptural quote, so I thought we'd just have fun with it. Since every once in a while I just get money from people to do impressions. All right, Ivan Tchaikovsky, $5. Jim, I said show your work. Gish galloping isn't showing your work.
I can't. I, other than the fact that the Bible talks about a immovable foundations, pillars, four corners, ends of the earth, footstool, and then I actually go out and I observe it and I test it. That's what I do. Now, do I show my work? I do have 2 weeks ago, I was on a practice football field in Chesterton, Indiana with my P1000. When I walked approximately 60, 70 yards, and I got smaller, and even though I'm kind of overweight, I did get smaller, and I disappeared bottom up. And when the football fields open up here for practice in about 2 weeks, I'll do it not on 70 yards, but on 120, and I'll do that as well. So yeah, I've gone out and tested it already. So I don't know what else to tell you.
Go on your work.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for your super chats. We're going to continue on. We've only got a few more to go, so if you got any questions, get them in now. Otherwise, we're going to close out in the next few minutes here. Cool Lambo for 9/11. Oh, buggers. All right, Flatzoid and Jim, what caused the Twin Towers to fall?
Sorry, what
but-
caused the two towers to fall? That I don't think we're allowed to say on here, but we'll just say.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
I think we
dangerous
should just
area,
avoid
right?
this in general. Cool Lambo, you know what? That was tricky. All right, let's Samuel for $5 Canadian. No more super chats like that because that's silly. It takes the most magnificent carpenter to make a flat plane. Any dung beetle can roll up a ball. Witsit gets it. Chat years ago. This is a quote, I think, from Witsit, is it?
Okay.
It takes the most significant carpenter to make a flat plane. Any dung beetle can roll up a ball.
I think this is to
Okay.
us. I'm pretty sure that.
I think, it's a little
exists.
it seems like an ad hominem type quote, basically saying.
Maybe,
that
but
the beetle is
like
kind
I
of
think
a
that
dung
that
beetle.
Jesus learnt his carpentry after the earth was around, even in the Bible. So I'm not sure how carpentry plays into that one. Weird though. Well done, Strange.
Yeah, those sure are words.
All right.
Yeah, in a certain order.
They have the ABCs in them. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. I was going to say, I just see in the live chat that somebody said that I am super amateur. I'm sorry, Darivis. Some
you
of that
dare
might be
be
a little
sorry.
bit on purpose.
Don't
I
you
might be
dare.
reading these preemptively, but I just think there's enough of a funny flair in some of these super chats that they're worth reading out. If we can just spin them the right way, we might not get demonetized. Tim Pryor, $5. Multi-billion-dollar industries depends on gravity existing. Try again. I think that's for you fellas.
On Flatzoid and myself.
Mark and Ember.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry, Mark and Ember. Sorry, I was looking down, but
I mean,
I don't know where you see me. In the
Yeah,
super chat.
multi-billion-dollar industries. Some of them do depend on gravity existing. So if gravity didn't exist, they'd be out of business. Mm.
Yeah, Cavendish's experiment was done to prove gravity, like it's been
No.
proven
No.
for ages.
No. Where was the
torsion
down?
on.
Mark, where was the down in Cavendish?
There was no down. It was two masses. Like you're misunderstanding how it works.
Cavendish. Sorry, Cavendish was not an experiment.
Yeah.
First of all,
If I
and
can
second of all,
just
it was
finish, like
calculate.
we sort of gave you the
Sorry.
time to respond to your questions. You're just jumping in over top of me. So basically, it showed
Alright,
like
let's
incredibly
continue
heavy
on.
weights next to one another and showed them move towards one another, and the torsion away got less and less and less as time went on until they basically attracted to one another. And the Cavendish experiment absolutely proves it. It's just anybody that says it doesn't know how the Cavendish experiment works. Because if you're looking for down, it's not trying to show that everything goes down. It shows that masses attract to one another, and that's all.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, quick history lesson. It wasn't to measure gravity. It was
Yeah.
to try
So
and calculate
I don't
the Earth's
know
density.
why. I
and
don't
it's
know
based-
why we're sort of going on from your questions without us responding, but you guys are just jumping in at the.
I just had to correct you.
So,
because you get people that don't know this. It's not there to measure gravity, so it didn't prove gravity. It was there to calculate the density of the Earth based on torque mechanics. So we see torsion twist, which is based on torque because of the density of the balls.
how do you calculate density? What's the formula?
We've been
for
through
it?
this already.
Yeah, what's the formula for it?
We've been through this already. Mass.
What's the
Mass per cubic
mass? And how do you
volume, yeah.
calculate?
What's mass?
Right, and-
what's
and-
mass, Mark Reed?
What's mass?
Yeah.
Mass is the the weight of something is definitely related to mass and not density, right?
What is mass?
The weight of something is definitely related
You
to.
asked me a question. I gave you the answer, and I'm
yeah.
asking you a question. What is
Yeah, well,
mass?
you've been dodging questions all. Mass is
So you don't know what mass is?
No, it's the combined total particles within something that makes up something. The combined neutrons, electrons
So substance
that
then.
makes up a physical thing.
So you're saying it's substance.
Yeah. So how do
Okay.
you calculate the weight of something?
By
Is
having
it through density?
Yes, it's the pressure
How so?
applied. A pressure applied by the density. Of
Does the
mass.
weight change with density, or does it change with mass?
amount? The mass.
The mass, yes. So the more mass there
Density
is,
changes
the
with
more
mass.
weight it has. Excuse me,
so-
I'm talking. So the more mass it has, the more weight it has, correct?
Resistance to inertia.
Resistance to inertia. How do you
All right,
calculate
well-
that?
That's what mass is, according to the definition. Resistance to inertia. You don't know this. You have two different definitions for the same
Let's
word.
Yeah.
Remember-
So how do you calculate weight then? What's your calculation for weight?
We're supposed to be measuring weight, not calculating it. That's why we put it on a
your
scale, and it's
calculation
the
for weight?
pressure which is forced on the load cell because the density of the weight.
The density of the weight is what causes. The density is what causes weight. Is
Show
it?
me something without
So the more
density. Show me something without density.
Yeah, it's called a vacuum.
A vacuum
Yeah,
is...
I don't see how
let's-
density could work without gravity
Correct.
to
It
make
doesn't.
things different.
No, it's called low pressure. That's what creates a vacuum. You know, when you use your vacuum
Oh,
cleaner.
pressure causes the vacuum now.
When you use your vacuum cleaner, it
This is
creates
fascinating.
It creates a low pressure system inside that.
Could
tube,
you give me the
which
equation
f-
for
makes,
weight then?
Which makes the air force itself from the surrounding system into that low pressure system. Hence why
Could you
it picks
give me
up
the
the
equation?
dust.
Could you give me your equation for weight, please?
No, don't need to
Why not?
because
No, you do. Give me
No.
the equation for weight.
No.
Give me the
We
equation
found
for
it.
weight.
Because the reason I don't
Give me the equation for weight.
The reason I don't give equation for weight is because you guys love to strawman it and say, "Oh, you need gravity," which is false. You just said that a vacuum
Yeah, because you
consists
can't
of
do it
gravity.
without gravity. That's why you don't give
A
it out,
vacuum
because it
cleaner-
has
Wait.
gravity in
A
it.
vacuum cleaner
Is
works with gravity.
density in the equation for weight?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the equation for weight then?
Don't need to give it. Because
No,
it's
what is it then?
strawmanning.
You said
I'm
that
not gonna
density
get
was
straw-
in
I'm
it.
not going to get strawman. You guys have literally just said you need gravity.
No, you
for a
said
vacuum.
density was in it. What's the equation with density in it? What's the equation with density in it? So what we do is we get these equations and we see if we can actually put them in experiments to see if they hold any weight or not, to see if they hold any water or whether somebody is just talking nonsense. And so you won't give it because you're trying to put density in an equation that doesn't inherently have density in it. That's why, because you
So
basically
mass has
know
no-
that. And so you won't answer the question of what is the calculation, what is the equation, because you don't want to be shown to be wrong.
Sorry.
You're just basically prevaricating, tap dancing
No,
away,
Ty,
saying,
I'm
I'm not
triggered.
going to give it because I don't want to be tested.
No.
Like it's ludicrous.
No, Ty gets triggered when I'm trying to answer.
Give me the equation. No, you can't. You haven't given us any
Listen,
answers
the
at
reason-
all. Ignorant.
The reason I don't give an equation is because I keep getting straw man of this. I've been getting this for years now. Again, your own definition.
How
Remember,
can an equation
can
be
I
straw
talk?
man?
Can I talk? Earlier,
Hold on there, Mark.
Earlier, you literally told us what mass is. It was the density of the substance in a given volume. Correct? That's what you told us. How much substance isn't crammed inside that volume? Okay, density.
No, mass doesn't have
No,
anything to do with
that's
volume.
not what I said.
Those were you. That's what you said. Did you not say?
I said
it's-
that density is the mass spread out across volume.
So what's mass then? Because I asked what's mass, and you said it's the
It is
stuff,
the total
substance.
amount. It is the total amount. So if you have a lot of substance in a large area, the density can be low, but the mass is still high. I don't even know why I have to explain this. The mass is still high.
Do you understand what we're saying now? So without mass, you can't have density.
No.
Without
So
density,
what's
you
the
can't have
equation
mass.
for weight? What's the equation for weight?
I'm not giving. I'm not giving gravity. 'Cause
Okay,
you guys
well,
want
yeah,
gravity.
no answer.
That's
So let's
that's
just
how
move
science
on.
works,
He's
Mark.
Dodging,
We're-
dodge.
Okay,
We're gonna move on,
I'll
fellas.
change G then to
Yeah.
pressure. How's that? I'll change
No,
G
No,
to
just keep
pressure.
dodging, mate. Just keep dodging.
I'll change G to pressure then.
We're
for you.
gonna-
How's that?
We're gonna move
to
on.
pressure.
Hold on there, Flatzoid.
So if you vary
Hold on,
pressure,
Mark. We're gonna move on. All right, if you guys can focus and not cut each other off, we can continue. I've got no problem with that. But like I said, I don't want to have to put you guys on mute. We've gone for 3 hours and you guys behaved yourselves, actually more than that. So if you want to expound on that point, let's do for 2 minutes there between the two of you. So Mark and Flatzoid, let's flesh it out.
Okay, so let's change.
okay. So what's the
let's
equation
change-
with pressure?
let's-
Over to you, Mark.
Yeah, what's the equation with pressure?
Let's just change G to pressure then. Can I say
Pressure
that?
of what?
Pressure of the object, forcing itself. The object has impulse, so therefore it has
Pressure of the
momentum.
object?
Yes.
Is this another stool? Does stool have pressure?
You know what impulse is, Mark?
No, I don't. I want to get back to how solid objects have pressure. How is that?
On
how
a
is that
scale,
done?
you think
how do you
an
calculate
object,
that?
an object doesn't apply pressure on a scale? Is that what you're telling me?
No, well, that's weight. That's what you're calculating.
Yeah, because of pressure. So I'm changing your G to pressure.
But,
The amount
that
of
means.
the amount of G forces, I'm just changing to the
Hold
amount
it,
of
hold it,
pressure
hold it, hold it.
applied
Okay, that's
by
fine.
the-
That's fine. Let me
by the
address that
object.
then. Let me address
All right,
that then.
let's let
No,
Mark-
don't just continue on. But so if you're changing G to pressure
continue on.
and weight to pressure, that means the pressure, which is weight, equals the mass times the pressure, which is what you're calculating.
No, I'm saying your G is based on the force attributed on the scale. Correct? So I'm simply saying that
But
is
that's
false.
what we're calculating.
Yeah.
Weight is the force on the scale.
This weight you're measuring is the pressure from the object forcing itself on the scale because it's denser than the medium around it.
Flatzoid, we're calculating weight, correct?
No, you measure weight. You don't calculate weight. You you calculate density, but you
Okay,
measure
we're
weight.
measuring weight, but the calculation to get weight from the mass,
Newtons. Yeah,
right?
we talk
Because
about
we
newtons.
agree on the mass, right? We agree on the mass, okay? We agree on that part. But you're saying to get weight, we have to use the weight to get the weight.
No, you have the density.
No,
So
that's
close out
exactly
on
what you
Flatzoid
said.
here.
Again, you
Over to
couldn't even.
Flatzoid for
yeah,
15 seconds to
You-
close this one out.
Sure. You
Then
couldn't,
what's the pressure?
you couldn't define what mass was, and when you did, you defined it as the density. I'm simply telling you, when you measure a
Did not.
weight, it's the object's density that is causing a pressure on the scale. That's all I'm saying. It's
So
not
the
gravity.
pressure on the scale or
All right.
weight, you have to put the pressure on the scale or the weight into that equation. You are lost.
Weight is
no
a
wonder you
unit.
don't like to talk about this equation.
Weight is just a unit, mate. It's just a unit. And if you
and
don't
it's
like
the pressure on the scale, right?
All right, we're gonna move on with our super chats here, guys. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Give me the
I think we
equation.
fleshed
Send it
out
over
that
to me.
for
Give me the
another
equation.
time.
Send the equation over.
So nominal for $5. I can't find a single video of the face of the moon seen during a solar eclipse using the Googles. Ember, you could be famous.
Boy, if I had
So
a
I
nickel for every time somebody said I could be famous for something. So you're not going to find it doing a video search because video is limited. I don't know how much you may know about exposure, but you've got your ISO, your aperture, and your the duration. The word for it eludes me at the moment. On video, you can't have a longer exposure than your frame rate. So unless you're doing very, very slow video, it's just not going to happen. You need a long exposure still photo. That's it.
Alrighty. Let's try to continue on there because we do have quite a few more super chats coming in, and you know what? Our live chat is just refusing to let us go because they keep popping little super chats in there to try to prompt more discussion. I see what you guys are doing, and we appreciate it so much. Samuel for $2 says, "Thank you all. Keep researching the flat Earth." So Samuel, we're not sure what side you're on, but thanks for your super chat. Nominal for $5. Oh, I just read that one. Duncan Wright for $5. If we live in a simulation or a holographic universe, I can see Earth being flat. You don't fall over the edge. You just repeat the simulation.
Oh, like a Pac-Man model? That'd actually be kind of cool.
Well, I mean, simulation, it could be absolutely anything. I mean, there's, yeah. Simulation theory sort of makes it.
Yeah, sorry.
Sure.
I don't think we have too much to dig into there. And sure, yeah, I guess, and you know, it's kind of in the solid
I'd like a power-up pill. That would be cool.
Yeah, that's right. Bearsworth, I think they have that. It's called Viagra. Anyways, no, I'm sorry. Bearsworth,
They make a bill for that.
Canadian. Oh, that's right. Mark, why is the full moon a uniform light and does not have a brighter spot like all experiments with light on balls and your head?
Yeah, it's because of the diffusion of the light, and the Earth's surface is actually a sort of force dust. It's the way that it has. But we do see shadows on it, like on the actual moon. If you zoom in with a telescope, you can see all of the shadows on the moon, like where the dips and craters are, kind of thing. You can see that with a telescope. It's not that hard.
Or a P1000.
The reason why. Yeah, the reason why it's full moon is because when the light shines on it, it actually, like, light doesn't just shine on one small section of it. It actually shines on quite a large area, and the light diffuses around an object. It's why you still have light after the sun has set, because if you notice, the sun sets and you've still got light around. It's that light basically hitting the atmosphere and the particles in the air and still being reflected, kind of thing, so you will still be able to see from light. So it actually, I did a video on that the other day. 99% of the world's population got some form of light during one day, which is just incredible.
At the same time on the one day, yeah.
At the same time, yeah, it was a really interesting thing. But yes, it did occur just because of the angle of the sun, the angle of the Earth, where it hit the Earth, and where population centers are on the Earth. It was really interesting. But it's also because light doesn't just go to one small bit on a sphere. It actually goes round it, kind of thing, and illuminates the edges as well. So yeah, that's essentially why.
Hey, if I can add to that a little bit.
Go ahead.
All right. Another factor is the extreme distance from the light source, because the moon, being in orbit of Earth, is also roughly 93 million miles away. If you try something even low scale, like a basketball in one of those really powerful flashlights, and you put the basketball 100 yards away and then shine the flashlight on it and go look at the basketball, because of the distance, the side closest to the light is not going to be significantly brighter than the sides. It's even more extreme with the moon, because the distance is just the difference between the edges and the closest part. It's virtually nothing on that scale.
Hey,
and you can probably do it. I just heard something. You can probably do it with a basketball or a round object. Like if you want a moon, do a white round object and use a flashlight. You can probably light up where the person on the other sphere would probably see all of it lit. You could certainly replicate it.
Hey, Ryan, can I chime in for a sec?
Do we have
For
to move
sure,
on?
yeah. If you got like 30 seconds there.
Okay, I'll make it quick. Inverse square law of light. If you half the distance, you get 4 times the brightness. So if we're 240,000 miles away from the moon in the fairy tale, you go to 120, you go to 60, you go to 30, you go to 15, you go to 7,500, 3,750, 1,875, 1,000. When you get to 1,000 miles away from the moon, in the inverse square law of light, the moon will be 65,000 times brighter than what we see terrestrially on the Earth. And then you could take Saturn the other way. NASA tells us that the sun is a little pinprick on Saturn, but we can see it real well up in the sky. Inverse square law of light in 30 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
So
well, let's continue on, everybody.
Got a lot
if we
of
can,
luminosity.
Because if we
Sure.
don't. If we don't watch it there, Mark, we'll be back in the same camp as last time. We'll be going for 5 hours here. So, because I was going to say, our live chat keeps pouring in the questions here, and the conversation is flowing. So, Run Boston Bear for $4.99. We have another compliment. So, they say Mark and Ember. So many compliments here tonight. Like it's almost like, oh, I almost lost it there. There we go. Mark and Ember, thanks for sharing what you believe to be true. Ball Earth and no creator. Cool story, bros. I think we're quoting you there, Jim. Let's continue on.
I need that on a t-shirt now.
I think the creation story is it's another bro lever for a start, but I think the creation story is a cool story, bro. It is literally a story. There's no way you can test it. There's no way you can see it. It's just, if the people do as they claim and they just see what's beneath their feet, then why believe in a creator? There's no evidence for it. There's no,
Why should we have evidence that we came from nothing?
Well, let's save that.
I don't believe that.
Creationist
so
debate
congratulations
for the next time, everybody, because more super chats are pouring in. My goodness. Justin, $5. Flatzoid, you mentioned a load cell. How does a load cell work, and how does a load cell measure weight? That's for you, Flatzoid.
Simple. It's the
weight. Super chat there, Justin.
The weight of the pressure being forced on the load cell, which gives a unit to the motor, the accelerometer.
What's a load cell?
All right.
It's like a little, in very rudimentary terms, it's like almost like a little bag kind of thing, almost an accelerator pad, you could say, and it picks up the amount of pressure applied to it. You muted again.
Right, let's try to continue on. Tim Pryor strikes again. I think that's your 5th strike this time. $5. I'll just make Flat Earth disappear by logging off social media. That should tell them everything. I don't know if that's something we can respond to. Let's continue on.
Do I read cognitive dissonance there? It's a lot of pain for him.
All right, Sydney Raptor for $2. Flats on a scale of 1 to 17. Never mind, Sydney. How dense are you? They ask. Sydney, you just threw away $2. How dense are you?
I'm a density.
All right, Samuel,
I'm a density of 75 kilograms. How's that?
Samuel for $5 Canadian.
Not sure you did that calculation
Please
right.
Explain asteroids. Sydney, we do appreciate your super chat. I hope that made you laugh. Samuel for $5. Flat, please explain asteroids and meteorites.
They move across the sky. Wow. They do come from a place that they claim to exist that violates the second law of thermodynamics, though, that we still haven't got demonstration for, but that's about all we know.
We get to the fact that asteroids are a creation of imagination, astrophysics, astronomy. It's a creation. And again, I will say again, is we don't look to the sky to prove the ground we walk on. If you want to look to the celestial to prove the terrestrial, have at it. Good.
So like the celestial Bible and stuff, you know.
Kind of like looking to heaven to prove the earth there.
Yeah. So do you think that that the meteorites are like people that see them in Siberia and things like that? People have seen meteorites coming down, and then you have the metallic. Do you think they're all lying to you? Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying meteorites actually hit the ground?
Yes.
I mean, you can visit the Barringer Crater, Meteor Crater, Arizona. You can go see that.
Are you talking about the one outside of Phoenix, outside of Tucson? Meteor Crater?
No, I'm talking about the ones that came down in my state.
As a specific example, yes, the Barringer Crater.
Yeah, the one off of Interstate.
Oh, you're talking to Ember. Okay, yeah.
The one off of Interstate 10 by Tucson. I guess it's Interstate 10. I might be wrong.
Yeah, around there somewhere.
I might be wrong. There's no evidence that that's a meteor down there, none whatsoever. That is more volcanic than meteor. And so I went there. I've been there a couple times. And you know what, my friend Ember, I believed it was a meteor too, because I went into the guest area, and they told me it was a meteor. But
they got a nice museum.
And they do, and the petrified forest is real nice there too.
Mm-hmm.
And so. But there's no evidence that's a meteor whatsoever. They called it Meteor Crater because we want to have our little fairy tale called outer
15
space.
seconds.
Exactly.
Yours right.
It doesn't explain why these rocks have such a high level of uridium.
All right, let's try to move on from there, guys. But yeah, sorry, I want to cut off the chat here. It's just that we got more super chats pouring in, and there's a risk, like I said, that this could go on for a long time if we don't try to rein it in a little bit. Esteban Ilbaca, 5,000 CLP. Flatzoid, pressure is force over area. Weight is just a force dependent on mass, not its volume. Therefore, unrelated to density. Once you learn the difference, your confusion will go away.
Okay, show me any mass.
Thoughts on that?
Show me any object of mass without density. Go on.
But
right.
If you've got a
you heard it there, Esteban. Well, I was going to say, you kept it there, but I mean...
No, I won't keep it going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they can't even define
That's
mass.
all right. So. I'm sure one of these will...
seriously, I'd be generous and not keep it going, and then you just stick your foot in it. Yeah.
It was for me,
Jeez,
so
man,
I
like
had the closing statement, Mark. That's how it works. So my closing statement is you guys can't even define
You're a
mass.
piece of work. Come on. Let's move onwards, shall we?
Yeah.
Well, we've almost launched into a whole nother thing, everybody. And a couple times, right? I think these fellas might want to talk about Christianity sometime and maybe just religion. So that could be a lot of fun. I don't know how Ember's feeling about that sort of topic, but we've had fun tonight. Thanks, Flatzoid, Jim, Ember, and Mark. We are almost to the end of our super chats. So Avner Flirths, Flat Earthers, if you found absolute proof and accepted that the Earth is a sphere, would you still be Christian? By the way, the Bible does not support flat Earth. So we'll try to answer this in short format if we can, fellas. First, you, Jim. If you found proof that the Earth was a sphere, would you still be a Christian?
If is the big word. If is the big word. If I was 35 and lifted weights, I'd be Arnold Schwarzenegger 2.0. And so if is the big word. And the Bible does definitely talk about stationary and movable. The Bible is very specific that we don't live on a spinning space ball. So it's an if question. I don't like if questions. I'm going to give it to Flatzoid.
Yeah. No, I'm 100% with him because we already know based on God's word it's not a sphere. So if like he said, it goes to, okay, it's now shown to be a sphere, I would have to say no, I can't, because then it means God's word would be contradictory, because the Bible does teach a flat earth. But yeah, that's a huge
All right.
if.
Well, let's try to continue on.
Well,
from
you've been
there.
doing if questions all night. If the Earth was round, this would happen. If the Earth, you only like if questions when they do apply to something you
All
don't
these
like. You're so
questions-
intellectually disingenuous because
Okay.
when you say ifs about things you want to believe, you don't like them.
Okay, then
That's
where's
the
your
thing. It's
where's your demonstrations?
inconsistent.
Where's your demonstrations for anything we've asked for tonight? I haven't seen one demonstration for all these claims you've made.
We've brought them up again and again and again.
Gas
Like,
pressure
do you want me to just
containment,
rehash the entire debate right
a
now? Is that what you'd like to
demonstration.
do?
Wait,
Yeah.
you know what? Maybe you don't understand what the word demonstrate means.
Okay, so Flatzoid's just basically saying, "Hey, go through the entire debate again."
No, I'm saying
because,
just
you
bring
know,
a
apparently he's
demonstration.
got no
That's all I'm
sense of
saying. Just bring a
scale.
demonstration.
Yeah. I've said multiple demonstrations. Like I brought
Where?
up the flight routes. Well, what do you think
Is
I
that-
did? I
is
brought
that
up the flight
gas
routes.
pressure
I brought-
without containment?
Yeah, hey, can I finish? Can I finish, or you just want to talk over the top of me still? Like seriously, just wait on. I brought up the circumpolar stars. You had no
He is
answer to
such a
that
dick.
whatsoever. I brought up the crux, the Southern Cross, and how that can work on. And don't forget, this is flat Earth on trial as the debate.
Exactly.
Don't forget that. So you had an opportunity to give an answer to that. You didn't. So I've been demonstrating how we know the Earth is round for quite some time. It's just you haven't been paying attention.
Okay, then
Okay.
Mark, we haven't got to that topic because you haven't been able to demonstrate gas pressure without containment. You haven't been able to
We
demonstrate.
got to that topic. That
You
topic
haven't-
was in my
I'm
introduction.
not allowed to talk, but you are. Wow. So you haven't
Wow.
got.
Just
you-
hold on. Flatzoid,
yeah.
15 seconds, Flatzoid there. We'll continue on.
Okay. First of all, we didn't get to those subjects because we were busy trying to get you to demonstrate your claims. You have not demonstrated it. And yes,
So dishonest.
while I'm talking. So
Just hold on there, Mark.
yeah.
Please.
So can you demonstrate for me just one of the things we brought up? Water core curve. You've measured any curve or that having gas pressure without containment. Just one of them.
Yep. Okay. So there we go. Okay. So this is the dishonesty of Flatzoid. Like we basically have flat Earth on trial. I give a number of demonstrations that he has every opportunity to address, doesn't do so, and then say, "Hey, because you didn't give me exactly what I was looking for in this way that you can't provide because I've tweaked it so you can't provide it." Then I'm not going to answer any of your questions. Need I remind you, it is flat Earth on trial, and these people haven't even mounted a defense, which is ridiculous. What a fail.
So no demonstration. Okay,
No, let's
fine.
go
let's
on. That's the
continue
last
on.
word.
Well done, Flat Earth.
Let's continue on because we still got more super chats coming in, everybody, and I do feel like we've hopefully everybody feels like we've gotten a fair representation of both sides of this address here. So Yellow Banana for €5. Ignore if already addressed. Question for the flat earthers: how do you explain GPS and satellites in general?
We have answered this, yeah. It's just based
How
on.
satellites and ISS stay in orbit?
First of all, you're begging the
Yeah,
question for an orbit.
Yes.
And yeah, second or thirdly, again, it's all based on Cartesian data systems, which comes from a flat baseline again. Measuring and moving
All right,
off
over
of
to
a
you,
data
Jim.
that comes from flat.
Satellites,
All right, over to you,
satellites in
Jim.
space. Satellites in space, Ryan. 99% of all communication is land-based, towers, cables, and underground wires. And underground wires in the water, on the land. So 99% is that way. The satellites propagate the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, violates Newton's third law of motion, violates second law of thermodynamics, and we went
10
briefly
seconds.
over the inverse square law of light. So if somebody wants to go, ISS is up there. Things are in the sky. They just aren't what they say they are.
Agreed.
All right, thank you so much for that, Flatzoid and Jim. Valerie St. Mary, 499. It's truly adorable how all of a sudden Mark is asserting fallacious reasoning. Guess Witsit taught you something. We can kind of go on from there, but Valerie St. Mary, you had your huzzah, and Mark, did you have anything to say to them?
Yeah,
To
so
kinda come
fallacious
back, yeah.
reasoning is just that. It's irregardless. Sort of saying, "Hey, you brought up fallacious reasoning," isn't a refutation, or you got it from Whitsitt. No, Austin Whitsitt usually uses it wrong, like the reification fallacy he constantly gets wrong, and things like that. So no, I didn't get it from Whitsitt. I got it from philosophy. But don't forget, there's also the fallacy, which means that just because you're making a fallacy doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong. However, it means that your argument doesn't have a sound foundation, or a logical foundation, depending on whether it is a formal or informal fallacy that you're referencing. So no, I didn't get it from Whitsitt. Whitsitt isn't the origins of fallacies. I'm sorry. I know that his followers like to think he's, invented physics and stuff. No, he hasn't done anything of the sort. Like, seriously.
All right. Well, thank you so much for.
And Whitsitt won't
your
debate
super
me
chat there,
anyway, because
Valerie. Let's
he's
continue
really,
on.
really scared. So
That is so untrue, Mark.
Oh,
But you go ahead and live in your little
Really?
dream
Whitsitt
world.
Why don't you ask
Whitsitt-
him if he'll debate
Whitsitt
me?
is one of the last people I know to cower away from a debate, by the way. And
Yeah.
even me and
Well, why don't you
Whitsitt-
ask him?
Whitsitt and I
But-
don't
but-
even see eye
but-
to eye.
Hey, Mark. If
Well,
I did,
Whitsitt-
Mark,
well,
if I
we'll
didn't,
do it right now.
Mark, if I didn't know you were delusional, I do now. Thank you.
Well, why won't he
Well, I was
debate
going
me
to
then?
say we'll do it. We'll do it right now. We'll do it right now. Whitsitt, Mark
not?
is challenging you to a
Yes.
debate on flat Earth.
I am.
So
We
he's
need some
saying that you're
gunslinger
avoiding
music.
him.
Yeah,
Come on,
Tumbleweed rolls through, yeah.
that's right.
I mean, we would
Come out for the duel, Whitsitt. Mark
So
is
there's going to
challenging
be no
you
problem if he's such
1v1,
the
I
amazing,
suppose. Well-
fearless person that you say he is, right? There shouldn't be a problem, right?
Okay.
What would be the
Well,
problem?
let's
Oh, my
continue on with the
goodness.
super chats. We don't want to drag other people in here too much, but I know Whitsitt is usually he's a good sport for that sort of stuff. So Esteban says,
Well, I'm
"Jim,
not saying
there is
anything
a
about him. I'm
meteorite-"
just saying the challenge is there.
Absolutely. I'll let him know for sure that you want to do that. Jim, there's a meteorite museum in the Chilean desert. There's trackers that go find them after they are seen falling down. How about that? Ooh, that's not worded very well. I'm trying my best here, fellas. There's trackers that go find them after they are seen falling down. How about that?
That's the mainstream narrative. He can't prove it. He read it off of Google, NASA, Wikipedia, and so I got rid of my TV in February after having it for decades, and so it's the best thing I ever did. And I got rid of the mainstream narrative, and I actually started thinking for myself. And this is the reason why. I'll be real brief. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We are all born into a prison system and participate in a prison system we cannot see. That's the problem. Most times when we're in prison, we know we're in prison, but we're actually in a prison system that we cannot see. But once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. The greatest gift we can give ourselves is the ability to think for ourselves. And people like Flatzoid and myself, and those that know we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, have decided to throw off the chains and think for ourselves.
Oh yeah, I haven't owned a TV
That was for you, Jim.
like,
Let's continue on.
since I was 18, so I don't know what your point is.
Yeah, well, let's try not to expound too much. But yeah, I agree. Not too much TV going on in my life. I just use my computer and YouTube, and I enjoy that. Duncan Wright for $10. How do we really know the age of the universe if light bends around planets, stars, etc.? How do we know creation time isn't real? Haha, just food for thought. Love you guys. Excuse me. And I just love debate like you guys. Well, Duncan, we love a lot of debate here, so I don't really have an answer for that. That's kind of an interesting hypothetical. Maybe we'll talk about that idea. So the next time we have a conversation about creationism and the age of the universe. But let's continue on here, and thank you, Duncan, for that. But we do need to try to close this out. Joe Brandon for $5. How close is the sun to the earth if there is no outer space?
So you want to take that one?
First of all,
Go for it.
we don't know exactly if it's even physical, but based on the belief of the Bible, it's inside the dome. Do we know how high this dome is or whatever? No, we don't. So, not really going to make claims on the height, but that's why we just say what we can and we try to keep to the ground. We can validate on the ground, on the earth, what we can, but can we validate the height of the sun? No, we can't.
Could it be outside the dome?
No, inside.
How do you know if you
Based
don't
on
know
our
how
belief,
far
based
the
on-
distance is?
Based on our belief. How do you know the dome can't just be
How-
further than the sun?
How do you check that?
That's what we're saying. You can't validate
It's an
it.
interesting question. What if what our noble opponents think of as the dome is what we think of as the edge of the universe? What if they're the same thing and they're just really far away?
It's an interesting question, Ember, but it's all speculation.
Oh, for sure. And off topic.
Yeah, and I'd rather stay away from speculation. All I can say is I think we know the sun gives us heat and light, and I think we can agree that it moves approximately 15 degrees across the sky. Other than that, I don't touch it.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's try to continue on. Justin, $5. A small meteorite literally crashed through someone's house in suburban New Jersey in May of this year, like 2 months ago, and it's well documented. Thoughts
people
on
say them all
that,
the time.
Jim and Flatzoid?
Something fell from the sky, and it wasn't a meteor, and it's fine.
Yeah, just like we see satellites fall from the sky that have balloons attached to them.
And not attached to
All
them.
right, last super chat, and then everybody, let's go to bed, right? You know, except for you, Mark, because you're in Aussie and you probably don't want to go to bed right now.
But
do you?
apparently
No,
I
no,
can't
no.
be standing.
All right, Esteban.
Standing for some reason.
Yeah, now that the
Well,
sun's
I
coming
was
up,
going to say
we're
I'll
going-
probably.
now that the sun's
Yeah,
coming
I'm going
up,
to the after party at Mark's place.
yeah, now that the sun's
Yeah,
coming
yeah,
up, I'm
absolutely.
going to sleep.
Yeah, I was going to say I'll probably be going to bed.
After after party
I'll
at my
probably
place.
be going to bed. But I'd love to join you for an after party and chit chat and all that. But no, I better join my wife in the
No worries.
in the bed there for some good old cuddles and stuff.
So,
like that, you
so,
know?
so
All
Mark,
right, so Justin,
go
we're
ahead.
sweet like that, you know. We got. I was gonna say I got to keep up on my dad's status there and my husband's status. So let's continue on. We got 2 from Esteban. 2500 CLP. Jim, I've worked out on the desert and seen meteorites falling. People go find the meteorite trackers. There's a museum for them. Denial at its finest.
Cool story, bro. Or cool story, dude, or cool story, man, or whatever.
I'm not your buddy guy. I'm not your guy, man.
If you want to, go ahead and believe that, that's fine. Let's see some proof of it actually falling down from outer space. Things do fall from the sky, and so it's all cool. It's fine. If you want to come on Modern Day Debate YouTube in the chat section and say something happened, cool.
All right. That was for you. And Jim, last one's for you from Esteban again. Esteban's got lots of questions for you, Jim. So maybe you guys want to have your own conversation. Esteban, join us on Modern Day Debate Discord. Maybe Jim's going to join us there and you guys can, hang out over there and see what you disagree about. And, maybe we'll link back up here in a couple weeks. 2500 CLP from Esteban. Jim, it is not speculation. The universe is the isolated system. That's the container for all pressure matter in a volume everywhere.
And he probably believes he's the descendant of apes as well, so that's cool.
Well, that's not exactly true. We're still apes in the evolutionary
Okay.
model.
Well,
If
I
you
live in
want
the
to
bush,
be,
I can tell you that's false because then my cousin didn't evolve with me. I get
Well, we're
apes.
still mammals.
There's apes still
Right.
around here. It's
We're
weird
still
how it's very
animals. We're
selective.
still mammals. We're
It's very,
still vertebrates. We're still prokaryotes.
it's very
eukaryotes.
very
We're still all of
selective,
these.
don't you think? Tell
What's
me,
selective?
tell me when dolphins started coming from when the cows stopped.
Do you want an evolution debate as well? I'm more than happy to have an evolution debate.
It's
We're
ended with.
scheduling all kinds of things today.
It's ended.
Yeah,
with,
I
it's
will-
ended with how long does it take for a cow to stop breathing and able to have gills underwater and become a dolphin?
Do Stop breathing. Do I have a bullet? Yeah,
No,
no, I don't know.
Dolphins don't have gills.
Throw
What are
a
you
cow
talking
throw a cow
about?
in the ocean and see how long it
No,
takes.
no.
to
Dolphins
get
don't breathe
kills
underwater. They breathe
on
air.
top.
I
Yeah.
don't.
Does a cow swim?
If you put it in water, it can swim.
For how long until it
the...
drowns?
What?
All right, before
talking about?
We're way the hell off topic.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. This was a little morbid.
Add
We're talking about
evolution
cows
to another
for some odd
subject.
reason.
Like,
I'm so sorry.
another-
I don't want to say for some odd reason, Flatzoid. I'm sure there was a reason for the conversation there, but we should move into our closing statements here. We got 2 minutes per side. I want to go back and forth here to close it out. A little unorthodox. Jim, 1 minute. Your thoughts on the discussion we just had tonight?
Oh, it's all great. Mark, Ember, it's great to meet both of you. Flatzoid, it's my pleasure. And Ryan, you were great. I want to thank you. I want to thank James again and everybody who listened. It's been fun. And so I wish everybody a great stationary topographical plane weekend.
All right. Jim, thanks for being here. We appreciate you so much. Let's kick it over to Ember for your closing statements. Up to 1 minute.
All right. Also appreciate everybody coming by. Jim, Flatzoid, good to meet you both. And yeah, it's been a fun debate. It's been interesting. And you know, that's the thing with science is we actually keep hoping to have our views, since we don't like the word models, our views challenged, because when we can be shown to be wrong about something, that means we learn more. We like that. That's the best thing in the world. And so we keep coming around hoping something like that will happen. Unfortunately, I can't say it did tonight. We didn't really get answers to any of our questions, but it was still a fun time talking with you folks.
Ditto.
All right. Over to you, Flatzoid. You got 1 minute to close your thoughts there.
Yeah. Also, I just have to say thank you. It was well worth waking up so early. It was awesome meeting you, Ember and Jim. Yeah, it's also good to have you on, mate. And as always, the formidable Mark Reed. Thanks for having on. I know we get very triggered along with each other, Mark, because we definitely don't see eye to eye. We're like a negative and a positive pole. So we definitely have the things. But I have to point out, note that not one thing was demonstrated, only faith and pushing on insults. That was about it.
All right. Well, thank you, Ember, for your closing statement, and also thank you, Flatzoid, for your closing statement there. We appreciate both of our speakers for being here. Mark, you got 1 minute to close us out. The floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you all for being here and engaging with me, and thanks, Ryan. Fantastic job. Thanks to Modern Day Debate, James, and of course the audience for joining us. Thanks for your time and hearing us out. So the whole point of this thing was Flat Earth on trial. So we're putting the questions to the Flat Earth of how it works, how they know it works, how everything is described, and we don't get answers for it. All we get is well, you've got to describe this thing about your model before we even answer any questions. Now, keep in mind that this is Flat Earth on trial, and you're sort of asking the prosecutor, did you commit the crime, kind of thing. It's not really, doesn't make a lot of sense. All it is sort of a dodge, a deflection, that they don't have answers for any of those things. That's why Flatzoid won't give equations for any of his stuff. It's because he doesn't have something that will meet up with reality. So instead, they say, well, you've got to explain this, and we really promise we'll explain our thing afterwards. Me explaining the model of the globe Earth shouldn't depend on them explaining anything. I should be able to give that information without asking them anything whatsoever. But unfortunately, they can't do the same. And you've got to ask, why is that? Why is their answers dependent on me explaining something first? Doesn't make any sense. And they
that's
didn't really give answers to anything. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mark, for your closing statements there. Once again, big shout out to Jim, Flatzoid, Ember, and Mark. We got one last question coming in from Crawdaddy of $5. Flat Earth reminds me of Herald camping cultists. The difference is when they were presented with reality, they stopped rejecting it. Crawdaddy, that's a little bit on the ad hominy side, and maybe not relevant to the conversation. So we appreciate your $5 super chat to close us out. I thought maybe it might be something there where it started with Flat Earth, but we're going to close out our debate. Thank you, everybody. This was Flat Earth on trial. We hope you keep on sifting the unreasonable from the reasonable, or maybe the opposite, however James says it, Let's hope to see you again next time for more modern day debate. And I think I'm going to put on some of that live performance that I had on before because I don't feel like playing guitar where my wife is right there. So you can listen to my live that I played from months ago. Enjoy, everybody, and we'll see you next time. Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
A1. Well, thanks, guys, for coming on out. It was nice meeting you, fellas. Nice meeting you, Jim. Nice meeting you, Ember. Nice seeing you again, Flatzoid and Mark.
You guys too.
Of course.
I'm glad I could stay the
I'd
whole
like to
stream
come
this
hang out
time.
with you too, Mark.
Sorry?
I'm just glad I could stay the whole stream this time.
That was
the power
great.
didn't go off.
Yeah, that was super nifty.
I was sure you'd be out
It's
of
a
it,
miracle.
It's a Christmas miracle. Oh, yeah, Flatzoid, set up that evolution or God debate. I love those two soft topics. So evolution, I would love to do an evolution on modern day debate because I haven't managed to flex my biology muscles on here in quite some time. So I'd really enjoy that.
Okay, we can try that. And definitely
I like
God
those debates.
is there God kind of debate as well.
Yeah, sure. Sounds like a good subjects for future debates. Sure.
Awesome.
We could do, we could even do like creationism versus bio, kind of like a timeline type debate of like who can explain diversity of life.
Yeah, that's going to work.
Creationism or biology.
Yeah, kind of hybrid them. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that means that, like, everybody's kind of got their own burden to bear. There's no pointing fingers and saying, okay, this is your debate to be on the defense, right? You can and pick and choose. But I don't want to hold you gentlemen up. It's late.
Yeah, I got to do.
So I can't imagine how late it is where you are.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, it's
so,
20
take
past
care.
6 in the morning now.
All right.
Night, everybody.
Cheers, guys.
All right. Night, folks.
Bye-bye. And that is it. Wow.
Crazy.
Wow. Okay, I'm just going to say... I'm just quickly read out the super chats first, quickly.
Yeah, go on.
Godzilla, thank you very much for your $14 super chat. I've never understood why Flatzoid would debate people who actually think science can talk. The science says, if you say unironically, then that you're already a potato. That's actually a true statement. Why do I do this? But thank you for the super chat. Face reality, let me get this straight. We experience a stationary ground watching the sun moving across the sky, but we're actually moving around it. Yeah, okay. Exactly, that's why I was trying to get them to understand the burden is on them, not us. And then face reality, again for $2 super chat. Just show me the earth moving. Only 1 mile an hour, please. That's what I've been asking the whole night. Show me something, just one thing, and they weren't able to. And then the last one, Godzilla 37, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Go to sleep. Just replay Mark talking. You'll get there in no time.
Don't know. He wouldn't put me to sleep. He just infuriates me. He'd keep me awake. Just infuriating me. I don't like it. He keeps my nut in.
But I mean,
he doesn't let you get a word in. It doesn't matter, and then he'll complain if you try and even get your deserved word in. Do you know what I mean?
It's crazy.
So I thought if I said something, you would hear it in your headphones. They couldn't hear what I would say,
No, they
right?
couldn't hear you guys. No, I could hear you guys.
Okay.
It was
I
difficult.
thought
not
PJ
to,
said something at one point. He's like, dude, he's not muted. Like, oh, shit. Because I called him a dick.
Yeah, it was difficult not to reply to you guys, by the way.
This Lord kept talking. I'm like, this Lord, nobody's listening to you.
Just want to see something.
You know, the thing about, I think the problem with this debate was the debate premise. The entire I'm not sure who decided, if it was Marguerite who decided it or whatever.
No, but it was
Flat Earth on trial.
No, it wasn't on trial. That's why I'm trying to look for the original now. There we go. If he versus globe, Earth is there we go. You wouldn't be Mark Reed if he versus globe. That was the original. No.
Yeah, and so
no Flat Earth on trial.
But that's at least that's the way he presented it the entire time, right? And so I'm watching this, or listening to it, or whatever. and he made zero arguments. His entire argument or rebuttal every time was all they're doing is tap dancing or dodging or just like and ad homs, and just like, dude, you haven't fucking said you haven't said anything. You know what I mean? It's like
then he pretend
it's
he
so
didn't
frustrating.
understand. He pretend he didn't understand what Flats was saying about something when he totally knew what Flats was on about.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew what he was on about, and I'm not scientific at all. I'm just logical.
I was trying to make it as simple as possible. But I mean, the guy doesn't even understand what an angle is.
Oh, Flats, I was going to say, hold on. You should have hammered that home. Like, they deflected off of that real quick.
I tried.
And
but
you had him cornered. I was like, go.
But I tried, but Jim was led back to the selenium and stuff, so I did try.
With the diffusion of the light as well.
But
because it didn't go anywhere, did it? But I was thinking, so it gets diffused, so it doesn't travel then.
Yeah, that's why I let him say that. So what happens? And he said diffused. I said, okay, sharp. So you just broke your whole argument down. Congratulations. But I mean, this is the one other thing. Every time I've been on modern day debates so far, I don't get much to speak. Because as soon as I'm trying to speak, they either cut me off or the moderator says, let's move on to someone else, or quickly stop me, or 15 seconds to say something. It's like, what? Why? Is it because
they say it's a neutral platform, but I'm not so sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I can say it's sort of neutral, but not 100%. It's got a bit of more globe bias, definitely. But like I was saying, I take it as a compliment, actually, that they want to shut me down every time I want to talk. Because when I say something, I say it with intent. I don't say it just because. So I guess that's the reason. I'm not sure. But that's why I got him with what is mass, and he didn't even know what mass was. So then he wanted to strawman me by trying to get an equation. That's why I didn't want to answer it. I was like, I don't want to, because you're just going to try and move on to another thing. You're just going to strawman me because you want gravity to be in there. It's not hard to understand.
I spent a couple hours today listening to Earth Awakening's Discord, and the discussion was entirely around weight and density and mass. And it's the problem is it's such a confused topic. And you actually hinted at it, but didn't maybe quite drive it home. But you mentioned they have two different definitions of mass. More than two. They've got like 12 different definitions of mass.
Exactly.
They don't know what mass is.
That's why he couldn't. And when that's why I let him give the definition. And when he explained it as density, I said, okay, great. So I can use it for this equation. And that's what he didn't get. I used his definition.
Yeah.
Godzilla, that's exactly how it works. They just changed the title before the debate, as if now that makes it on trial. But that's also, you can't just have one on trial. It should be both on trial.
Yeah, that's not a debate.
That's not a debate.
Right? That's why I said I think there was a faulty debate premise, and that's why I was asking who decided that. But obviously they just changed it right. And look, maybe Mark slipped him a 20 and said, "Hey, change it." Who knows? But
he even said it himself, Mark. I mean, like he equated it to like being in court, didn't he? Like the prosecution. Like debate is not about that, is it? A debate's meant to be fairly format. You know what I mean? A court is not set out that way. It's totally different.
But did you notice that they have never ever tried to demonstrate anything? They did make a whole bunch of claims, though. Just like that guy that you can see the new moon. And when I asked him for the video, oh no, it's not on his channel, but he has a channel. You would think someone like that would have that on their channel.
And then now you can't have it on a video at all because
so in other words, that means it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Of course.
Just a lie, in other words. So that's sad. Because they can't demonstrate the things. I love how he also says horizontal curves.
Yeah, I mean, when they were trying to do about the level, like the top, the peak of two hills, about the two zenith points being the same height. You told them it was the same height. About that, the whole level thing with that. That was totally straw man.
But guys, show me the Empire State Building being thicker, wide at the top.
Yeah, I know. I know.
The guy doesn't even understand how the mechanics works behind the physics of building a skyscraper.
See if an upside down pyramid would work, you know?
That's crazy. You need less weight on top.
Well, the one guy, was it Ember? Ember is his name?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Ember? Yeah, and he even admitted, I think it was him, that just pretty much flat out said that we cannot see the curve.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You cannot see the curve. In other words, there is no curve to be seen.
But not just
I
that.
think that was just a.
And Mark Reed
Yeah.
as well, throwing away his globe geometric math. I'm giving it to
Yeah.
him as the globe.
Well, and that's why I
says it
said
should be.
Walter Bislin had the one, because they're straw manning that, saying that a flat earther came up with that equation. I'm like, I don't think Walter Bislin's a flat earther or
Nope.
metabunk or whatever. Like, dude, those are globe earth maths.
Yeah,
right?
when I said that, he shut up. He didn't say a word.
Yeah.
But guys,
Yeah,
I
you
do
never
have
brought
to,
that up again.
I have to go sleep. It's
Okay.
6:30 in the morning. My children are probably going to get up in like a half an hour.
Yeah. It's time to get up, Flats. What are you doing? It's time to get up.
So I've had 2.5 hours sleep the whole night. Congratulations. Okay.
Well, you did good, man.
It's not difficult to this guy, but I love how they didn't give me as well when we were talking about the evolution thing with the cow now and the dolphin. They didn't want me to get my words out because it's simple. Throw a cow in the water. Tell me when it starts evolving not to drown anymore.
Yeah.
It's as simple
But
as that.
Yeah.
It's idiotic.
It's stupid.
Evolution is idiotic.
There's-
Macroevolution.
Of course it is. It's not a good idea.
There's absolutely no evidence for evolution whatsoever.
No.
They can't even get a protocell to exist, which they claim has to exist for the evolutionary story to exist. They got so much holes in the narrative, they keep creating gods of the gaps for it. And
All the fossil tells you is it died.
Science of the gaps. Yeah, you got
exactly.
Isn't it?
it. Yeah.
It's crazy.
it.
Okay, have a good one, man. You take care.
You too,
All right.
guys. So I just want to say thank you for popping in. I would have liked a longer after show, but I didn't know it was going to go on this long. I didn't even think the power was going to stay on. I thought it was going to go off.
I was surprised how long you stuck around, because he said 10 minutes at one point, and
Yeah.
you went another hour. So
Well, it's an hour and a half since you said that, yeah. So
So yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for coming. Thank you everybody in the chat. Thank you for the super chats, the shares, the likes. If you haven't already, just hit the like at least. And share the show. I'll see you all tonight for another stream, obviously. Thank you very much for coming. I am going to try lay down for at least an hour before I have to get busy. Because I've got another busy day ahead of me.
absolutely.
all right, cheers. Take care, man. Get some rest.
So yeah, thank you guys for coming. Till tonight. Till tonight. Cheers, guys.